Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the 2021 Global Security Forum. I'm Meredith Stricker, Senior Fellow with the Soufan Center. We thank all of you who joined us for day 1, where we heard from some of the world's leading experts on everything from the impacts of COVID-19 on global security to the evolving situation in Afghanistan. We have an exciting program for you today, but first, some housekeeping notes. There have been a few scheduling changes today, so please use the QR code on your badge to stay up to date with the conference agenda, as well as to watch any sessions virtually. Also, for those of you with us who will be traveling back to your home countries, PCR testing is available on site and is being provided for all of you. Finally, please feel free to grab tea and coffee at your convenience throughout the day. To begin day 2, we are delighted to welcome His Excellency Teo Chee Hean, Senior Minister and Coordinating Minister for National Security, Republic of Singapore. This conversation will be moderated by Bobby Ghosh, Editor, Bloomberg, and will examine the approach taken by Singapore in addressing a complex set of challenges over the past year, including the COVID-19 pandemic and the potential for increased violent extremism, with a focus on the importance of multilateralism and development for securing the future of Southeast Asia.
Hello and welcome to this fireside chat at the Global Security Forum of 2021. My name is Bobby Ghosh. I am an opinion columnist and editor at Bloomberg, and I am delighted to be moderating this discussion with Singapore's Senior Minister for Coordination for National Security, and welcome Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean. Today's topic is cooperation for development and security, and this session we're going to try and examine the approach taken by Singapore to addressing a very complex set of challenges over the past year, in particular to do with the COVID-19 pandemic and the potential for increased violent extremism, with a focus to the importance of multilateralism and development for securing the future of the Southeast Asia region and the wider world. We're going to start with Senior Minister Teo making some opening remarks, and then we'll follow with some questions and a discussion. Senior Minister, your remarks, please.
Well, thank you very, very much, Bobby. It's good to be with all of you. I suppose I should say good day. We may be in different time zones, but at least we're on the same planet, and this is the only one that we have. It would appear that we are facing many immediate crises right now. Well, on the top of the minds of many people was the recent withdrawal from Afghanistan, the return of the Taliban, and what that means for regional security, and of course, also whether terrorism on an international scale will rear its head again. So I think that's on the minds of many people, and one of the security concerns that we have. We're also facing a pandemic. After 21 months, it's still raging. Even with vaccines, it's still got some way to run. And it's claiming lives. It's got an impact on many facets of society. And I think the scarring effect will be with us for quite some time to come. Then we're also dealing with droughts, fires, floods all over the world. Huge forest fires in certain places, terrible floods, very heavy rains. Recently, we had some of the heaviest rains ever recorded in northwestern Italy. Several inches, tens of centimeters of rain within an hour. Quite incredible. And these are things which confront us, and we have to deal with them, these crises, on an immediate basis. Overlaid on top of this is, if you like, global competition, the tussle between China and the US, which has an impact on many, many spheres. Already, we have seen the impact on trade, trade flows, flows of technology goods, and this has impacted all countries who have an interest in this area. But I would say that what is more important is what happens next. I mean, we seem to be lurching from crisis to crisis. And while in one sense, all these different crises have different causes and different roots and are quite distinct, in some sense, they're all interlinked in some ways. I think they point to a dearth, a lack of global cooperation, multilateralism, and there's a great need for this in order for us to deal with these issues in a more comprehensive way. But first of all, we need to identify what are the goals and the guideposts that we need to have in order to proceed towards this future that we want. And I would suggest 2 or 3 of them. First of all, the multilateralism. I mean, this has anchored growth and development in the world, well, since the Second World War, and has brought prosperity to many, many countries, developing countries, the developed countries, big developed countries like India and China. And this is something which we should continue to work towards. The alternative, of course, is a divided world, which we've seen in certain epochs as well. And I'm not sure that's a better world, better outcome for all of us. Second, I would say, is building more resilience. We've been living in a just-in-time world, for the last 10 or 15 years, 20 years, and that has become the mantra. But actually, just in time may not be good enough. And just in time, just enough may not be good enough. So we have to build greater resilience, both nationally and internationally, in order to deal with crises on a more comprehensive level. Some of it preemptive, preventive, but some of it also responsive. And dealing with these crises, natural disasters and so forth, they are basic to human security. They're the most basic form of providing human security. Life, health, prevention from hunger, famine, and so on. So these are the most basic forms of human security, which we should provide better for as individual countries and as a world. So good examples are things like COVAX and Gavi, which have attempted to make sure that vaccines are available to every country in the world. And I would say the third thing which we should focus on greatly is sustainable development. Whether we like it or not, we are on the same planet. This problem is not going to be resolved by each country sort of taking a nationalistic view, trying to protect itself, because no country can protect itself. I mean, if you take Singapore, for example, we contribute 0.1% of global emissions, but the other 99.9% affects us. We are a small, low-lying island, and something like 16% of our coastlines, where most of our economic infrastructure will be inundated if sea levels rise beyond a certain level. So I would say these are the guideposts for the future, even as we deal with current crises. Bobby?
Thank you very much, Mr. Senior Minister. I like the way that you frame that into sort of 3 categories: upholding multilateralism, building resilience, and the topic of sustainable development. So let's take those one by one. We seem to be going through a period where deep and existential questions are being asked about whether multilateralism can survive. Some of the pillars of multilateralism give the appearance of weakening the alliances that, and this is not only something that happened during the presidency of Donald Trump, it precedes him and it has followed him. When you look around the world, do you see multilateralism coming under threat? Do you feel that we need to sort of establish the rules of multilateralism? Or are we overstating this threat?
Well, the rules that we have today, the institutions that we have are obviously not perfect. But what do? Do we ignore them and discard them? And then what are we left with? we are left with nationalism, self-interest. If that's what drives the world, I think we will be in for a very difficult time. So if the institutions and the rules are not quite fit for purpose in the current circumstances and to deal with the future that we envision, then let's do something about these institutions and the rules to strengthen them, bring more people on board, develop more consensus, and work on them. I think if we make it more difficult for these institutions to function, then we will abandon multilateralism and we will have a big problem. There are two things here. One is self-interest. I think it is quite understandable that countries will act in their own self-interest. We must expect that. But there are narrow self-interests and enlightened self-interests. Narrow self-interest will only get us so far. And there's enlightened self-interest where we see win-win outcomes rather than win-lose, zero-sum outcomes through narrow self-interest. So enlightened self-interest is more likely to get us win-win outcomes, peace, stability, co-prosperity in the world.
We've come through this period when I'm old enough to remember when we thought that that history was over, the world was all going, everyone was heading in more or less the same direction, and all the big questions about how we conduct our relationships with each other as countries and how we conduct our relations within countries, all these big questions have already been answered. And then now, every day I open the newspaper and I see that those questions are being relitigated, and there are questions about whether there is a Western liberal way, democratic way of government, and whether there is a new Chinese formula, and whether these two ideas are inevitably in conflict and over a long period cannot work together. You are in a part of the world where both these, if you like, formula of government are being practiced all around you. Is it inevitable that these two should clash? Are there ways, to your mind, that we can work together even if we don't agree on how politics are conducted and how governance should be conducted?
I think first we should recognize that countries do have vast differences between each other in terms of the endowments they have on resources, the ratio of population to land and resources. I mean, if you look at China, you look at the United States, continental United States, and you look at Australia, the three of them are roughly the same size in terms of land area. They have some differences in geography. I mean, America is protected by 2 oceans and has generally friendly neighbors. But if you look at China, it's different. If you look at Australia, it's different. Australia has what, 25 million people? 30 million people. America is 330, and China is 1.3, 1.4 billion people. And it's on essentially the same land area. And they have different histories, they have different cultural traits. And to expect all of them to be the same is, I think, not realistic. So I would say that a good basis for countries to engage each other is to see enlightened self-interest, and also to focus on good governance. That means the outcomes that we're looking for. Are the governments doing well by their people in terms of health, education, welfare, social justice, opportunities? I think those are the parameters that we should look for. If we take an ideological approach to the world, and I think we will have more difficulties, because the same the ideologies may not be applicable. We may not be able to make other countries look like us. It may not be desirable at all. And we should allow countries to find their own path forward, but focus on good governance. Judge countries by how they deliver the goods to their people.
And you don't believe that, as some people do, this notion that a new rising global power will whether we like it or not, whether it intends to or not, will automatically challenge the existing powers, and that friction is inevitable. You don't believe that this inevitability?
I think what will happen is that there has to be a rebalancing. It is not the same as before. But the question is, how do we bring countries together? So one of the things which several countries in our part of the world, both sides of the Pacific, have been trying to do is to bring the two sides of the Pacific together, where of course we have major countries on each side. We have America on the eastern side of the Pacific. We have China, Japan, major economic powers on this side of the Pacific. We have India as well in the Indian Ocean. And how do we bridge these two sides and not have a breach in between, which runs down the international date line? And so we have APEC to try and engage the Asia Pacific economies and cooperation. And we have the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which tries to bring together countries, like-minded countries from both sides of the Pacific together. And the important thing about these institution building is that they are open and inclusive. So you can see that the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, was actually started by 4 small countries: Singapore, Brunei, Chile, and New Zealand. And the idea grew and grew and grew. And then we had the TPP, which brought in major economies. The US, for its own reasons, which I fully understand, decided not to join at the last moment. But it does provide a very high quality trading arrangement which can bring countries together in a cooperative way to build co-prosperity, rather than to compete with each other on a sort of bare knuckle way. So I think these kinds of things, practical solutions, are more important than ideological ones.
In recent weeks, we've seen in your part of the world, this new idea of an Anglo-sphere alliance between Australia, the UK, and the United States over nuclear submarines, and that has alarmed and upset China. These seem to run against the trend, or against what we would like to see as being the trend toward multilateralism. This seems to be, the Chinese feel like they're being encircled and singled out, whereas the other side of that debate, there is an argument that then we need to protect our interests in that part of the world, and that China represents the greatest threat to those interests. This does not feel like this is not multilateralism at its best, to put it mildly. But you in Singapore find yourself caught right in the middle of all that, literally as well as metaphorically. How alarmed are you by these trends, and can multilateralism bring us out of this moment of crisis?
Well, the fact is that the US, the UK, and Australia are already the best buddies.
Yes.
They have had long security relations with each other. They support each other in security operations all around the world. They are 3 of the 5 eyes and cooperate very, very deeply. And all 3 have long histories of being involved in Asia. So this is nothing new. And I think what is important is that whatever new organizations come up, they should contribute towards strengthening the regional architecture and operate in a way which is as inclusive as possible. I think the region will be worse off if we divide into blocks. And this is the history of Southeast Asia. When Southeast Asia has been divided, we've had war, we've had calamities of all kinds. But we have enjoyed a period of peace because Southeast Asia has been united around certain principles. So I think it behooves all these countries, whatever they are, to strengthen Southeast Asia and ASEAN and to continue to contribute to strengthening the countries in Southeast Asia. Now, I should say that Southeast Asia, ASEAN, has dialogue partners. And we also have the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus. It's quite a mouthful, which engages extra-regional countries, extra-regional from ASEAN, in confidence building and capacity building. And the US, Australia are participants in that ADMM Plus. And I understand that the UK is interested and has already participated in some of the activities of the ADMM Plus at the capacity building level. And the UK also, in its own right, is seeking greater engagement with the ASEAN countries, as the US and the UK are dialogue partners and close partners of ASEAN. So I would say these are important engagements that should continue. And we should strengthen the regional organizations in order to maintain peace and stability in the region.
You started your opening remarks. You made a reference to the COVID pandemic. There is a glass half empty and glass half full view. The glass half empty bit is that the pandemic exposed some great flaws in the multilateral systems, that because the world did not respond in a timely and unified fashion, that affected collectively our ability to deal with the pandemic. And we are still in a situation where there is a horrible imbalance between the rich countries and the not so rich countries in terms of vaccination and dealing with the pandemic. How do you view it? Do you think that we have failed, or multilateral efforts have not been up to scratch? Was this inevitable? And what lessons are to be drawn from this that you can use for the next time, heaven forbid, but the next time we are confronted with a planet level threat like that?
Yes. Well, I think that the world could certainly have done better in dealing with the pandemic. And for a period of time, I think many countries were consumed by what I had sort of characterized as narrow self-interest instead of enlightened self-interest. And let me explain. During the global financial crisis, I mean, many countries around the world cooperated very closely and helped us get through it quite quickly. So we had the G20, they met, the leaders met, they coordinated their financial policies in each of their countries. Those countries which were able to maintain a high rate of growth in order to cushion the global effects of the downturn in those countries that were afflicted by the global financial crisis. There was tremendous coordination, and the world benefited from it, and the individual countries which cooperated in their own enlightened self-interest also benefited from it. Now, for COVID, I think there were many lost opportunities. In fact, US scientists and Chinese scientists were cooperating, doing research in Wuhan to prepare for the next crisis. And they were looking at bats and other kinds of coronaviruses and all that. That is positive. But once the pandemic broke out, the virus came on the scene, there was fear, I would say even panic. And that sort of broke down, if you like, that cooperation broke down, and we went back into nationalism. We went back into a lack of cooperation. And that, I think, if you contrast the response to the global financial crisis with the contrast to the pandemic, in one, there was a considerable cooperation between the major powers. In the other one, there was a considerable lack of cooperation between.
And it's a very short gap between these two. I mean, barely a decade and a half. What do you think changed in this period? Is it just personalities, individual leaders in different countries, or have there been some underlying trends in the way all of us as human beings think about our, as you say, self-interest, has that changed dramatically?
Well, I would say that countries have had to respond to the pressures that come from the demands of their own people. And so there has been a trend towards nativism, nationalism of the, I would say, narrow self-interest kind for the last, even before the pandemic. And when the pandemic broke out, instead of coming together and cooperating, this sense was exacerbated. And people then started to point fingers at each other, to sort of try and protect themselves, regardless of how that affects others. And the concept that none of us is safe until all of us is safe was forgotten. But that is in fact true. So we need to work together. So I would say that leadership counts because leaders influence the way their countries think and behave. So we need good leadership at the national level, good leadership that can transcend the national level to look at enlightened self-interest on a global basis.
The other thing that stood out for me in your opening remarks was the point you were making about resilience and the contrast between the point I think you made was that we've lived in this sort of just-in-time, the idea of just-in-time being the right way to approach everything, not just manufacturing, but across the board. All kinds of solutions are best applied when they're just-in-time. And then we are confronted with a crisis like the pandemic, which exposed, I suspect, I think it's fair to say, which exposed the absence of resilience, that we didn't have the deep reserves, not just of vaccines, which had to be invented just in time, but we didn't even have the deep reserves of cooperative spirit that were required to tackle this crisis. Again, what are the lessons from the pandemic on this notion of building resilience? Are you seeing, perhaps it's too early, but are you seeing signs that we are building that resilience in the same manner that our bodies are building antibodies to deal with this crisis? Are we doing that as a planet, as a collection of countries?
I think there are signs of that, but we need to do more. Of course, that's a truism. If you take Singapore's example, in some ways, we as a small country, we're always concerned about resilience for the future. So I would say that for Singapore in our response, we drew on three types of reserves, if you like. One is financial reserves, and we've been putting aside financial reserves for a rainy day, and we've had to draw on them again this time. So we have not needed to go into debt. We were able to draw on our financial reserves in order to fund the expenses that went into fighting the pandemic, as well as cushioning the effect on our people. The last time we drew on that was during the global financial crisis, when there was a steep downturn. We looked at the forecast for the next year, and it was just a bottomless pit, and we didn't know how deep it would go. So we drew on our reserves to cushion us. So financial reserves is one thing which we need to put aside. But second, we also have organizational capacity and reserves, the ability to respond either on a national basis or on a global basis in order to organize ourselves, bring resources to bear and respond. But the third, which you pointed out too, Bobby, is also, how shall I say, reserves of community spirit and bonding. And not just within the country, but also between countries and in the world community. How do we work together to address this crisis? Now, in a crisis, you can end up with divides becoming accentuated within a country and between countries. But we need to bridge those. And in peacetime, normal times, we need to strengthen them so that we can draw on these reserves when we need to. So if we have a community, which, if you take the WHO, for example, there's been a lot of criticism about the WHO, but the WHO is what the members make it out to be. It depends on what the members want WHO to be and what the members resource WHO to be. So WHO can only be as good or as active or as resourced and resourceful as the members want it to be and allow it to be.
And which then brings us sort of fluidly into the third pillar of your opening remarks, which is sustainability. You know, we as Singapore is one of the wealthier countries. There are not a lot of countries that can dip into, have the sort of resources into which they can dip into in times of crisis. But crises, as you said, seem to be coming at us fast and furious and from all sides and some sides that we can't even see. How do we develop as a planet or as a committee of nations, how do we develop this sustainability? Is there an argument to set aside, to create new multilateral structures designed specifically to operate in crisis situations that and try to get us to the point where everybody is safe, so that everybody, I mean, to the point that you were making, where if everybody's not safe, then nobody is safe. That idea, do we need new structures, new forms of multilateralism that are guided by that principle?
Well, sustainable development, which encompasses the whole concept of how we deal with climate change, is basically going to be the challenge of our times. And you know, we see the effects today. We may not be able to reverse all the effects that we're seeing, but we should try and mitigate them, and then also make sure that we can adapt to them and learn how to live with them. So I would say that we have the Paris Agreement. It is an imperfect agreement, but it is what we have. I think I have been looking at Singapore's positions with regard to the Paris Agreement, and our ministers and our officials have also been playing a facilitative role, trying to get these agreements to get agreement, and also now to have the various chapters under the Paris Agreement to be finalized. For example, carbon markets, which is a complex issue, and our Minister for Sustainability and Environment will be co-chairing the group trying to come to agreement on these things. So we try and facilitate that. Now, we need to work together on that, and we have the Paris Agreement, but we should try to improve ambition. We should try to see how we can move forward. We should see how we can share technologies and knowledge in order to allow countries to take the steps necessary to protect themselves, to reduce their carbon emissions, and contribute to the greater global effort to do so. It's going to be complex, but we can do so regionally. We're trying to do this within ASEAN. We need to do it on a more global level. But I think that we are moving in the correct direction.
Because we have these relatively, well, we have one relatively new crisis with the pandemic. We have the overhanging sort of existential crisis of climate change. It's sometimes, you know, between these two things, we can lose sight of the other sort of crises that affect large parts of the world, if not all of it. And you flicked at that again in your opening remarks when you talked about Afghanistan, the threat of extremism, the threat of countries and places where extremism can take root because there are not local structures to prevent it, or indeed there might be local structures that encourage the development of that extremist ideology. How concerned are you by the return of the Taliban to power in Kabul? Do you take the view that this is a new and different Taliban, that they have learned their lessons and that the world can collectively deal with them in a way that was not possible 20 years ago when they first came to power?
Well, I would say the jury is out on that. And when I work with people, when I deal with them, I listen to what they say, but I watch more carefully what they do.
Yeah.
And that is, will be tested over time and over actions that they take in specific circumstances. So I think the jury is out on that. We do hope that stability will return to Afghanistan and that there will not be spaces where extremist terrorism, violence will grow and be exported to other parts of the world. I mean, in Southeast Asia, we were affected by what was happening in Afghanistan and Al-Qaeda. The Bali bombing, for example, was directly linked to Al-Qaeda, and we had groups in Singapore who were planning attacks in Singapore. So we take this very, very seriously, and we don't take it lightly. And we do hope that we will have a new phase, a new beginning in Afghanistan. There's an opportunity now, and we hope that the people and whoever is governing the country will take advantage of that.
And of course, this forum is taking place in the Middle East, in Doha. And there have been in the past year and a half, sort of a flurry of efforts in sort of using multilateral channels to solve regional issues. There's also been an outbreak of diplomacy, which is rare and I suspect quite welcome. The outreach to between Israel and several countries in the Arab world. Now, the cynical view is that these are countries that are being forced into these accommodations because the great powers are, or at least one particular great power, the United States, is losing patience with this part of the world, is withdrawing from this part of the world. But perhaps that's not such a bad thing. Whatever the reasons for diplomacy, would you say diplomacy is a good thing, regardless of what the reasons are behind it?
Well, I would say that it is a great good thing that countries are talking to each other, as you say. All the initiatives that you mentioned, the relations with Israel, in fact, the improved relations within the GCC countries, all of whom are our good friends. We are one of the few countries in the world which actually has a free trade agreement with the GCC. Singapore has a free trade agreement with the GCC, so, which was signed several years ago. And so we are really quite happy to see that the differences between the GCC countries also seem to have been ameliorated and working together again. So I think those are all very positive signs. But may I make a point that actually small countries do have agency. We don't need to depend only on the big countries to resolve issues. Now, let me give you an example. I talked about the Trans-Pacific Partnership earlier. Well, yes. That was something started, the kernel of it was 4 small countries, relatively small countries. And it grew and grew and grew and became the TPP. For the G20, small countries, small and medium-sized countries also wanted a voice on the stage and not have their fates and their futures determined just by the big boys. So 30 countries got together to form the Global Governance Group, and we now have a voice at the G20 so that we have agency, we express our views, we are not just takers of what the big countries decide. So I think that's important. And it has come to the point where I think the world is much more diverse, and the big countries too have to accept and understand that and be prepared to take these views in.
I can't think of a better way to end this discussion. Senior Minister Teo, thank you very much for joining us from Singapore, and we hope to see more of you in the forum in the future.
Well, thank you very much, Bobby, and we look forward to a better world, building the future together for security. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a fascinating chat with His Excellency Teo Chi Hian and Bobby Ghosh. Next, we will be hearing from His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar. His Excellency will be joined by Ali Velshi, host of Velshi on MSNBC and a senior business correspondent at NBC. I am particularly excited to be introducing today's session, first as a board member of the Soufan Center, but also because Ali Velshi is my husband. I first met Ali when he interviewed me my first time on TV many years ago, and we went on to get married several years later. Given that this is his third or fourth time interviewing His Excellency, I'm confident that there will be a different outcome for the two of them, but it will be an outstanding conversation, I am sure. I will now turn it over to the two of them for this session, which will reflect on Qatar's role in mitigating regional crises and in responding to global challenges, including the unfolding situation in Afghanistan.
Thank you to Lori, and thank you, Your Excellency. Good to see you again. We met virtually last year, and we hoped and imagined that we'd get a chance to talk in person, and we have. We always enjoy our candid conversations and of course, being hosted here in Qatar. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much, Ali, for hosting me today. I'm really glad to see the Global Security Forum is nurturing every year. And last year, unfortunately, with the COVID situation, we couldn't get along together, but I'm really glad that this year we could make it physically.
Things change. Every time you and I talk, the world completely is a different place. And this is a very different place than it was last year. We still have COVID. We have your state, which enjoys very different relationships both with the United States and your neighbors than it had last year. That situation continues to evolve. And you have the story that goes above all of that now, and that is what has happened in Afghanistan. I don't think when you and I last spoke, we could have guessed this was going to be where we are. You have played such a central role in the negotiations leading to the U.S. departure, in the evacuation of people from Afghanistan, and in the current discussions that are going on right here in Doha. So I want to start with some high-level stuff. We have a crisis in Afghanistan. We have a government there, a Taliban government, which is not recognized, supported by, or cooperated with by much of the world. And they are in your country, sitting at the table with the Americans, trying to hammer something out. And I think I want to start out with, what does that something look like to you? What does success look like to you with respect to the discussions that are underway right now?
Well, first of all, Ali, I think looking at the situation there in Afghanistan, we've been saying from the beginning that isolation will never be an answer. And when we are talking about an engagement is required with whoever is governing Afghanistan, because abandoning Afghanistan will be a big mistake, and we are going to punish the Afghan people for something they didn't commit. Actually, our aim with the current engagement between Taliban and the US, with Taliban and different international actors, is finding a way forward, how to deal with the situation in Afghanistan, because we cannot leave it as it is, and we cannot just wait for steps to be taken by Taliban, and then we react to these steps. I believe that the international community have a responsibility to direct those steps and to be clear and to have a clear roadmap in dealing with the situation over there. And just, as a few examples, they have a lot of challenges. One of them is the economic situation over there. The financial system is totally closed. Public servants are not paid. Their assets the government assets have been frozen without also a clear path forward. And there are plenty of issues. When we are talking about the issues of the right of minorities, the right of women, education, all other issues, we cannot judge now with only by the actions that's being taken by Taliban without even allowing the government to be able to reactivate those schools. So, for example, if the economic situation is at this level and there is no any access to finance, how they are going to pay the teachers, how they are going to pay the doctors in the public hospitals. Other challenge is the issue of counterterrorism. Now we know that Afghanistan has been, given the situation that has been through since 40 years with the war with the Soviets, then the civil war, and then after the US and the Allies forces, we have seen that there is always an evolving group of extremists, group of terrorists. How we are going with such a situation if Taliban, yes, they committed that they will not represent, Afghanistan will not represent any threat to any other country, but how we are going to work together in order to prevent our countries from such a threat, the neighboring countries, the challenges of immigration, the humanitarian assistance, all these challenges cannot be addressed without engaging with the de facto power over there, which is Taliban. The third issue, we believe, is how to encourage them to have a real national reconciliation, a genuine process that includes all the Afghans together. So I believe that this cannot happen just by leaving Taliban alone and deal with the situation as they believe it's right, but it's our role as an international community to urge them to take the right steps and to incentivize those right steps and to see a way forward for it.
Let's talk about how this has evolved, because the Taliban of 20, 25 years ago did not recognize other governments, generally speaking. They didn't deal with any democracies. They had zero interest in being a cooperative government or a pluralistic organization. Now, in this very hotel, you will see Taliban representatives sitting here. Are they different? Are these ones different than the ones back there? And have they evolved as a group into someone whom diplomats like you and others in the world and the United States can deal with?
Well, I think there is no such a movement rigid. They evolve always, either to the extreme or to the moderation. And we have seen this throughout history. If you will see the factors that played in the last 20 years, there are a group of Taliban who have been fighting there in the battleground in Afghanistan, which I believe their evolution is different than Taliban who were negotiating here in Doha. And they have seen the world, they have interacted with governments, they have visited different countries. And talking to them, it seems that the mindset has changed, the attitude has changed. But actually, changes by just engaging and talking is not something. Is not an evidence for a real change. The real change would be the steps, genuine steps to be taken on the ground. And I think what we are waiting for are the real actions. But also, we cannot just depend on the actions that will be taken by Taliban without providing them with a guidance as an international community.
So how different is your position than the position of the United States Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, who is saying we need to see what you're doing on these fronts in order to determine what our cooperation with you will look like? Sounds like you're saying something similar, but you're adding this, we, meaning the international community, need to provide a roadmap or some way in which they can move forward.
Well, I believe we are sharing the same objective, the same goal, to see Afghanistan stable, to see it inclusive, to see the people enjoying their rights over there, and none of the gains that the Afghan people have achieved in the past years, in the past decades, will be reversed. And the only difference that maybe we have, which I don't see much difference, is on the tactic, how to achieve this goal. From the US perspective, they see that they want to see some progress in the front of the free passage, which we totally agree with them, and we are seeing that progressing step by step, and on the women issue. And there are also some small steps. We believe they are not enough yet to be there. But from our perspective, we see that it's very important to provide guidance for them, to insist on rewarding by each step that each positive step that they are going to take, and not just to talk about the penalizing with the negative steps. This will create an incentive for progress and for the way forward, and will help if there are, as maybe some analysts says, there is a difference between the Taliban who are leading now the government. This will help the moderate power to also to provide an incentive to be more influential and more effective in their government.
They don't have a lot of friends in the world right now. Are you their friend?
Well, it's not about they have friends or enemies. I think the whole world now is engaging with them from, each country is engaging with them from a different lens. As Qatar has been a mediator in that process, we have been an impartial mediator, and what we want to see over there is a stable Afghanistan, inclusive, that the people can live peacefully with each other. It's different maybe than the lens of the neighboring countries who are facing some threats because of migration, maybe because of terrorism, and it's also different than the lens that they've been seen through the Europeans and the others, or China. It's totally different. We cannot classifying them by friends and adversaries and enemies or whatever it's called. I think that Qatar has maintained with its neutrality during the negotiation a good relationship with all the Afghan parties. And it's not exclusive for Taliban, but all the other Afghans, we've been engaging with them positively, and we still engaging with them. In fact, when I was visiting Kabul a few weeks ago, I have visited Taliban, and I have met also some of the leaders of the former government, like Abdullah Karzai and others. And we are maintaining a very good relationship because we believe that the only way forward for all the Afghans to come together.
You were going somewhere there that I was looking for you to go to when I asked if you are the friends, because China has offered what looks very much like a hand of friendship to the Afghans, or at least a hand of support, or something that says that our engagement with you does not come with the conditions that American engagement comes with. And I almost wonder whether you in Qatar are in the best position to tell all the parties involved that there is a real danger that if the West doesn't engage with the Taliban, and it's very distasteful for the West to want to engage with the Taliban until they demonstrate meaningful change in terms of human rights. But if the West doesn't engage with Taliban, is there a meaningful risk that China steps into that void and provides them with the technology and the money that they need?
Well, I think that first of all, we shouldn't look at Afghanistan, and our advice to all our friends, including China, shouldn't look at Afghanistan as a competition, or that we are racing toward engaging with them. We should have a cooperative approach. We should unify our vision in dealing with Afghanistan. Part of the challenge that we are facing right now is there is no a clear platform where the international community can come together with the main players and active players on the Afghan issue on a single platform to agree on a unified roadmap and way forward. And that's what we are trying to do by engaging with all the other countries, China, Russia, neighboring countries, Europe, and the United States. We are aiming to reach to that stage, and I believe right now there are different groups who are meeting together to agree on a way forward, and the only way forward will be by getting all those involved parties in one single platform and to agree on a way forward. Because there are a lot of concerns regarding Taliban by Taliban themselves. For example, the sanctions, travel ban, all these issues are requiring Security Council resolutions, which needs Russia, China, and the United States, and France and Britain, all of them together to agree upon. So such a requirement by Taliban cannot be fulfilled only by China or by United States solely. It needs all of them to work together hand in hand. And I believe we can reach there. We are in our reach out to all those countries. We have been listening to them, and we didn't see a big difference right now. I think what we are in need is organizing and streamlining all these processes together.
There are many examples around the world, the Quartet in the Middle East, the P5+1 in Iran, the North Korean task force. Obviously, the goal here, or at least what looks obvious, is that Qatar is going to be central to this. The table is probably in this city near us where that is going to happen. What model are you looking toward to move toward agreement with the Taliban?
Well, there is no decision yet first on the venue or on Qatar to be a center of this. We are trying to play our role as previous mediator between the Taliban and the US. We continue playing that role also by our relation with the other Afghan parties and the other countries. Qatar maintain a friendly relationship with everyone. We believe that neighboring countries are essential and very important. P5 are important. The EU is important, as well as some regional actors who are also important in the situation there in Afghanistan as concerning them, including some of the large Muslim countries, which they are going to play a very important role in advocating for more moderation by Taliban. And I believe those Muslim countries will have a stronger argument with Taliban if there are any issues arise ahead of us. So I think such a format will be sufficient to provide a consensus within the international community for the way forward.
The Taliban had said actually on Saturday that it was going to rule out cooperation with the United States to contain extremist groups in Afghanistan, including ISIS-K. That was one likely spot where both the American public and the American government could say, without recognizing you, without legitimizing you as a government, we both have a separate problem here, and that is extremist groups. I mean, it's interesting even to use that language in respect to the Taliban, but it's a group that even they think of it as an extremist group. How do you manage that? That may be one of the first things to try and bring cooperation on.
Well, I think this is not the work of just a few days of the meetings here, but has been a work in the last couple of years when we reached the agreement between the US and Taliban, which was a very clear part of that agreement, not to allow any groups to represent any threat for any other country from Afghanistan, and to be committed to fight any extremist groups in Afghanistan. And as far as we are reaching right now, we have seen that ISIS-K is not only representing a threat for the Afghan people or for the allies forces, but also represented a threat for Taliban, and we have seen them engaging actively over there. And we encourage them to continue that engagement and that confrontation to eliminate such a group and to stabilize the situation in Afghanistan. And we don't see anything that can prevent Taliban from dealing with other countries and cooperate with them in fighting those groups, because we see it as a common interest for everyone, and we are encouraging that, and we hope that this cooperation will expand also beyond Taliban and the US, but also other players. The issue of recognition, Ali, I think people are very much focused on, which we always try to downgrade it because it's not a priority, and we recognize countries, we don't recognize governments. So as long as there is a country called Afghanistan and there are Afghan people, we need to deal with that situation. Despite the government which is in power, we need to find a way forward, not to abandoning this country. And I think everyone now is in line with that, and we are moving forward without talking about the recognition at this stage, but maybe on the way forward.
We non-diplomats get caught up on these words. you know, things like recognition and legitimization. Let's talk about your relationship with the United States. Every time you and I have spoken in the last few years, you've been at a different place with the United States, right? Qatar had started at a very good place with the United States, a host of a major forward operating base, cooperation on every level, militarily, diplomatically. And then you hit a bit of a hiccup when the Trump administration came in. Much of that has smoothed over. To whom do you, who should we be looking to be happy that that's smoothed over? Is that the end of the Trump administration? Is it something else? Is it your neighbors in the GCC? What has fundamentally happened here to get you back on track?
Well, I think looking at the nature of U.S.-Qatar relation, it has been there for decades now, and we've been enjoying a strong relationship with different administrations and across institutions. And even when the time, during the time of the previous administration, maybe we have some hiccups, but it was with some personalities over there because of some misunderstandings, and this has been cleared, and we have continued growing our relationship even during President Trump administration, even during the crisis. And what we have seen as a development right now, it's simply we stood with our allies at the end of the day. When they are in need, of course we are going to step up. And our relation with the US here as representative of my government, it's something out of question. It's a strong alliance. It's among our strongest partner, and our relation with them, it's a very solid relationship, a strategic relationship, which we believe it's important for the security and the stability of the region, and also it's mutually benefiting both countries, whether it's from security perspective or from economic perspective.
Do you pretend everybody's not here and we're not on camera? Did you feel betrayed a little bit by the United States?
Well, I cannot call it betrayal. Look, Ali, we need to be also realistic. Each country taking its decision based on their own interest, and I think that it's applied also to Qatar. Sometimes maybe our interests with the US are not going to coincide. So are we going to take the decision based on the US interest or based on Qatar's interest? Of course, we are going to take the decision based on Qatar interest. One of the issues, if it comes where our interests are common, then we are going to work together. And we believe until now we have seen a common interest with the US in most of the issues, and we are seeing eye to eye on those issues, and we are working closely together and building upon this. Differences, disagreements on small issues won't be an obstacle for developing a solid foundation for the relationship, as long as the other country is understanding. Each country has its own foreign policy. We need to understand when sometimes US taking decisions which are not align with our policy, and they need also to understand once we are taking decisions not aligned with their interests. So I think it's the nature of the sovereign nation in the 21st century. So you cannot.
But the last one was sort of based on misunderstandings, or maybe a U.S. administration that didn't really fully understand its relationship or its role with Qatar. Do you feel that that's been ironed out, at least under the Biden administration, that mistakes or whatever you want to call it, that led to what happened with your neighbors and American support of your neighbors is less likely to happen under the Biden administration?
Well, I think that the misunderstanding that happened at that time, back in 2017, it has its own reason. We hope that those reasons will not be again, but I think that what's safeguarding the relationship between Qatar and the US is the solid relationship between the institutions, and this is what has safeguarded it even from the misunderstanding that took place back in 2017. And Qatar continued to pursue that route by building this strong institutional relationship.
How do you feel about your relationship with your neighbors now in the GCC?
Well, I think
particularly the neighbor that surrounds you?
it's in much better place right now. After Al-Ula declaration, of course, there is a leadership will that to repair the relationship between our countries. The crisis, the GCC crisis, which almost took 3 years and a half, wasn't an easy one. It's not also easy to restore everything in one day, and it will need time. But what we have seen by our leadership is that we are determined to restore this relationship, to rebuild a strong foundation of common interest among all the countries, because we need to stabilize and to bring back the GCC as a stable bloc in our region. It has been a waste of 3 years and a half by fracturing the GCC in that way and not to be working effectively, and we missed a lot of opportunities. And I believe all the leaders of the GCC, they are seeing the same thing, and now we want to move forward. We are trying to find and to identify where are the areas where we have common interest and build upon them, and we are exchanging visits with other countries, rebuilding economic relations, which we believe are going to be the important ones for the future. But also we need to look at ways and means for preventive diplomacy in order to prevent our countries from being in such a crisis again. And I think all the leaders, including His Highness the Emir, they are focusing on getting back the GCC as a strong bloc, as strong economically, as strong regionally and politically. And all of us, we are working toward that.
What still remains to be done? In other words, are there, compared to 4 years ago, what is not the same as it used to be then?
Well, look, as I told you, the crisis definitely has affected the relationship. It's not as it used to be 4 years ago. But it doesn't mean that in these 4 years we didn't learn a lot of lessons. We learned a lot of lessons that we need to identify more areas of common interest, more areas of connectivity between our countries to prevent us from being in such a situation again, and also developing frameworks of preventive diplomacy in order also to avoid getting any conflict to reach to a stage that we have reached to. Of course, as we all know that we cannot get the relation back in a place in one day. It will need time to rebuild. And all the leaders of the GCC, they know that, and they are willing to maintain this engagement until we reach a better level than even we have achieved 4 years ago.
You are physically between two major adversaries in the region, Saudi Arabia and Iran. And when this happened, Iran stood by you. And your neighbors don't like that. Now, Iran is in a complicated place. It has become a little more hardline. The United States has discussed getting back into the Iran deal. It doesn't look like we're getting a lot of momentum in that direction. Once again, you're physically and politically in the middle of a major regional issue. Tell me a little bit about how you're thinking about Iran and Saudi Arabia and America and the Iran deal.
Well, our view on the policy in Iran remained unchanged since a very long time. Even before the crisis, we see that Iran is part of our region, and engagement is important for all of us as GCC countries. And His Highness the Emir has repeated several times calling for a GCC-Iran dialogue. There was an initiative by late Sheikh Sabah and former President Rouhani in order to have such an engagement. This engagement didn't see the light, unfortunately, during the previous administration in the United States. Right now we see some positive momentum between the Saudis and Iran, and we are encouraging that. Our aim is to reach a regional security understanding between the GCC and Iran. Iran is our neighbor. Iran is a player in our region, and we all recognize that. We cannot deny it. We need to engage with them. Our differences, our disagreements can be resolved around the table. It cannot be resolved by confrontation. We cannot change geography. And we believe that the only way forward is to building on cooperation and to build also an area of common interest to prevent our countries from any future risk and instability.
Can you play a role in adding momentum to the discussions between Iran, well, not really discussions, but to the effort to revive the nuclear deal?
Well, you know that the nuclear part or the JCPOA parties are only the 5+1 and Iran. Qatar or any other country in the region, in our interest to see this agreement back in place and to see that there is no risk of nuclear race in our region. Of course, we are going to provide any assistance or support that will be needed by the parties. We are talking and engaging with Iran, encouraging them to go back to the deal, encouraging the US. Even during Trump administration, we were encouraging them and trying to shuttle between them and the Iranian in order to contain the situation. And we have managed to contain several situations from being exploded. And I think this role Qatar will continue to play because it's in our national interest. It's not because of anything else. Iran is, as you just mentioned, they are our next door neighbors. We are sharing borders with them. We are sharing the same water. We are sharing the same gas field. So there are a lot of common things, and we need to see Iran flourishing and being an active, positive player in our region, and that's our aim to see them. Right now, we see that the momentum is still not there yet, but we have seen some positive statements by the Iranian new government that they are willing to re-engage in Vienna. We are encouraging them to do so, and also we are encouraging the US to move forward with that, and also encouraging our region to have a separate engagement with Iran, because JCPOA is one part. Our relation with Iran is a full package, and I think that the whole GCC needs to engage directly with Iran away from any interference, and we start to redraw the architect of our region by the GCC initiative and taking the lead in that.
Since you and I talked, there's been a lot of activity between Israel, Palestine, and Gaza and Hamas. You are key players in that region as well. Also, since we've talked, the Abraham Accords have come into play. Now, Qatar's history with Israel goes back a long time. You actually enjoyed something akin to diplomatic relationships with Israel a long time ago. Where are you now? You were not included in the Abraham Accords. Do you think they were a good idea, and would you like to be involved, or do you think it's destructive to what's going on in the region?
Well, look, each country has its own perspective, and we respect each country's sovereignty, and they are building their decisions based on their own assessment. So the steps of Abraham Accord according to Qatar foreign policy is not going along together. Right now, we didn't see the right behavior or the right attitude by the Israelis for a peaceful resolution with the Palestinians themselves, because it was the core of the issue between the Arab countries and Israel, the occupation of the Palestinian territories.
But the Abraham Accords skipped that whole thing.
Well, as I told you, I'm entitled to talk about our foreign policy. This is our foreign policy.
Right.
We see that the core of the issue is the occupation. So as long as there is no prospect on that occupation, ending that occupation and having a fair and just solution, I don't see Qatar taking such a step of normalization. Israel is there. We are dealing with them. We continued our relation with them to serve the Palestinian people, to accommodate for the needs for the people, whether in Gaza or in the West Bank, and trying to facilitate when there is any escalation and tension. We are trying to work together with our regional partners in order to get, to provide some assistance, to get to a stage where it's calmer than it used to be. But as long as the core issue between the Palestinians and the Israelis are not resolved, and we don't see any prospect for a peace process, we don't think that this agreement will help. I mean, between us and Israel will help in resolving that issue. Look, Qatar is for peace. Qatar has been advocating for that for a long time. When we have seen a positive prospects back in the 90s, we were the first ones to take such a step. But when we have seen
Yes.
the behavior afterward,
So you have a history of being able to enjoy diplomatic relationships with Israel under the correct circumstances.
yes.
However, do you see anything in the change of government in Israel and the departure of Benjamin Netanyahu that makes that prospect of an agreement or a settlement or something look more likely?
Well, we hope, but until now, we didn't see any real step. I mean, we are just talking about alleviating the economic situation there with the Palestinians, which is part of the problem, but not the core of the problem. The core of the problem is political. As long as the peace process is not addressed, you cannot just count on economic normalization or economic assistance and just forget about the occupation itself. So we believe that the issue is political, economic, social, it's all dimension, but the core of it is political. It is an occupation that needs to end.
What do you think about the way in which this last flare-up between them was conducted in the media? It does seem that whether it was the influence of social media or something else, there was more reporting from Gaza. There was more reporting from the Palestinian perspective. Do you think that the media has had an impact on how the world sees this?
Well, I think it's both. It's the act itself, and especially when it started with the eviction of the people in Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood, the provocation in Al-Aqsa that took place with the social media or the media overall has provided the platform for this, and they have seen what has been made for the Palestinian people over there. And then also, of course, on the war in Gaza, we have seen that the media itself been targeted in that, and they've been shot by rockets by the Israelis, the building of all the media outlets, and it started to show what's happening on the ground, which the people, the public, previously they didn't see.
And do you think that fundamentally has, so let's go back to the conversation about the GCC and the troubles that you've had here over the last few years. Of the demands that Saudi Arabia made at the beginning of the embargo, it's a list of many of them, media was high up on the list. Your media here in Qatar, Al Jazeera, is a thorn in the side of your neighbors, or particularly Saudi Arabia, your neighbor. What's happened with that? How did you get past that, and how did they get past that?
Well, I think, given the time of the crisis and what it took and what it costed us as GCC countries, we are not talking about demands or, anything that any country that can demand things from another country without its will. And we have seen that also there is no, with what happened in the GCC, there is no winner out of this crisis. We believe, and we strongly believe, all of the GCC leaders believes the same, that all of us, we have lost in this, and we lost a lot of time during that crisis, and we only became a winner when we came back together. And after a declaration, I think everything is behind us, and we are forward-looking. Our leaders are forward-looking, and we want to build a stronger GCC to prevent it from anything similar in the future. And the media, at the end of the day, they are just one face of the issue. And in Qatar, we have been very determined that we provide all the Arabs audience with a fair media that without any interference, and this is what has Al Jazeera demonstrated now for more than 20 years. And I think this is going to continue, and we are going to remain impartial in that.
Your Excellency, I appreciate your time. It's always good to see you. I hope we continue to make this a regular occurrence.
Thank you very much, Ali, for
Thanks.
listening.
Please be seated as His Excellency leaves, and we'll get started with our next session right now. Okay. We thank His Excellency and Ali for those elucidating insights. And we are ready to start our next riveting fireside chat. It will be featuring Karim Khan, prosecutor for the International Criminal Court, and Bobby Ghosh, editor at Bloomberg. This session will focus on accountability for perpetrators of ISIS crimes, which remain low in many countries, even as evidence of ISIS's atrocities continues to mount. The prosecution of terrorists at the international level remains a complex challenge, and this session will reflect on some important progress made and challenges remaining in this field. Over to you, Bobby.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. As you just heard, my guest at for this fireside conversation without a fire is Karim Khan, QC. He's the chief prosecutor at the International Criminal Court. And I've been looking forward to this conversation ever since it was planned. We are going to talk about accountability and bringing international terrorists to justice. And his role both in his current position at the ICC and his previous experiences in Iraq in trying to bring accountability to the crimes committed by ISIS and Daesh. I'm going to start, Karim, by asking you a somewhat philosophical question. Is it really the ICC's job to prosecute terrorism cases, or is that something better done by individual countries where these crimes are committed?
Well, firstly, it's a delight to have a chat with you, Bobby. In terms of the question, the job of the ICC and the job of the prosecutor is to prosecute effectively, independently and impartially crimes within its jurisdiction. Now, one thing is clear, that given the terrorism we've seen around the world, whether it is Ansar Deen in Mali, whether it's Boko Haram in Nigeria, Al-Shabaab, whether it is Daesh or ISIS Khorasan, this nature of transnational crime has a unique phenomena that can also constitute crimes against humanity or genocide, and can also entail the commission of war crimes. So the job of the court is to prosecute different types of conduct that constitute those core international crimes. And there's no question about it that these types of terrorist acts that I've mentioned can clearly constitute the types of crimes that are within the court's jurisdiction.
Okay, then I'll ask you the logical follow-up question. If the first question was, should these crimes be prosecuted by the ICC? The next question is, can they be prosecuted by the ICC? There are obviously enormous logistical, practical hurdles. There are reasons why individual countries struggle to bring these people to justice. What special tools do you have at your disposal that will allow you to go where those individual governments cannot?
Well, the first part is this, that the court can do, the office can do that which the statute permits. Now, the ICC is a court of last resort. Putting the ICC to one side, there are international prohibitions under existing customary international law and by dint of numerous conventions that prohibit various criminal conduct, for example, prohibition against torture, the customary nature of the Nuremberg Principles. We have, this year, the 75th anniversary of the Nuremberg Principles. Yeah. 1948, we had the Genocide Convention. These give universal jurisdiction and indeed affirmative obligations upon states to prosecute or extradite. We saw that with Pinochet in certain circumstances. Now, the gateway of jurisdiction to the court is very clear. I don't have unlimited discretion. I work as a jurist, as a prosecutor, as an officer of the court within the parameters of the statute. And the entry points are, if there is a state party that has, as a matter of sovereignty, has voluntarily accepted the jurisdiction of the court. We have jurisdiction in relation to the allegations of crimes committed by the nationals of a state party. We can have a state that is not a state party that can refer a matter to the court relating to its own territory. And of course, there's the option of the Security Council as the primary pillar of the international architecture to refer a matter to the court, for the court to look into that, and for the prosecutor, for me to look into it in order to make a determination if there is evidence. So within those confines, absolutely we can look into matters, but we're as strong as the statute. I don't have my own police force. I have investigators and analysts and investigators and a whole panoply, forensic experts. But we don't have a police force. We need cooperation from states. I can't enter. I'm not a clandestine intelligence force. We don't enter a state's territory without the consent of a state. And in circumstances where we don't have access to that territory, we have different ways of trying to preserve evidence to ensure that the right of victims and survivors and the international community to justice is maintained by preserving and collecting evidence and seeing what it shows. And the key aspect, I think, to emphasize to the audience is the ICC is a court of last resort. The first paradigm is that states themselves should exercise their own sovereign jurisdiction. And only if a state is unwilling or unable should the office of the prosecutor or the court come into play. And I've said repeatedly, if states step up, we can very happily step out. But if states that are state parties to the court or in relation to matters that we have jurisdiction are unwilling or are unable to fulfill their international law obligations to ensure that the kind of crass crimes, the massive crimes that denote genocide or crimes against humanity or war crimes, if we can't find this common ground, that in this 21st century we can come together on that platform to say, look, this is against every value of all parts of the world, whether it's from Qatar or Turkey or Saudi or UK or France or Germany or Latin America, that we have to come together as human beings by virtue of our individual value to work to eradicate these crimes by holding them accountable, not based on politics, but based upon something independent and impartial, which is the yardstick of the rule of law.
Forgive a slightly simplistic question. I'm sure folks in the audience will be curious to know what is the standard, what is the standard of crime, what is what kind of crime, when does a terrorist act rise to the standard that it should bring in the interest of the International Criminal Court and your office? I mean, does it have to be a transnational terrorist group? Does a certain number of people have to be killed in order for it to rise to the level where it merits your attention?
Yes, a great question. No, it doesn't need to be transnational. The example is in Mali.
Yes.
In Mali, Ansar Dine, crimes were committed in Timbuktu, leading to the destruction by Ansar Dine, unfortunately in the name of Islam, of shrines and mosques that had been standing for hundreds of years, if not longer. The individual, Abdul al-Mahdi, came and he pleaded guilty. This was really acts of terrorism, but it was part of what was found to be a widespread or systematic attack against the civilian population. So as long as the gateway is clear of jurisdiction, a state party, a referral by a state, or the Security Council, amongst others, then the quality is the gravity and the scale of the offense and the ingredients. And unfortunately, terrorism is an ugly fact of life in every part of the world. There's no part that is immune from it. But different type of terrorism may not be part of a widespread or systematic attack against the civilian population. An Oklahoma bombing, for example, for the sake of argument, or a particular attack in one particular location is quantitatively and qualitatively quite different from Daesh. There are numerous, probably uncountable terrorist acts against Yazidi, against Shia, against Sunni, against Kakai, against Shabak, and others, was of such a nature that we could find, and it was presented by me in my last report in my previous position as the special advisor and head of the UN team investigating Daesh, that constituted incitement to commit genocide against the Shia community and acts of genocide against the Yazidis. So in a way, it's very clear in terms of what can come before the court in terms of the law, because the law is clear. Incitement to commit genocide. We need to show an intention by the suspect, by the perpetrator, to destroy a group in whole or in part. It is the intent to eradicate that is key, and for crimes against humanity, it's the widespread or systematic nature.
I'm glad you brought up your previous experience in Iraq. Can you, to those who are not familiar, can you tell us a little bit of what the purpose of UNITAD was and how you feel that exercise went, and then what you learned in the process of that entire exercise that informs the way you think of your job now?
Well, I think it was a tremendous act of nimbleness, pragmatism, and principle by the Security Council in September 2017 to unanimously pass Resolution 2379 to create the UN team to investigate Daesh. And Iraq deserves very significant applause and acknowledgement, because this was not a case of the Security Council imposing accountability on a country that was reluctant. It was a partnership. It was Iraq who had suffered so deeply. The civilian population had paid a very heavy price, as well as the security services, to confront and then territorially defeat Daesh. And the Council resolution says it all. It is to ensure the rights to victims to justice, the rights of survivors, but also I think it's really important to understand that the ICC is not some kind of kumbaya court railing against the wind, seeking a utopian world of a better tomorrow in a way that is disconnected with the realities of today. Here we have the Global Security Forum. There's a recognition that security requires peace, and peace requires security. And the Council in black and white in that resolution stated that an additional advantage for the rule of law is to expose the violent extremism of Daesh. I think this is critical, because when we see, I'm a Muslim, when we see a religion whose name is peace, when Surah Al-Baqarah in the Holy Quran in the 2nd chapter proclaims La ikraha fi din, that there is no compulsion in the religion, we have to stand firm. We as the community of the world, but Muslims in particular, we should be in the first row to say, not in our name. You cannot hijack a religion whose name is peace and contort it to kill people in the name of that religion. And because the contorted un-Islamic ideology is gaining traction for myriad reasons, injustices, perceived injustices, economic, societal, lack of education, many other factors, bad governance on occasion, on many occasions, we need to put a spotlight on it. Because the simple reality in many parts of the world, access to education is not a right that is achieved in practice. And many are misled by individuals who hold the Quran in the same way that hundreds of years ago and even today people were misled in the Crusades and elsewhere about what the beautiful message of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, about love thy neighbor like thyself and turn the other cheek. In that message, we saw so many crimes committed in the name of Christendom. We see crimes committed in the name of the peaceful religion of Buddhism in Myanmar. We see Hindu extremism. It's proliferating in every part of the world. And if we're going to get ahead, kinetic measures alone don't work. This is why the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS made a very sensible and principled finding that accountability was part of the rubric of defeating Daesh. And I think we need to learn and realize and grasp more vividly the lesson of Nuremberg. In the rubble of Dresden and in Nuremberg, when fascism committed so many crimes against so many people in the world, the determination to have the rule of law prevail was one of the key steps that allowed the poison of National Socialism to be drawn from the German people. It was creating a record in which people could not deny the Holocaust. And if they denied the Holocaust, they would be viewed as either deranged or extremely dangerous. The same lesson that applied 75 years ago in Nuremberg, in my respectful view, applies today. That if we can, in addition to many other measures, the rule of law will not solve the world's problems by itself, but it plays a role. It can have an effective role within certain confines if we are managing expectations and working to release its latent potential. Because in confronting violent extremism, for the sake of argument, or any types of crimes, you also manage to expose the ideology, which may not affect the hard nuts, the people that are so far gone, that their rabid hatred has permeated so deeply into the heart. But for the mass of people, they will step back because they will see this is not our religion. It is not our message. It is not our humanity to do this. And in the process of that exercise, I think it can help confront radicalization. And in Iraq, I said it very openly, Iraq needs its Nuremberg moment. I don't mean an international court. Justice is best delivered at home. But fair processes based upon evidence, not confessions that could be questioned, prevent later on the propaganda machines of these terrorist organizations like Daesh from presenting that they themselves are victims when they have actually committed such egregious violations. So I think this needs to be seen as an interlacing, interconnected pieces of architecture that together can help justice in its wider sense, outside of the court as well, start deepening in a way that is to the advantage of everybody.
But you invoke the Nuremberg principles, and they are sort of inspiring principles all these years later. But if you don't mind, if I put it to you this way, that the Nuremberg principles by themselves might not have meant very much if the trials hadn't taken place. Yeah. If the people responsible for those hideous crimes had not been actually brought to justice, be seen to be brought to justice, and then wound up in jail or suffered for the penalties for their crimes. But here there is a risk, is there not, that we're talking about a principle, and we're not yet clear how we apply those principles. When you, in Iraq, you obviously, through the investigations, you have a clear idea about who is responsible, down to individuals, of those sort of hideous acts of genocide against the Yazidis, the Tikrit air base. If those people are not actually brought before a court of law and prosecuted, will the principle have the same effect?
There has to be effective justice. The forum, for me, is not important. In fairness to Iraq, there's a lot of trials.
Yes.
That's not the issue. The issue is, are we conducting trials in a way that is seen to be independent and impartial, and then releases what I've called this latent potential of the law to create a record, to confront extremism, to show the heroism. I mean, we've got wonderful stories of Sunni saving a Shia member saving a Christian. That can also be the beginnings of bringing people together as well after these deep wounds have been carved in the soul of a country. And this is why I mentioned that the move from a confession-based system to evidence-based trials is important. It's not because states care at all about a gold star from Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International. My advice is not based upon that. It's based upon the interests of justice and trying to explain to states why it is a powerful instrument in terms of the heroism of a country, of a people, and actually bringing people together again. It is identifying, like the stage, some common ground where we can sit together. An example in Daesh, I initiated with His Excellency Adama Dieng, the Special Advisor for the Prevention of Genocide, fora with religious leaders, Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Sistani. His leadership was, fabulous. Cardinal Sacco, the Yazidi communities coming together to say, on this issue of our basic humanity, not only the Ahl Kitab, the Abrahamic faiths, but also all of our humanity, even people who don't believe in God, that is something that we can come to consensus about and then to move forward. And I think this is, there was quite some progress. There's a wonderful Chief Justice in Iraq, the President in Iraq, the Kurdish regional government. They were on the cusp, in fact, the KRG, of signing a law that would allow Iraq to domesticate international crimes. I know those discussions will be carried on by my successor. And I think if Iraq, as a matter of its own sovereignty, decides to do that, my honest and sincere view as somebody who loves Iraq, who has lived in Iraq, is this is very advantageous for Iraq and its standing and her people. But the simple reality is, because of Saddam Hussein, because of the occupation in Iraq, the rule of law has not been seen.
Yes.
It hasn't been demonstrated. So once it is demonstrated, I think hopefully they will see that it can be rolled out in a wider way that makes the country stronger.
But with Daesh, so much of so many of the crimes committed by that group, the genocidal activities, were not in Iraq, were in Syria. So you have this sort of two-headed situation where in Iraq there is a process in place to prosecute, whereas in Syria there clearly isn't. And that also sends a message to the international community, to neutral parties, that justice has been done selectively, does it not?
Well, it's a very great credit of Iraq,
Yes,
that it wishes to have some kind of accountability. In terms of allegations in any other part of the world, as I mentioned, under the Rome Statute, the court has jurisdiction if crimes reach that, have that quality and have that gravity. Even in Syria, if they're committed by nationals of state parties. The Security Council also could play a role. But one also can't be naive. At every moment in history, from going back millennia, but throughout humanity's existence, from the time of Prophet Adam, man thinks that we are at the apex of civilization. We are a work in progress. And perfect very often is the enemy of best. So one needs to keep without saying, okay, everything's hopeless because there are these gaps, there are these contradictions. Let's not have any law at all. That is a recipe that is going to freeze, to stagnate the progress of civilization. What we've seen, you know, after Nuremberg, 75, there was international justice was put in the deep freezer. And yet you look what happened after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Yugoslavia, Rwanda, Cambodia, Special Court for Sierra Leone, Special Tribunal for Lebanon, of course, a little bit different, the ICC. But increasingly, look at Pinochet, look at Daesh, look at Germany, France, Finland. They're exercising universal jurisdiction, and I think that's the key. These type of mass crimes cannot be done by nation states alone. That cannot be done certainly by the ICC alone. We need to be having these partnerships with the situation country, with international organizations and courts like the ICC, and with other states that have the capacity and willingness that we can share evidence with, so we collectively share the heavy burden to ensure that the space for impunity is narrowed. It may not be obliterated in my lifetime, even yours because you're younger, but it may be narrowed, and if it's narrowed, I think that's something very positive to be applauded, but it won't come by these wonderful, you know, fireside chats without a fire. It requires decision makers, policy makers, to see the potential of the rule of law and to not see it as some kind of, as I've said, some soft human rights principle that is divorced and separate from the security, stability, even economic development aspects that rightfully are also very important considerations for states. They're part of the same drive forward.
Well, let's turn now to the 800-pound gorilla in the forum. Practically every session yesterday and already this morning, we've heard talk of Afghanistan. And since we're talking about accountability for enormous and grave crimes, how do you attach accountability or impose accountability in a situation that we see now in Afghanistan, where the government itself is run by those very people that many people, I think, would agree should be on the dock. You should be prosecuting some of these people, and they are in government. And what are the prospects of justice being done there?
Well, Afghanistan is a state party, so
Yes.
We have clear jurisdiction. Under my predecessor, an application was filed, and we had authorization to proceed. The government of Afghanistan had filed an application to defer because they said that they were willing and able to prosecute. And as I've mentioned, under the principle of complementarity, the states have the first right, and we should not find ways to take jurisdiction away. If states step up, the court would step out. I filed an application after the de facto change in control with the Taliban there for permission to continue to investigate, particularly with a focus to the crimes of Daesh, ISIS, Khorasan, and the Taliban. Now, what we see, these cases, even in countries where we have access, where there is relative greater security, are not easy. We're not in the crime scene very often, and the cases are difficult. It's very difficult for witnesses and victims because our responsibility to them comes first.
Yes.
But what we see from Nuremberg, what we see from domestic courts, is that, look at Cambodia, where still the court there is still looking at crimes from the 1975 on Pol Pot. Mm-hmm. There is a Nuremberg principle that there is no statute of limitation for war crimes. So evidence can be collected, and I think the crimes of the nature of attacking children, of attacking women, rapes that we saw in Iraq, but you know, the crimes of that are of this scale and gravity, I think it's in the interest of the law. It is morally right, it is legally required in my view, but also it's in the interest, I think, of every functioning state or authority to address those types of crimes. And I think, however difficult it is, and it's not going to be a walk in the park, is that we can find ways to increase the prospect of having accountability. But if you don't try to devote the resources to it, you have no chance whatsoever.
There are members of the negotiating team of the Taliban in this city right now, possibly in this hotel even. If you had the opportunity to speak with them directly, what would be your message to them? What would be your argument to persuade them to participate in, cooperate with the ICC, with your office?
Well, the first thing is the court and my office, we're not political. We're not trying to impose any one form of government. We're not trying to impose a political view. I have no interest in either regime change or in who's occupying a particular seat. The issue is for these category of crimes, which are contrary to international law and are also contrary to the Rome Statute, action has to be taken. And it's in their interest, if any country that wants sovereignty, step up. And if you do your job, if you do what is required under international law, you can prosecute, you can investigate it. But what you can't do is use the shield of sovereignty as a, as a shield to perpetuate further acts of crimes, to support them, or to fail to take action to repress them. And the other argument, any state, not just Afghanistan, is there is this link between stability, security, investment, progress, standing in the world, that countries, all things being equal, that have better law and order, that have more functioning judiciaries, less corrupt, more professional police officers and investigators, tend to be better magnets for inward investment and development, which of course in most countries is a factor for the decision makers, because it may lead to more support and popularity and progress of the people. So there is that side as well. But there is an issue with some actors also regarding the ideology. And this goes back to a very clear position. Some acts, the Holy Prophet of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said very clearly that an individual who educates his daughters will go to paradise, will go to Jannah. He told Muslims, learn Islam from Hazrat Aisha. This is the religion of Islam that is completely against people who say women should not be educated, who target or persecute women for no other reason for their gender. The Holy Quran says men are garments for women, and women are garments for men, for their husbands. So this common ground is one also, both the Organization for the Islamic Conference, the Arab League and others should come and say, these are the values of all of us, not just the Muslim, not just the rest of the world. Islam is part of that world. And this is the idea of a narrative and understanding of finding the common ground of basic norms. And I think this is also an important lesson for me. The Rome Statute is not the law of Italy. The Rome Statute created the ICC. We deal with Geneva Conventions. We're not dealing with the law of Switzerland or the Hague Conventions. It's not the law of, the Netherlands. These laws go back to Cyrus the Great. It goes back to Salahuddin in terms of chivalry that came into the development of the laws of war. So we need to make clear, and I said it when I was sworn in on the 16th of June, that I'm not in the export business. I'm not trying to export a product, so Qatar buys it or another country buys it. We need to show that these are the cultural, legal products that came from this soil. And it's this soil, whether it's Qatar or whether I'm talking to Asia or Latin America, because these are basic principles. Who is supporting slavery in the 21st century? Who is supporting sex slavery? Who is saying that you can give a 2-year-old a gun to execute somebody in the head? Under which philosophy in the annals of depravity can you burn people alive or drown people on a cage that we have from Daesh, and you video it like it is something to be applauded? Not in my name, not in the name of Islam, not in the name of humanity. And this goes whether one is dealing with Rohingya in Myanmar, dealing with, with Daesh or ISIS in Afghanistan. This is something where members in this room, the men and women in this room, those that are watching, we need to not be bystanders, spectators on some Hollywood production as we see people blown to bits. We need to come together by these core values, because if we don't, it is not just the economic issues that suffer, it's not just security. What are we leaving to our children? We have a lot of talk about the environment. This battle of values and commonality of values is just as important to the future of humanity, in my view.
You've anticipated a little bit what will have to be, I think, my last question, but I'd like you to expand on it. You've now been chief prosecutor for 100 days, give or take. Tell me a little bit more about how you propose, what you bring of yourself, of Karim Khan, to this role, and how that informs the way you think about the role, and how you think that will make the role different from how it has been performed before. And follow-up to that is that what have you learned in the 100 days? Have you had to adjust your expectations one way or the other for the role?
Yes, it's a fascinating question. I mean, I'm a very simple person. I'm just a lawyer. I'm not a diplomat, and I tend to speak very directly. My mother is born and bred in Yorkshire. She's a Muslim. I'm an Ahmadi Muslim. My father was a Pathan from Pakistan, and so by culture, by being brought up, I tend to speak very directly, and I think that whatever mistakes I will make, that sincerity of speaking honestly, trying my best to keep my word, let my word be my bond, is important as a lawyer, because one can't be Janus-faced about different issues. I think the office has been there for almost 20 years. 2002, the Rome Statute came into force, and there are big challenges. The court has overextended itself. The office has overextended itself beyond its resources. We're not an NGO. We're not a legal wing of an NGO. We have partnerships with wonderful NGOs, but we have to realize that the burden of proof is a heavy one, and to get the results that victims deserve, to actually have effective prosecutions, the results should be determined by the judges based upon the evidence. Probably we need to focus and go deeper, because we don't have infinite resources. At the moment we're doing budget discussions, so the office needs to refocus, and of course there's certain management issues in the office in terms of the workplace culture and other issues that we faced. And going back to one of the things I've done, this is also not a common law court, nor is it even a civil law court. I've appointed for the first time a wonderful woman lawyer from Harvard, Professor Intizar Rab, as the first special advisor on Islamic law. Because again, it's like finding that common ground that any person in the world, from Asia, from the Middle East, from Europe, from Eastern Europe, or from Latin America, should see their culture, their values, their traditions in the court. Yes. And only if we show that this is the shared heritage of humanity will people have confidence in it, and will we be able to reach out and be effective and move the dial in a way that the office we leave is better than the office I've inherited, and there is more justice when I leave than when I came. And that doesn't mean it all has to be done in The Hague. It can be these partnerships, and indeed it should be these partnerships with states coming up and standing up in an ever more effective manner.
Thank you so much. More power to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Karim Khan QC.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to Bobby and Kareem. That was a fascinating conversation. Now we have a fireside chat between E. Kostas Sierras, Minister of Justice from the state of Greece, and Mr. Steve Clemens, Editor-at-Large from The Hill. This session will examine Greece's efforts to work with strategic and international partners to strengthen judicial cooperation in order to address international crime, including transnational organized crime and terrorism.
Mr. Minister, thank you so much for joining us here. It's been pretty active. I know you got here very late last night, was talking to your people, and hope your arrival in Qatar has been incident-free. Let me just start out. First, I want to tell our audience, because you have an interesting profile and background. You of course, now Minister of Justice, but your portfolio over the years has also involved, serving as chairman of the Standing Committee for Defense and Foreign Affairs, being Deputy Foreign Minister in the past. So that nexus between justice and transnational issues has been, part of your portfolio. And so it's great to be here as we talk about how the Greek justice system is dealing with various dimensions of transnational crime, terrorism, and what justice really means in this era. So let me just start out and ask you, as you look at your frame and the scaffolding on how you approach the infrastructure of justice, how does that intersect with the global security concerns we've been raising in the conference?
First of all, I want to thank you. I'm very flattered to be here between you and to participate in this really high-level conference. You may understand, and we have to admit, that we live in a changing world. Everything changes in a rhythm and in a way that we have to run in order to protect everything and in order to prevent everything. So if we talk about the global security and how can we deal with it, I would like to say, and allow me to look in my notes, because there are so many technical terms that...
Just so you know, I'm going to look at my notes too.
I see that. So that gives me also the opportunity that in national terms, concise legislation and effective justice are the two sides of the same coin. So in the same vein, international judicial institutions which establish common rules on the one hand and broad judicial cooperation on the other are indispensable to face new challenges that arise internationally, especially nowadays where globalization entails that crime does not stop at the borders of a state or of a group of states, such as the European Union. Moreover, modern crime itself, such as swindling and fraud, money laundering, trafficking in human beings, drug trafficking, migrant smuggling, environmental crimes, and cybercrime, presents a growing level of complexity which intensifies the need to cross-border investigations and closer cooperation between countries among the judiciary and the prosecutors. And we have to focus on that.
So on some of the categories of crime you just laid out, so money laundering and fraud, human trafficking, I don't think I would be out of line if I said, in 10 years ago, 15 years ago, Greece was looked at as one of those platforms where those practices were more robust than other parts in Europe. Do you find them declining? Do you find them increasing? Do you find that that level of transnational, that Greece is handling that level of crime better than it used to?
We have to admit that in Europe there are tools of judicial cooperation, and these tools are able to attack all phases of the criminal phenomenon, from the investigation of the crime and the collection of evidence to the execution of judicial decisions against the perpetrators on the property obtained from the criminal activity. And in Europe, judicial cooperation is presented in two basic forms. The first is cooperation through instruments that enable direct interaction between judicial authorities of different member states without the interference of diplomatic or governmental channels, such as the European Investigation Order, the European Arrest Warrant, the European Asset Freezing and Confiscation Orders, and the second way of cooperation is through European Union institutions that either facilitate cooperation between judicial authorities or take over control on transnational investigations themselves. So as you may understand, and we have to, let's say, to repeat it, the oldest of these institutions in the European Judicial Network in criminal matters set up in, if I remember well, in 1998 maybe, to facilitate judicial assistance in the fight against transnational crime. The network can also guide the member state judges to come in direct contact with their competent per case colleagues in other member states. And I think that this gives, let's say, to the European institution an asset to face all these cases.
So those lay out some of the tools you have. You know, I think any legal system, as it looks at itself, as it thinks of itself, you know, as you go through as minister and you critique that institution, what's deficient? What's not there? What's missing?
What is going to happen? We have, in order to face this situation, this reality, Eurojust is officially the European Agency for Criminal Justice Cooperation. Eurojust provides guidance and information, as does the Judicial Network.
Let me just get that right. Eurojust.
Yes.
Okay.
Eurojust.
Okay.
It is an institution inside the European Union. And this is, let's say, the main institution from which everything goes on and everything rolls in order to face all these situations. So it also has the ability, and I'm still talking about the Eurojust, it also has the ability to act directly in the field of investigations, forming joint investigation teams of prosecutors and judges from several member states who act in a coordinated manner to investigate cross-border cases, and may even more from the state to another depending on the needs of the investigation. Regarding its international relations now, I think that there is no doubt that criminals, we know that, may cross both internal and external EU borders. We know that.
Right.
It happens every day, every time now. Close cooperation with third states is therefore crucial in addressing the challenges of more complex crimes that grow due globalization and digitalization, particularly in the fields of illegal immigration, trafficking, and terrorism. In response to the major legal, institutional, and political changes, a new regulation for Eurojust that has been adopted has transformed not only its governance structure, but also its external relations policy. And I think that in that way, especially in 2020, Eurojust continued to expand its close-knit international network, which by the end of the year has formed a true getaway for prosecutors across the European Union to 55 jurisdictions worldwide.
And how does this Eurojust and your justice portfolio interact with the public prosecutor's office in Europe? How does that relationship work?
How they work, you mean?
Yeah.
There is a cooperation between the center that is in Brussels, and there they give guides about how they can give all the, let's say, the introductions about how the topic judge authorities have to act.
Now, in the
If I
No.
have to say,
Yeah.
you have to know that at least 50 billion euros in VAT revenue every year is lost
how
by
much?
national budgets.
Say how much?
50 billions.
Okay,
It's a huge
a,
amount.
B- a B. A B.
Yes.
Okay, a B.
Yes. In
B,
VAT,
not an M. Okay.
In VAT only. And the European Public Prosecutor's Office will be able to and now we come to the European Public Prosecutor's Office, that is another institution, is able to effectively investigate these crimes and to do everything about in order to face them. And for example, I can say that fraud on EU resources over 10,000 euros and cross-border VAT fraud above of 10 millions are cases that will be able to effectively investigate it from the European Public Prosecutor's Office. So we have many different institutions with which we can avoid all these crimes nowadays.
Now, one of the things that I'm interested in terms of the portfolio and the EU framework, which you've talked about, is in the EU framework, you have kind of, Justice, Stanworks, Eurojust, and this network across countries. Is there any space in that for you to do bilateral deals with other European member states? What's the bilateral situation in terms of this? Because otherwise you're dealing with, standards that may be too homogenized and not specialized enough on the bilateral side. So what's that scene?
Look, the possibility for the European member states union, for the union member states, to enter into bilateral agreement still exists. And this is the good news. Yet it has been exercised in compliance with the principles and objectives of the Union, and provided that such agreements do not affect the functioning of the EU instruments, and they do not interfere with the obligations of the member states to the Union. And I think that we have to cooperate in that field, even in a bilateral way, because in that way Europe can have many alliances, even if they are not member states of the European Union.
How's Greece's situation with terrorism? You've had terrorism in Greece. It's a major theme of this conference. And to look at it, and I think one of the big questions that I have for any Minister of Justice or anyone in the legal, the deployment of legal justice, and is whether or not your laws, your frameworks are enough. Do you have what you need, or do you think that there's still an evolution that has to happen in legal frameworks to deal with terrorism?
You may know that Greece has suffered from terrorism for many decades. And that was the conversation that we had together with some colleagues from here. And I think that everyone is familiar with what has happened in Greece in the last 3-4 decades. So we have dealt with it effectively thought due to the legislation adopted in 2001 and the effectiveness, of course, of the prosecutorial authorities. However, we know that terrorism evolves, it changes forms, and it often exploits new means to destabilize the feeling of safeness in people's minds and, of course, hurts democracies. Greece is committed and determined to fully support the fight against terrorism, internally, and to militate against international terrorism. And this is a commitment that I can repeat everywhere. I can say everywhere that I am. It comes from this Greek government. We are going to do everything in order to fight terrorism in every phase, in every place. Maybe you have known that Greece is currently concluding the transposition of the relevant European legislation, and of course in the upcoming bill of the Hellenic Ministry of Justice for the reform of the criminal code and the code of criminal procedure, we introduce new provisions in order to reach full compliance of the national legislation to the EU directives and regulations against terrorism. And I insist on that. We are going what we have to do in order to face terrorism.
So just to take that issue one step further, I'm just interested in this terrorism question. If you had an incident, if you had a perpetrator in Greece and that was dealt with, your laws, your frameworks as they exist now are what you need. They are sufficient from your perspective.
It is a specific issue, and we have done also steps in that way, in that field. When we have to talk about what is happening in Europe, I could say that we talk about a single space of freedom and justice. And we need judicial cooperation in order to avoid everything. And you may know that judicial cooperation in the European Union is not limited to the prosecution of crime. Union legislation also exists for victims of crime in order to ensure a common minimum support and protection for people who have the misfortune to find themselves in such a position, both citizens in the Union and third country nationals. And this support concerns both their participation in legal proceedings with guidance which will enable them to exercise their rights, as well as other services like medical and psychological support. And of course, the main subject of the criminal phenomenon, the defendant, cannot be missing from the framework of judicial cooperation. We have to look at the whole picture.
Right. Let me look here. As you look at improving the efficiency of Greek justice, can you summarize what your reforms are designed to, how you're going to give them a boost?
We have done many steps in the last 2 years. We have followed, let's say, a reform program that give the sense of safety to the Greek people as they have to address to the Greek justice system. And that came from the reforms in all the codes that are the heart of our judicial system.
Yeah.
I mean that we have already voted for changes in the code of judicial clerks. We have already, just 2 days ago, voted for the code of civil procedure, the changes for the code of the civil procedure. We are going to change the code for criminal cases maybe by the end of this month. I mean that we have to change several and different articles that have to do with how the Greek people are going to feel safe and how the Greek justice system is going to work, let's say, in a quicker way. What is the main problem in the Greek justice system? But I believe that this happens almost everywhere. The time that you need in order to have a judicial decision. And this is the main problem. I mean that we need so many days, and this is not so pleasant, not only for the Greek people, also for the business. You may understand that the judge system is, let's say, is crucial for the economic development of every country. So we have established new departments in the very big Greek courts that promote cases that have to do with economic development. And this is a very big step in that way. Also, we have established a new office inside the Ministry of Justice with which we have statistics about how works the Greek justice system. And this is going to help us in the future, not in a short time, to take decisions with objective, let's say, demands about what we have to do in the Greek judicial system.
Now, I know that one of your major initiatives has been digitization. Can you tell us about the digitization programs that you have enacted?
We follow also, let's say, and this is the biggest challenge, a digitalization program for the Greek justice system.
And what is,
of
and
course,
give us a,
we
yeah.
had the very good comments from the annual report for the rule of law about Greece from the European Union Committee. And this was something that helped us very much. We have done many steps the last period. I mean, there is just one last step, and I believe that by 2000, let's say 24, by the end of 23-24, the Greek justice system is going to work digitally in every way, for everything. And that has to do with the connection between all the courts of the country. And of course, we give facilities to the lawyers,
Right.
to every Greek people. When they have to address to a court, they don't need anymore to go with papers, but they can do that electronically from their office. And they have many papers, official papers, that the judicial system has to edit in a digital way. This is, let's say, the main step that we are doing in order to transform the Greek justice system the last 2 years.
One of the data points, Mr. Minister, that I was very surprised to read about, and maybe I shouldn't be very surprised, but was that Greece ranks very high with your citizens for a sense of, I don't know, trust in judicial independence. Oftentimes in parliaments there's this worry about judicial independence, and Greece ranks higher than most European countries, which, to be candid, I would not have expected. So what are you doing differently in Greece from some of your compatriots in Europe that have gotten what I think is a reversal in that trust of your people in the legal framework?
There are very good news even in that field that you ask me now. I mean that in the same report that has to do with the rule of law from the European Committee, there are very good results about the trust that they have for the independence of justice in Greece, the Greek citizens. It is the first time that we have, let's say, a percentage better than the average of the most European countries. There is almost 55% of the Greek people that they answer that we believe in the independence of the Greek justice system. And if we have to talk about companies, business companies, this percentage is even better, it's 61%. And this is an achievement of the last 2 years because we have done all the steps that I told you before. I mean, digitalization of the justice system, reforms and new laws for the courts that are the heart of our justice system. And of course, we combine all of this with procedures in the whole justice system. Let's say we serve a reform plan that we have from the first moment, and I think that we are already in the position to look that what we have started from 2019 has done us to be proud about the results. And this is a success.
Let me ask you a question. We have some time to play a little bit here, but I think one of the questions, honestly, I'd love to get your opinion, whether as Minister of Justice or just take that hat off and give America some advice. We have a person here, Karen Greenberg, who has written quite a bit about the challenges to the justice system that the so-called global war on terror from decades ago created. That in America, we went around our legal system to dealing with terrorists. We set up Guantanamo, military commissions, and things that were not part of a criminal justice system in the United States. And honestly, this debate is going on now because of withdrawing from Afghanistan. Was that smart? And if we talk to Scotland Yard, or if you talk to different legal frameworks around the world, they were very frustrated with the United States because their legal systems could no longer prosecute or deal with some of the people that we took. And I'm just interested in this challenge and whether 20 years after, so we've had 2 decades, whether you think the system has evolved so that nations are secure in their criminal justice system, so that if another major terrorism incident happened in London or the United States, we're going to have confidence in our legal systems as opposed to building around them. Because I think that's one of the legal questions that exists out there, at least for the United States. And so I'm just interested in, you know the global scene, you know the justice system in Greece. I'd love to get your review of us and whether that was a smart move or whether you think we have evolved into a healthier place.
I think that every country faces that case in a different way, and that has to do with the culture. But we have to admit that when we talk about the justice system, we also have to accept that justice is here, is everywhere to protect the people from terrorism, from behaviors that are not legal, and of course, the justice has to bring the feeling of safety to everyone. After 2 decades, as you mentioned before, we have the experience to, let's say, to do some more steps in that field. And of course, when we talk about, let's say, the culture that exists inside European Union's justice system, you may understand that this has to do one more step and to cooperate with all the different judicial systems. It is not so easy, but when we have to face common dangers and like terrorism, and when we have to be effective on what we are doing, especially the independent justice system, we have to support, let's say, every initiative in this field to give the tools to the justice system to work in that way. It is not easy, but we have to try.
Do you have, as you think about it, and as you look at the model, and you've been, how long have you had the portfolio with Justice?
2 years and 2-3 months.
So 2 years. So you're still very new, kind of new.
Yes.
But I'm interested in your own mind, and I want to tell our audience, you're a medical doctor, your wife is a microbiologist. I don't know why you went into justice, but I'll, but is there a model out there that Greece, that you and your nation are looking at in terms of a model, or is this an organic, authentic, evolving legal system of its own, and you're influencing others? I guess what I'm asking is, who does justice best from your part in the world? And is there something, when you kind of look, is there a show and tell, if you will, in terms of justice and legal frameworks from which you're learning? Or is this just an organic, evolving process that you're testing on your own?
There is a combination between the two of them. And I may refer that being, as I'm a medical doctor and not a lawyer, it is something that helps me because I'm out of the box and I can see the whole picture and take decisions without, let's say, to be connected with one side or another side. Anyway, to answer in the heart of your question, I think that you have to combine everything. I mean, you have to see what is happening,
right,
and having the whole picture in front of you to take the good decisions.
Well, it raises another question. I don't know if it falls in your portfolio, but given your own personal experience with the medical field and the health field, one of the things that's come up in this conference is a little bit about biosecurity, bioterrorism, and health itself as a security issue. How is that coming into, how do those issues set next to human trafficking and fraud and, money laundering?
All of these that you referred before are the new models of crime. Nowadays, we don't face what we used to face in the past. we have modern, let's say, editions
Yeah.
of the crime. But we have to, let's say, to move very quickly, and we have to, let's say, to transform the legislation in order to avoid all of them. I think that especially in this period of pandemic, we face the fake news as a new phenomenon that had to do with the public health.
Right.
And this is a very big problem. I mean, the legislation of the most of the countries had no mention, especially in this field, because it is something absolutely new.
Right.
We hadn't it in the past. So I think that we have to be on alert every
So
time,
how do you
every
deal-
day, in order to legislate for the new dangers so that the justice can work and the whole system can work.
So what's the Costas Ciaras toolkit for dealing with disinformation? Is there a criminal dimension to it? Are you able to assign criminal penalties and indictments in that space? Because I think every nation is struggling with that right now. And I think and to be candid, I don't think the justice system in the domestic context of disinformation has really figured out a deterrent system. Part of prosecuting crime is also deterring crime, or trying to. I'd love to get your thoughts on that. That's a new arena.
It is complicated because you have to combine many factors, different factors. I mean, one part of responsibility is to the judicial system, like the prosecutors, that we have to focus on several and
Right.
different issues. But of course, there is, as I told you, you have to combine the work of the Civil Protection Ministry in order to have a look in all these cases. And of course, when you have to face them, you have to face them with the cooperation.
Tell us a little bit about, I don't know if this is in the justice system, but the challenges in Greece over migration and refugees, which has been in the news in the last year. Where does that enter the legal system, and how do you manage refugees humanely? How do you deal with the tensions of that, because you were such a clear frontline nation? And I'm going to ask you another question about it that may not pertain to Greece, but I just got back from the Baltics. And if you go to the Baltics, one of their big concerns right now, their accusation is that Belarus is weaponizing migration, taking migrants from Iraq and putting them on the border with Lithuania and trying to destabilize the government of Lithuania. I'd be interested in how the justice system processes that kind of challenge, which I think is another avant-garde challenge.
Before I answer about the justice system, I want to say that migration is a new phenomenon. And we may admit that if we had to think 3, 4, 5 years ago, we couldn't imagine what was going to happen. And you may know that Greece faced a very big problem with migration the last 2, 3 years. The problem is that we have to balance between the need of some people that they want to move and to go to another place, and the problems that they bring if they stay in.
I think the Prime Minister is calling.
I hope not. If they have to stay just in the first country, in the first European country that they come in. And you know what is the first European country in which they come in?
Right.
Greece.
Right.
So we have to balance between these two different factors. And of course, we have to prove the solidarity that everyone has to prove every time, everywhere. The point is that it is not only Greece's problem, it's a European and worldwide problem. And we have to face it like that. I mean that we have to take, let's say, common decisions about that. So the judicial system is very close to what is happening. We try with not strict, but with laws that they can see the humanitarian side of this phenomenon to face all these problems that, believe me, they are very big for the Greek society.
Do you think, just real quickly on this, and then I've got one final question, but do you think that as you look at your partners in Europe, you know, I think it is, we can say objectively that challenge of dealing with refugees and migration is uneven across Europe, uneven attitudes, and some very toxic hostility to bringing in refugees. But when it comes to the legal frameworks, as you were talking about Eurojust, and really talking about the fact that the evolution of the legal frameworks across Europe has been fairly good, fairly consistent, fairly level. When it comes to something like this, does Europe need to evolve more? Does it need to learn more than it is? Where are your partners, and do you want to criticize any of them right now?
Let's say that this is the question. But what is the problem with migrants and refugees? It is not the humanitarian side of this phenomenon, as I told you before. Is that many times, let's say inside them, they can hide people that they are not good people, terrorists, and something like this. And that's why we have to focus and to be very careful about what is happening. I'm from the people that they believe that you have to help the man who needs and asks for your help. And I think that this is the main message that the whole European community should send. But this has to be with rules, not by doing everyone what has in his mind. And of course, without bring problem to the national societies, because this is also a matter of balance. And we have to combine everything in order to avoid problems, and for the societies, and of course, for these people that they need help, and we have to prove for them the solidarity.
Now, lastly, we're in Qatar. I mean, I get to meet the Justice Minister of Greece in Doha, and I'm interested in your here. I know that you had meetings this morning, I assume with justice officials here in Qatar, and I don't know if you want to share with us what you were doing, but I'm interested more broadly in what you see as the opportunities between Greece bilaterally and Qatar or this region. What are the kinds of coordination you're hoping for? What's the kind of institution building? You know, what are the dimensions of that relationship that you would like to see evolve from Greece? Because, you know, we are here, it's an international meeting, but I know that you do have interest in building a relationship on the justice front here.
I'm here, first of all, for the conference.
So it's Ali
I
Soufan.
think that tomorrow we may sign an agreement. I mean the Greek Justice Ministry and the Qatarian Justice Ministry. So we are going to do a very big step in the relations between our two countries. I believe that there is a huge potential to strengthen and to make even better the relations between Greece and Qatar. And I hope that this is going to happen very soon.
And you think this signing may be tomorrow?
It is an agreement between the Ministry of Justice of Greece and the Ministry of Justice of Qatar. And this is going to prove that we are in a mood of cooperation between our two countries. I think that Greece, after 1 decade of economic crisis, and many steps of reforms that we had to do, is in the best position for its economy. We have a very growing economy in the last 2 years,
Sure.
You may know that. And I think that it's a very big opportunity to attract investments and to walk even more in the way of the growing of the economy.
So when we open up the Qatar Times tomorrow morning, will we see what is in the agreement?
Yes.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Minister of Justice, Kostas Tiaras, thank you so much for
Thank you very much.
joining us today and for answering my tough questions. Thank you so much.
It was my honor and pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister and Steve. Next, we will hear remarks by Ambassador Ahmed Rufai Abubakar, Director General, National Intelligence Agency, Nigeria. Welcome, Ambassador.
Good morning. Let me first of all begin by expressing profound gratitude to the government of the state of Qatar for being a gracious host of this important platform, and particularly for the legendary hospitality extended to us since our arrival in Doha. But also, of course, I have to mention the commitment of the state of Qatar in effort to bring peace and security globally. I will mention my involvement in these initiatives and efforts sponsored by Qatar to try to bring peace and post-conflict reconstruction and peace building in Darfur. I also like to appreciate Mr. Ali Soufan, as well as the board and management of the Soufan Center, for again inviting me to address this year's Global Security Forum, the first in the series. I commend both the government of the state of Qatar and the Soufan Group for elevating this important forum into a global platform for articulating and seeking solutions to common challenges. The scope, nature, and geopolitical spread of the issues on the agenda of this forum prove this viewpoint. It also speaks eloquently to how common, broad, and universal the threats we are facing are. No nation can stand alone or conveniently cower from insecurity or underdevelopment. The character of these threats require a shared understanding of the connection between security, development, and sustained global cooperation. Within this framework, I believe that the topic of my remarks, which is dynamics of security and development in Africa, finds significant relevance with the broader theme of this year's forum, the imperative of balancing global cooperation and competition. From east to west, north to southern Africa regions, and from the Lake Chad Basin to the Sahel region, Africa is facing numerous threats, as all of us here know, from terrorism, violent extremism, proliferation of arms from all across sport areas of conflict into our respective countries, piracy, money laundering, financial flight, and so on. All these are threats that are really endangering and threatening Africa. In further contextualizing security and development dynamics in Africa, I will not overlook the impact of climate change on the COVID-19 pandemic on efforts not only to address the multifaceted security challenges, but also on the various endeavors by states to upscale development. Several African communities and vulnerable populations, especially around the Sahel and Lake Chad regions, face existential threats arising from climate change. This underlying link, stimulating the micro-conflicts and grievances, is often overlooked by the international partners and community generally. Evidently, the shock prompted by the COVID-19 has increased fiscal deficits in most African states, thereby creating further development constraints in countries already experiencing or prone to conflict. Moreover, the pandemic overwhelmed and revealed the fragility of health infrastructure of the continent. Collectively, these threats have adversely impacted the continent's development, agenda, and policies. As is well known, conflict and insecurity roll back years of development in Africa at a faster pace than elsewhere and more than ever before. However, despite setbacks and various security threats, governance is improving in Africa. Today, the dominant view on the continent is that security and development are closely interlinked and that one cannot be enjoyed without the other. Many African countries are already responding to the new reality that regional and global cooperation is necessary to addressing security threats, tackling energy and debt crisis, climate change, health issues, and poverty. In Nigeria, counterterrorism and counterinsurgency efforts have been shaped by policy frameworks and strategies, including the whole of government and the whole of society approaches. In this sense, hard and soft national power are combined in a complementary manner into kinetic and non-kinetic measures to achieve national security objectives. Under kinetic measures, for instance, a major response to the insurgency is the deployment of the Joint Task Force consisting of the Army, Air Force, Navy, State Security Services, and Police under unified command structures supported by multinational Joint Task Force. The non-kinetic measures prioritize development as a panacea for insecurity. The measures aim to address the root causes of disaffection, such as poverty and unemployment, that render youth vulnerable to terrorism and violent extremism, propaganda, and indoctrination. Recognizing the range and depths of the threats at various levels, the Countering Violent Extremism strategy in Nigeria assumes a bottom-up approach, incorporates gender dimensions, and embeds conflict prevention and peace building. Regardless of persisting challenges, the strategy is yielding positive results and outcomes. It has helped to build capacities within some of the most vulnerable regions of the Northeast and forge partnership with faith groups, civil society, and local stakeholders to support de-radicalization campaign. However, of recent, we have seen quite a number of terrorist groups, about 8,000 actually in number, that have surrendered to our troops. And this has put pressure on the program that has been going, and a lot of effort is being worked out to contain this pressure. To mitigate insecurity and further stimulate socio-economic development, focus is on key initiatives such as youth and women empowerment, as well as resources allocation for small business, farmers, and pastoralists. In our fight against Boko Haram, we have also learned some very good lessons. Key lessons of the military and socio-economic dimensions have been learned since Boko Haram emerged in 2009. Frontline countries, for instance, in the fight against the terrorists, came together and established what is now popularly known as the Multinational Joint Task Force, or in abbreviation MNJTF, as well as the Regional Intelligence Fusion Unit. These two initiatives, which benefited tremendously from partner support, proved critical in degrading the terrorists and underlines the importance of regional and international cooperation in addressing the challenges that are global in nature. The US in particular, the UK, France, they have a great deal, they provided a great deal of support to these two initiatives, which are initiatives that are actually regional initiatives. We have also learned not to over-rely on foreign sources for the procurement of military hardware. Instead, we are now investing in local capacity and also strengthening reliable partnerships. On the other one other critical lessons learned was in the unintended consequences of international cooperation in the fight against global terrorism. The defeat, for instance, of the Islamic State in Syria and Iraq by the coalition forces sent a wave of foreign terrorists and terrorist expertise and financing to the Lake Chad Basin and also, of course, generally to the Sahel. So also the use and subsequent expulsion of foreign fighters in Libya created some problems for us, and it is well known that that was actually one of the consequences was the killing of President Idriss Deby of Chad, and then we have seen also an avalanche of these foreign fighters trooping and coming into the Lake Chad area. We are now working along with affected countries with the United Nations, especially the UN Security Council, to get to address the issue by organizing a controlled evacuation of these foreign troops from Libya. By far, the hardest lessons learned from the use of internet-based platforms or services by terrorists, bandits, insurgents, as well as other dissident groups to spread disinformation, conspiracies, divisive narratives, mobilization of funds for criminal activities, recruitment of elements, as well as purchase of arms and ammunition. In all this, there is no quick fix for the enumerated challenges facing development and security in Africa. The Global Forum, however, provides the platform to effectively render the call for renewed cooperation and sustained global action to roll back the hostile security environment and development trends in Africa. In today's interconnected world, the problems that individual nations face have root in and consequences for other countries as well. Regrettably, inadequate and increasingly eroding multilateralism in global affairs is limiting collective efforts to deal with these threats. Response to the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change exemplify this. Rather than seek a coordinated response to combat the pandemic, countries relied on individual solutions while vaccine nationalism took precedence. Relative apathy also towards collaborative solution is also apparent in the effort to combat climate change. Let me therefore stress that multilateralism is indispensable to establishing durable security and sustainable development. It is generally believed that disproportionate attention and resources are often committed to fighting insecurity in Africa, sometimes at the peril of development initiatives. This disparity, which raises moral dangers, calls for the international community to re-evaluate the frameworks of engagement and intervention in Africa by ensuring that such measures align with local needs. Also, as a result, the international community should enhance support for non-kinetic approaches to security challenges. Across Africa, and particularly in the Sahel region, peacekeeping missions are still struggling to deliver on their mandates. To complement these efforts, conflict prevention, post-conflict reconstruction, and peace-building efforts should be given priority. Several African countries face a number of structural fragilities arising from debt burdens, which further constrain their abilities to secure international finance or unlock development funding. Some countries also face political instability from unnecessary and ill-advised actions by their leaders. And we have seen this effect repeating itself again and again, especially in the West African sub-region. The effects manifest in far-reaching varieties of security threats. As such, an agenda to secure and develop the continent will also require a sincere interrogation of some of the continent's underlying structural and macroeconomic challenges. The support and expertise that the international system can provide to societies at tipping points can make immense difference. In the same vein, Nigeria and indeed Africa will benefit from greater involvement, not the international community, but also of the Arab Gulf states in the continent's counter-terrorism efforts. In concluding, let me restate my fervent hope that the Global Security Forum can play a key role in forging an international consensus around an integrative approach to securing the world's most vulnerable regions, which is Africa, and confronting developmental challenges wherever they emerge. Such a global consensus would be meaningful if supported, by unreserved commitment and adequate resources. Indeed, we must work together to avoid conflicts, strengthen global peace and security, and reap the benefit of development. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Our final session before lunch will feature Dexter Filkins, staff writer for The New Yorker, who will discuss the humanitarian challenges around the recent evacuations from Afghanistan with Ali Velshi, host of Velshi on MSNBC and senior business correspondent on NBC.
Always tough to be the one before lunch, but don't worry, we won't make you late. Dexter, good to see you. Thanks again for the introduction. Dexter is someone who I really enjoy talking about things that you sometimes don't get in a policy environment. Dexter is a journalist, and Dexter, yesterday I had a conversation sitting right here with Richard Engel about the day in which, as he describes it, he entered the Republic of Afghanistan and he left, by the end of the day, it was the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. And then this morning I spoke with the Foreign Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, about the politics of the negotiations that are going on in this city that you know about and that you've followed for some time between the Taliban and the United States and other parties. But there's an element of this that Qatar has been very involved in, and you have also been very involved in, and that is that when Kabul fell, everybody who needed to be out of Kabul wasn't out of Kabul. And for a lot of people, the main question here is, why did that happen? We knew what the outcome would ultimately be. We didn't expect it would be August 15th. But ultimately, we knew that the Taliban were going to have a very senior role, if not the most major role in Afghanistan, and that certain people, including citizens of other countries, visa holders, needed to get out of Afghanistan because their actual lives were in danger. And on August 15th, that hadn't happened.
You know, we could literally spend the rest of the morning talking about that question alone. I think the short answer, well, let me back up. The evacuation of Kabul began on the day that the Taliban entered Kabul, and which was astonishing. Instead of beginning weeks and weeks before, and I think I don't have a lot of patience for people who say, God, we had no idea what was going to happen, and we did everything we could, and it was going to be chaotic anyway. What happened in Kabul, and I was intimately involved in evacuating Afghans from there, which I hope we can talk about. It is the most incompetent and disgraceful execution of an American policy I've ever seen. I don't know the answer. I suspect that the answer is, why did it happen this way? I suspect it happened this way because at the end of the day, the President of the United States, President Biden, didn't really care enough to push a policy along. And if the best clue to that, the best evidence that that's the case is a diary entry that Richard Holbrooke wrote in 2010. This is in George Packer's book on Richard Holbrooke, where they had a conversation about this very subject, about evacuating Afghans. And Holbrooke, who had been through Vietnam, had been through the Vietnam War as a diplomat and was special envoy to Afghanistan, said, we've got to have a plan to get the Afghans out, or it's gonna be a nightmare. And Biden said, I don't care. It's not our problem. To hell with those people. And Holbrooke was astonished. And I think at the end of the day, that's the answer. And there's a lot of other answers, and there's a lot of other pieces of that. But I think at the end of the day, the President of the United States didn't care enough to put a policy in place that we could all be proud of.
What happened? How did you get yourself into the business of evacuating people from Afghanistan?
I was in Lithuania when this happened. Literally, I was in a hotel room in Vilnius, and when all this started to happen, and I started getting phone calls and emails from Afghans who I had known, interpreters I'd worked with, journalists, government officials, army people, people saying, get me out, help, what can you do? The Taliban are in my city, they're lining people up, they're taking people away, help me. And a lot of them were women, and I don't know, I just dropped everything, and a lot of my colleagues and I, who had worked in Afghanistan over the years, we all dropped everything. And so we dropped everything, and we started doing like crazy stuff that we had never done before. So for instance, I kind of got together with a group of my colleagues, as like 4 journalists. We had a couple of former State Department officials and DOD officials. We raised $5 million. We ended up chartering several airplanes, and we evacuated, I think, something like 2,000 Afghans from the country.
But last I checked, you weren't an independently wealthy billionaire with jets. Like, how are you even? How does this fall into your area of expertise?
Man, I know nothing. None of us do. But we got it done, and I think what struck me was we just had our last, what I think is the last airplane full of Afghans leave the country just a couple days ago. And that was an ordeal in itself, which I want to talk about. But on that airplane that we got out of the country, there were American citizens, there were green card holders, there were CIA informants, we had Ashraf Ghani's bodyguard, we had General McChrystal's interpreter, we had, in addition to many Afghans who had survived.
So all people who should have been evacuated.
Yes, what are we doing? Why am I doing this? Yeah, exactly. We're just like a bunch of clown journalists trying to get these people out, and we are fighting the United States government at every step of the way. Every step of the way. They made it difficult or impossible. We finally, I think, in this last case, we finally exhausted them. I think they were just so sick of us that they finally said, the only way these people are ever going to go away is if we let this airplane in. They were blocking our flights. They were revoking landing rights that we had. I don't understand what happened. I do not understand.
Was it a policy problem or a bureaucracy problem?
I don't know. The answer you get depended on who you talk to. I will say that the one organization that was really, really helpful was the CIA. Thank you, CIA. Everybody else, when you call them, they're very concerned, they're very nice, they're super polite, and they say, but we've got these procedures and these policies in place, and we're not, and how do we know, and the law, and I would my former colleague George Packer wrote about this, and he compared the American evacuations in Afghanistan to the American evacuations in Vietnam. And the ones in Vietnam were much more orderly. They were organized. They were planned ahead. They started months before Saigon fell. They got many more Vietnamese out. But even then, they didn't get everybody. And my friend George said to me as we were talking about this the other day, he said the real difference in the end was how many Americans in 1975 were willing to break the rules to get their friends out. And I didn't see a lot of that. We just kept on running up against the rules.
So take us back to how you realize that you got people who need to get out of Afghanistan. I would assume the first instinct is to call some government official and say, you got people who you need to get out of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And then the response comes back and somebody's not doing anything about it.
Yep.
So what actually happened? How did this all come to be that you would raise money, you would even know where to get a plane from, you would then know how to get a plane into Afghanistan and where to take these people to?
Well,
With what papers?
Oh my God. Fortunately, we had a group of pilots working with us too, so they kind of understood how to do a lot of that stuff that we did not. But there were kind of two phases of the evacuation. Both were chaotic. Both were insane. The first one was the 2-week period, basically from when the Taliban entered Kabul until the end of August, when the United States basically slams the door down and says, it's over, no more. And in that period, it was, and you probably remember seeing this on television, the challenge was getting people into the airport. If you could get into the Kabul airport, which was still controlled by the United States, you could get on an airplane. And the U.S. military planes were sort of taking people to military bases around the world. So to Ramstein in Germany and to Al Udeid here in Qatar. And that was insane. That was some of the craziest stuff I've ever been through. And so just as a quick example, we assembled, and I'm still in my hotel room in Lithuania. We assembled like a convoy of drivers and cars and 300 Afghans who we knew, or who we knew people who knew, who were really, really vulnerable, who the Taliban were actively hunting. And we tried to get them into the airport. And we got a lot of convoys into the airport, but it was really, really hard. And I'll give you one example. We had one convoy out in front of the airport for about, 17 hours trying to get in. There's Taliban all over the place. There's gun battles going on. Total chaos. There are Afghans trying to get into the airport. And we had to sit out there in that as we worked the phones and called American government officials, and my colleagues and I can call pretty much anybody in the United States government, and we begged them to open the door. Begged them. And nothing happened, hour after hour after hour. And again, these are Afghans who risked their lives for the United States. And there is nothing. We're just getting nothing from them. And finally, I think at 4 o'clock in the morning, with the assistance of with a good friend of mine here in the room, Ali Soufan, we managed to get the door open. Literally, a senior American official made a phone call, and magically the door to the airport popped open, for long enough to get our convoy in. And that was like 10 of us working around the clock for several days and knowing everybody in the United States government for 300 Afghans. That was it. Hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And again, why are we doing this? And why do we have to beg the United States government to open that door? We had to beg them. And if it hadn't been for the fact that we knew all these people in the U.S. government all the way from the White House on down, we never would have gotten that door open. And then what? And I don't understand. And so, I think 4 years from now, I'm going to be at a cocktail party in Washington, and I'm going to run into one of those guys, and I'm going to ask them. I'm going to back them into the corner, and I'm going to say, tell me what happened in the White House, because I want to know. Because I really don't, it's inexplicable to me that the U.S. government could be that negligent and that callous and that incompetent.
Do you buy, I've had this conversation with Richard Engel, Do you buy the argument that the U.S. government did not believe this was going to happen this way, or that it was such an outside possibility that they didn't plan for it properly? Because in the end, it happened, and there still wasn't an ability to deal with it.
I don't believe it. I was in Kabul in January, just last January, and you know, I was there for 2 weeks, and it was completely obvious to me, that the thing probably wasn't going to hold if the U.S. left. You know, it was this very kind of rickety thing, and the moment, you know, U.S. air support and logistical support, if it were to disappear, the thing would fall apart. It was, and there were Taliban occupying neighborhoods in Kabul in January. Did the U.S. government not know that? I mean, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And I think on the evidence, we know that the White House did know. I mean, they were warned that the Afghan army would probably collapse. I mean, you know, the problem with the Afghan army that was still unsolved when the United States decided to pull out was that we had built ourselves into the Afghan army system. Like, it could not function without the United States. So logistics, supplies, airstrikes.
Let's explore that for a second, because I was speaking to Bob Gates, the former defense secretary, last Wednesday about this, and he felt that even from when he was the defense secretary, they could tell that they were building the wrong kind of army in Afghanistan. That this was not actually what they were going to be able to use to sustain themselves under consistent threat from the Taliban. That when the American army left, the Afghans were going to be not necessarily able to hold it.
You could kind of see, I was there in January. I went up to Mazar-e Sharif, and we met some of the Afghan generals. And like, the thing that's heartbreaking to me is that, you know, the Afghan officers I met they were brave, they were tough, they were smart, they were committed. But I mean, the way in which this was done, the way in which, I'm not answering your question, but the way in which the withdrawal was done, I think was utterly demoralizing to them. And it wasn't that, I think, as people in the White House have called the Afghans, you know, a bunch of cowards. They just could see the way the wind was blowing. I mean, all their support was going away. But I think, to answer your question, yeah, I mean, the United States made the same mistake in Iraq, which is it basically tried to build an American army in Afghanistan, or an American army in Iraq, and, you know, with lots of like really cool equipment. And, you know, the overwhelming problem with Afghanistan in any realm, whether it's development or the military or whatever, is it's such a poor country. You know, it's poor and it's illiterate, and so you really, really have to start from like way down here, you know. And I think, so like we're gonna have a fleet of Afghan, you know, Air Force jets and helicopters, and it's like, you know, good luck. I mean, you know, because you just don't have the kind of human resources that you need to do that. But you know, they kind of barreled ahead and did it, and so when they pulled the plug on the thing.
Given how incensed you are with how the United States government has handled this.
I'm glad that came through.
Yeah, it came through. I want to ask you then about the comments from President Biden about the fact that we couldn't fight for a country whose people didn't want to fight for it themselves. There are some people who've taken issue with that, to say the Afghan leadership did run. There's no question about that. But the Afghan people, it felt like a little bit of victim blaming.
Yes. Yeah, I take issue with that. I mean, I think, you know, it's so easy now in retrospect, or even a year ago when like the end was near, as many of my friends would say, it was always doomed, you know, and we never accomplished anything there. And that's so false, you know. That is such an untrue story. You know, starting with the education of women in that country, which we completely transformed Afghan society, you know. And there were, I mean, many Afghans who were willing willing and able to fight for that society.
And many who did, and many who died.
And many who did, and many who died, yes. And my God, tens of thousands of Afghans died defending the Afghan state. And I think, look, you can argue about the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan. Should we have left or should we not have left? And that's, reasonable people can disagree on that. But the way in which it was done, I think made this outcome more or less inevitable, which was chaotic and a total collapse. And easy to blame the Afghans. They're a bunch of cowards. No, he's shifting blame from himself.
The process that is continuing underway now, the discussions that are going on between the Taliban and other Afghan interests and the West, they're largely happening here in Qatar. You were also following that very closely. Was it as inevitable to you that was also failing or not going to work, or that the Afghan leadership at the time was not going to be able to be a meaningful part of what happened?
Well, I felt like
you were here. You covered it.
Yeah,
even here.
Yeah. I mean, there are Taliban in this hotel. I think this one, the negotiations took place at the Ritz-Carlton, like down the street. I felt like it was a three-way thing. It was the U.S. government, the Taliban, and the Afghan government. And I felt like that what was happening was the United States and the Taliban, in making a deal, were basically pushing it on the Afghan government. And so, while I don't have a lot of sympathy for Ashraf Ghani today, I actually did then.
Because you didn't think he was really party to this agreement.
They weren't party to it. They were not party to it. And so it was sort of like, Zalmay Khalilzad, the American envoy, and the Taliban. It's like, well, we made a deal. Good luck. You're on your own. And that's kind of what happened. And you could sort of see that. You could see that coming. I mean, it wasn't difficult. I think the other thing that was absolutely evident at the Ritz-Carlton in January was, which we're all seeing now, the Taliban haven't changed that much. They look the same, they act the same, they are the same. They're the same guys, and we are seeing that today. And so they were making these proclamations about, we love women and we want them to be, to be all they can be. But we're seeing.
So they're still making those proclamations, and the world is still struggling with whether or not that's true. And many have said we need to see their actions as opposed to hear their words.
Yes.
The Americans, Tony Blinken has said, until we see something, we're not going to engage. But the truth is, there does need to be engagement, right? There are still people who need to get out of Afghanistan. There are NGOs operating there who have decided not to leave, and in fact, a lot of Afghan infrastructure depends on those NGOs staying. So what does success look like to you in the how do we engage? Do we engage? Do we recognize? Do we legitimize the Taliban government?
That's really hard. Let me give you, to answer the question in a slightly different way, we are definitely engaged. The airplane that I just mentioned that we had 330 Afghans on that we just got out last week, that flew out of the airport in Mazar-e Sharif in the north. And that was quite an ordeal. We had to get landing rights at the American Air Base here, which was really, really difficult. We had to get the airplane. You have to pay some guy like a bag. You give him a bag with $1 million in it and you get an airplane. But we had to get out of the airport in Mazar-e Sharif. And that's like the hardest thing to do because it's controlled by the Taliban. And so at the end of the day, we got the plane out, we took off, but we only did that after the US government engaged the Taliban and, leaned on them pretty hard and said, let this plane go. And we had Afghans on there that didn't have passports. We had Afghans on there who they had tried to kill already, but we got them out.
So that leverage disappears at some point when the Taliban senses that nothing more is going to happen, or they're not going to get the recognition, or that they've got to go to China to get what they need. Right? At some point, the reason the Taliban is cooperating at the moment is because they need money and engagement.
They need money
by the West.
Yeah, a lot of their money is frozen which the U.S. has, can basically turn off or turn on. But yeah, I don't know what leverage they have now, but they used it, and I think it was useful. It was useful, and the Americans were definitely engaged, and they are definitely talking to the Taliban. And I don't know the exact channels, but it worked.
The discussions with the Taliban began. A lot of Americans weren't paying attention to it. Like it didn't become the issue that it did when the Trump administration started talking to them because all sorts of other things were going on, and it just wasn't front and center. So I think actually in August, when everything happened in Afghanistan, there were a lot of Americans who had no idea how it got to this. What is going on here? How are the Taliban suddenly in charge of Afghanistan? What happened to this government we spent 20 years building and its army? But in fact, the Trump administration had essentially acknowledged last year, this is how it's going to end.
Yeah, that was a Trump deal. So basically, President Biden carried out a deal that was made by President Trump. And and you'll hear them say this on television. We had no choice. We were carrying out what President Trump did. Of course, they had a choice. I mean, they didn't have to carry out that deal, and they chose to carry out that deal. But it was a Trump deal. It was a Trump deal to get out. And of course, you'll hear this if President Trump runs again for president. He'll say, "I would have done it differently. It never would have happened that way." But this was a Trump deal. The date, the timing, everything.
The things that you're criticizing, though, are not the decision to leave Afghanistan. It's how we left people behind, how we somehow got on the wrong end of the Taliban occupation of Kabul and Afghanistan. That your large point is that all of this is logistics that could have been dealt with before the keys were handed over, or as Richard Engel reports, before we left everything behind.
Yeah, I mean,
everyone.
People were talking about this for months. People were talking about this for months. What are we going to do about the Afghans who risked their lives for the United States?
We had it on TV every night. We were literally endlessly talking, including talking to those very people who were stuck in hiding in Afghanistan, saying, President Biden, please get us out.
Yeah, and the answer always came back, very earnest people, very well-intentioned people saying, we don't have the right legal procedure in place, or we're waiting on, DOD is waiting on state. It's that kind of stuff, but it doesn't, and like we were hearing that like 2 weeks ago. So, we were trying to get our plane out of Mazar-e-Sharif to Qatar, and a plane ahead of us got out. And like one of the State Department guys said to me, he said, God, these Afghans, they didn't have like passports, and their papers were all kind of not really in order. And I thought, like, this is Afghanistan, and like these, the country is imploding, and like they're, they want this, like, these perfectly kind of stacked, piles of paperwork with everybody's name stamped and everything else. And it's just like, you're not going to get that. And so, yeah, I felt like it was a real disconnect. There was a kind of an expectation in the U.S. government of a really orderly process, and that just wasn't going to happen.
We're not talking about something that's historical fact now. It's still actually happening, right? Yes. We still have a situation in which there are people whom you describe, who the American government should still be getting out of Afghanistan, who aren't fully out.
Yep.
And then there's this whole nother thing in that there are members of their Afghan citizens who did not work for Americans, who were not interpreters, who were not CIA informants, but are imperiled.
Yes.
In Afghanistan. That is not something. If this administration couldn't get the folks out who we needed to get out, the second part's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard country. I mean, I think the population is 38 million people. It's impoverished. If you said tomorrow anybody who wants to go to the United States can like get on a plane tomorrow, like half the country would leave. And so obviously there are limits to what you can do. And I mean, it's heartbreaking because I know lots of really amazing Afghans who sort of like by the letter don't qualify to get out. But again,
most don't qualify to get out.
Right. And I think just so everybody understands, this is what the U.S. government was doing. So as we were struggling to get this last plane out, there was some organizations were getting airplanes out before us. And they weren't going to the United States. They were going to they were going to Abu Dhabi, and then they were being sent to places like Kosovo and Albania and Georgia, where these people will be refugees probably for the rest of their lives. They will sit in a camp somewhere. And I don't know if they knew that. I don't know if they all knew what they were getting into when they got on the plane, but that's kind of what we're talking about, you know. But again, a lot of those people are very, very worthy people. And, you know, if it were up to me, I'd let them in. But they don't legally necessarily qualify.
Yeah. So we do have some in the United States.
Yes, we have lots. Yeah,
we have
like
lots.
100,000.
And they are, their life in the United States is going to be about as different as it would have been in Afghanistan. Despite their skill set in Afghanistan, it probably won't translate all that well to America. Language skills are not necessarily there, and they get a little bit of a stipend from the government. But America doesn't tend to like refugees anymore. We used to. We had a statue about it. We used to like refugees. We don't now. We didn't even for the last few years like immigrants, let alone refugees. But the bottom line is we actually can probably make a good life of those who have come. I too would take them, because refugees from a place like Afghanistan are very happy to be in America and would like to make a future out of it.
Yeah, I think in the case of the Afghans, there's going to have to be legislation to kind of, you know, whether it's an appropriation for money or, but almost all the Afghans now, I think there's like 100,000 of them. They're all in military bases around the United States. So for instance, I worked with an Afghan woman, a journalist. Her first name is Kwaga, and I worked with her in January. And I remember I said to her, I was like, Kwaga, you know, you might want to thinking about getting out, you know, if it all falls apart. She said, no, don't worry about it. Anyway, she was one of the Afghans that called me in August, and I helped get her out. And she is now she's living in Fort McCoy outside of Madison, Wisconsin, with like 14,000 other Afghans. And, you know, they're kind of, the U.S. government, I think, is getting ready to
let them out.
Send them out. Yeah. And they'll be resettled, you know, so they'll be given to like a resettlement agency, and they'll end up like in an apartment complex in North Dakota.
Wherever,
yeah.
So there are a number of people who would have liked to have stayed. And even through all the stuff that's happened in Afghanistan in the last 20 years, there are people who went back and people who are you know, think that there's some nation building to be done still. What does that look like to you? I mean, part of the problem is there are logistical problems in Afghanistan right now. People can't get money out of the ATMs. People are selling their household goods to try and make payments. So even if you wanted to stay and make something of it, it's not actually a functioning society at the moment.
No. And I think what we're talking about, by all the projections, are like something like an economic collapse. And so, and I mean, you know, if you know the history at all, this is like verbatim what happened in 1989.
Yep.
And, you know, 1989 led to 2001. And, I mean, like, really, like, here we are.
Well, a separate issue that you and I have talked about before. It's now, once again, a failed state. And we actually have a bunch of those in the region, and they're unhealthy. Regardless of whether you think that America has an interest in dealing with it, they are unhealthy. Failed states allow radicalism and extremism to flourish.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I was reading a report by the Soufan Center about the number of terrorists who are inside Afghanistan right now, and the numbers are astounding. Yeah, they're terrifying. And
why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
It's absolutely like an ungoverned space. And that is like really fundamentally the debate when people in the United States say, we don't deal with that, it's our problem, you know, nation building, and it's like, yeah, but you know, 2001. Yeah, but that whole, you know, what happened in 1989, obviously after the Soviet Union left, Afghanistan imploded, there was a civil war, and the Taliban, out of which, you know, the Taliban arose, and they brought us bin Laden, and it's like all the planets are kind of lining up again in almost exactly the same way. So, you know, maybe we won't get something that terrible, but it's not like you can just walk away from it.
The history of these revolutionary movements, and I'm using the term very loosely, coming into taking power and becoming good governments is poor all around the world, even when you actually believe in that revolution and think it was good. Is there some sense, I was talking to the foreign minister this morning, that they will evolve? Do you see that, having watched the negotiation and having faced, they have to face these conditions that the world's putting on them, that you don't get your money and you don't get your recognition unless you show some form of evolution. What do you think the likelihood of that is?
I don't know. I hope so. I don't know how much influence the international community has. I mean, there are people here I think who better speak to that, but the Taliban is riven within itself. It is not a unified organization. There are many factions, and I mean, if you look back to when they were in power in the 1990s, they became more radical, not less, over time. And so I think it will depend as much on the internal dynamics inside the Taliban as it will on kind of what carrots and sticks, like the West or the international community, can offer them.
What do you want answered? I was into the idea that you were going to show up at this Christmas party in Washington next Christmas, and you're going to find some government official, and you're going to corner them, and you might end up throwing your drink at them at the end. But until then, what do you want to know from them?
I would love to have been in the meeting, in the room, in the Oval Office when they had this discussion, because they had it. There's no way they didn't have it. When somebody said, yes, but Mr. President, we're running out of time here. So I think maybe we need to extend the date, because then if we don't, then there's going to be chaos. And yeah, I just want to hear it. I just want to know. I want to know exactly how that decision was made, because we haven't heard that story.
And why it didn't change when this all went wrong. I mean, it sort of changed a little bit. They put some troops back in to solidify the corridor to get people out of the airport. But that was it.
Just to evacuate people. Yeah.
And even that's not a fait accompli.
I mean, people talk about the stubborn streak that Joe Biden has in him, and that I think we certainly saw that. But I think personally, I don't know this, but I think the White House may have underestimated the scale of the chaos that they ultimately brought, but also I think they underestimated the degree to which Americans actually care about Afghanistan. And my own sense is that everybody knows what betrayal is, and everybody knows what disgrace is, and I think we saw that on TV. We saw that unfold, and that's gonna hurt him. I think it's gonna hurt. People are gonna remember that.
Dexter, thanks for your time. It's always good to see you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Dexter Filkins.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dexter and Allie. Okay, now we are headed to lunch, which is going to be in the same room as yesterday, so Daphna, and it's 45 minutes or so. So we're going to be back in here at 12:55, closer to an hour. Bobby. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. To start us off, we have an exciting panel that will address the challenges facing Afghanistan today, especially looking at how to hold on to gains made in democracy and rights. To moderate this panel, we are thrilled to have back Peter Bergen, Vice President for Global Studies and Fellows at New America. Peter, take it away, please.
Thank you, Meredith. It's really, we have an all-star panel to discuss the future of Afghanistan and a little bit of the past. Joining us from Washington, D.C. is Ambassador Roya Rahmani, who was ambassador from Afghanistan to the United States until July of this year. She was the first woman to be appointed to that position. Here on the stage is Saad Mohseni, who is the chairman of the Moby Group, which is Tolo TV is part of that. Tolo TV is the most important source of news in Afghanistan, also the most important entertainment network. And also Yannick Koskinas, a retired U.S. Air Force colonel who worked for a long time with Joint Special Operations Command and has lived in Afghanistan since 2009 and has run a business there for over a decade. So let me just start. Let me start with Ambassador Rahmani. Good morning. Thank you for getting up very early in Washington.
Good morning. Good evening to you.
Could things have turned out differently? And do you think President Ghani bears responsibility for how this turned out?
Once again, greeting to you and everybody in the audience, as well as the distinguished panelists on the stage. Could it have turned out differently? I believe so. I believe it could have been a lot better than it was managed. And President Ghani did have a role to play in this. Throughout, at different stages, different roles, I would say. It should not have ended up as a wholesale to the Taliban. And then the way and the manner of the takeover for them to just cakewalk it and come and take it was also not the way that was inevitable. I believe that things could have been different, and he did have a huge role to play all along.
Meaning what?
Well, throughout the negotiations, there was a very tough stance from him at the point that it was very clear that there is no way that the next government to be formed would be headed by himself or any of his candidates, but he never gave up on that stance. He continued to push for it until the very last minute, while it was clear that that was a no-go. As a result, the room for Afghan government shrank continuously as the so-called negotiations went on. And now, about the merit of the negotiations, it's a different question to discuss, whether it was right or wrong and how it could have been conducted. That's a whole different discussion. But knowing and recognizing what was happening, and in one of our previous discussions, we did speak about this, where one of the negotiators clearly explained that by March, it was very clear that it was, at best, it would have been a 50-50 government, meaning 50% would go to the Taliban and the other 50% to the representatives of the Republic. But even then, President Ghani took a very tough and difficult stance, not allowing that to materialize. So that was at that point. And moving forward, everything got from bad to worse by day. So therefore, he had a stake in the way he led this situation, as well as, of course, the way he fled himself.
Saad, do you agree with all that? I mean, how do you score? Could things have turned out differently? What responsibility does President Ghani have for the situation that developed?
Yeah. Well, the buck stops ultimately with the leader of a nation, and in the role that he had, to negotiate with the Taliban. He should have seen this coming for many years. It was obvious from the early weeks when Ambassador Khalilzad took over as special envoy that there wasn't much of an appetite for remaining in Afghanistan. Those words were not uttered, but you could read between the lines that President Trump wanted to get out. So that's when he had most of the leverage. We still had a fair number of US troops. And so I think that's one mistake. Of course, the last couple of weeks was, the one that most people talk about, which is that he refused to accept that there would be a new government. He had the opportunity to allow for a transition government to take over. That would have helped Afghanistan and would have helped the people of the country. And again, he let the Afghans down. So going back to 2019, all the way up until August 15th, he neglected his duties when it came to peace talks, attempting to generally negotiate a peace deal, and then at the very end, to actually do the right thing, to do the responsible thing. It's classic negligence from where we stand.
So he should have stayed?
Well, he should have stayed long enough. I mean, the problem with Ashraf Ghani was that he kept on talking about how courageous he was and how he would rather die. And sort of, of course, these clips are played over and over again on Afghan media. If he was willing to die for his country, then he should have stayed. From what we understand, from what Biden has mentioned numerous times, including interviews with our journalists, is that they had given him certain assurances, and they had also received assurances from Ashraf Ghani in terms of his willingness to resign, to allow for this delegation to come to Qatar to meet with the Taliban, to think through some sort of a transitional arrangement, that Kabul would not be attacked. And assurances were given to different people. And as a matter of fact, when Kabul fell, even people like us, I mean, our organization, were contacting the Taliban saying, listen, you may have to step in now, because otherwise it's going to be anarchy and chaos. And I know that former President Karzai did the same thing. The Taliban were not ready to take over the city, as it became apparent afterwards. But so it's, and today, the situation today, a government that's not recognized, Afghan funds frozen offshore, the international community unwilling or unable to work in Afghanistan, 38 million people vulnerable to all types of things, from economic disaster to this drought, to massive internally displaced people's issue. Maybe we wouldn't have been facing the same challenges today if he had bothered to stay on.
Tolu TV is still on the air?
Yes.
And how are you functioning?
Well, I think, surprisingly, if the situation is as it is today in 6 months, I would be very pleased. So far it's good, but the Taliban haven't had the bandwidth to deal with the media, to deal with civil society, and I foresee a more restrictive environment. Will we still be able to operate as we are today? I'm not sure. And if it becomes too restrictive, then it's probably not worth our while to stay on.
Yanni, as a military officer, why did the Afghan army collapse so quickly? There's a narrative they didn't fight, which obviously isn't the case. But why did they collapse so quickly in the months leading up to the takeover?
Well, I think that there's, it's an interesting question. It's a lot to unpack there. But I think when we look at the so-called collapse of the Afghan military, I think you have to actually consider it a little bit further back than the 11 days that everybody wants to focus on. For years, we've been talking about this rhetoric that borders fantasy, that the conflict in Afghanistan cannot be resolved on the battlefield. Well, clearly it was. The other one that that was perpetuated for a long time was the Taliban cannot win on the battlefield. Once again, that was clearly proven otherwise. But if you look at it, I think that the Afghan security forces did fight. Particular segments of it fought extremely valiantly, and but there are other elements that were, I wouldn't say flawed by design, because we built it in a very large, chunky, conventional way that was not really well oriented for an insurgency or a counterinsurgency. But I think also, for example, if you had 30,000 policemen that were supposed to be on the roll for Kandahar, 3,000 show up. That it's not necessarily that these big numbers are actually what are the numbers available to fight. I think that to your earlier comments, I think one of the big failures for President Ghani was that he failed in governance in many regards, because he put in place a system that was easily collapsible. The Nimruz government fell quickly. The Kandahar government fell a little slower. The Baghlan government fell, after that. The Helmand. But all of these have some similarities. The provincial governors made a deal with the shadow governor and exited, saved their lives, and walked out. They effectively told their troops to withdraw or to leave or turn in their guns, and there wasn't so much of a fight. And the military leadership, so that's the police, that's the local sort of security, and the military basically lacked leadership in Kabul because they kept on changing a lot of the senior leaders within the ANDSF. So it's unfair to say that the military all of a sudden just collapsed, first of all. I think that there was an erosion of the institutions in many regards for years. And ultimately, I think that there, misuse of different special forces, for example, for, quite frankly, conventional aims. And then, the thing that killed it, really, was the fact that we removed air power, mechanics, all the things that we said were instrumental. And there are multiple reports that say this, DOD reports, that they were instrumental in maintaining the effectiveness of the Afghan security forces. I mean, there's a big difference when 2020, there were no provincial capitals that fell. 2019, no provincial capitals that fell. Keep on going backwards. And then 2021, it falls. So just to blame it on the ANDSF, I think is a little bit unfair.
Ambassador Rahmani, there was a narrative that there was going to be a Taliban 2.0, that somehow it would be different. They would learn from, that Afghan society had changed. It's a much younger population. Everybody has a cell phone, et cetera, et cetera. Based on the cabinet appointments, the first round of cabinet appointments, is that Taliban 2.0?
I think it is Taliban 2.0 only because the resurgence is in 2021, not really in any in terms of the difference in their ideology or their actions. Like it was said before, until this point, they probably haven't had a chance to deal with all the rest of the matters that they would like to bring under their control, and the same sort of control that they did in 1990s. Once they have that opportunity, they would. And we have already seen signs of it. The announcement they are making, the interviews they are giving, and they can't help hide what they really think when it comes in terms of the individual freedoms, the rights of women, the freedom of expression. It is the same old story. And they also do not necessarily feel any reason or pressure to change. Even if there was one, they are balancing it. They are trying to see what would help them keep together their forces, to help them stick together with one another versus making a change. Let me give you an example. I hear that in the Taliban's leadership, especially among the more senior people, there is a tendency for being a little bit more lenient or allow certain practices to continue to take place, for women to at least attend school till 12th grade and whatnot. But at this point, they are faced with a critical challenge. They need to govern, and they don't know how to govern. They have no experience in governance. In addition, there is a possibility of fractions within their own forces. In order to keep together, are they going to go and tell the commanders who fought for 20 years and they have been told since childhood what is right and what is wrong? They have been trained to think in a very certain way that no, now that we have taken over, that has changed. That would expose them even more to fracturing, and that's risky for them. So I don't think there is necessarily sufficient form of pressure that would lead them otherwise, let alone the fact that they themselves are not really much of different people, because they kept it very clear, very concise, very sharp why they are fighting, what the morale was, and that contributed to their success.
Saad, one of the big, it's so easy to talk about what went wrong in Afghanistan, and often people don't talk about what went right. So what went right, and Tolo TV is still on the air. Obviously, you're doing a certain amount of self-censorship, is what I'm gathering from what you're saying. I've seen reports of more than 100 Afghan independent media closing. I don't know, so if you could reflect a little on that. So what went right, and how has the media landscape changed since the Taliban takeover?
Well, the country, so picture 2001, population of about 21 million Afghans.
Lean to the mic, into the mic. Yeah.
21 million Afghans, and today we have a population of almost 40 million, 38 million people. So the country has doubled in size. It's the youngest country outside of sub-Saharan Africa, median age of 18. 65% of the population is under the age of 22 or 23. So the vast majority of Afghans have never experienced anything like the Taliban rule of the 1990s. By the way, and this includes Taliban fighters. Most of these kids are still using, they're using social media, they're on Facebook, they communicate with each other on Signal, Telegram, and so forth. So it's a totally different Afghanistan to what the majority of Afghans experienced in the 1990s. Now, this population is vastly urbanized, they're more aspirational, they're better educated. So if you look at the younger population of, say, under 25s or under 30s, a clear majority, something like 75% are literate, versus the national literacy rates run 40%, and it was around 20% in 2001. So you have a young, aspirational population. So these are the things that went right. And the gains of the last 20 years are not going to be that, you're not going to lose them that easily, because once you discover the earth is not flat, it's difficult to go back to your old way of thinking. These people have either watched, watching TV, or they're active on social media, they can communicate, they've got a mobile phone. I mean, in 2001, we only had 8,000 fixed lines. Today, a vast majority, 25 or 30 million Afghans have access to a mobile phone, of which a third has a smartphone. So you can't put the genie back in the bottle, and it's going to be difficult for the Taliban to go back to the 1990s. So you ask about the Taliban 2.0, they're different. Of course they're different. We've got media that's still operational. We've got women on television. We've got debating programs where we have Taliban officials being challenged by a lady sitting either across the desk from them or via Skype or via satellite in the studio. High school and middle school are back in many provinces in the north. I think we're up to 7 or 8 provinces where girls are going back to school. Private universities are still open with girls and boys. This is obviously a very different situation to the mid-1990s. My concern is that it's going to become more restrictive, even if it's not. As Dexter Filkins was pointing out, the Taliban became more restrictive from 95 onwards rather than the other way around. What went wrong? I think there was a disconnect between, don't judge Afghanistan on how the government performed. The Afghan government was corrupt, it was inept, it was hopeless, it was detached from the realities on the ground. Whereas the people of Afghanistan changed dramatically in the 20 years where the internationals had a presence. And I think that we have to all collectively take some pride for this transformational change we've seen in perhaps the most backward country on the planet. And I think the fact that we have women protesting on the streets of Kabul, this is a byproduct of the last 20 years where women can express themselves and they know how to organize and there's a civil society. Can we sustain these gains? I don't know. The jury's still out. And that's why it's important for the world to continue remaining engaged. People talk about evacuations, but evacuations only impact 10, 20, 30,000 people, and on top of the 120,000 people that have left. Let's focus on the 38 million people that are going to remain in the country. As most things, there is no black and white with Afghanistan. There are lots of shades of gray in terms of both gains and risks ahead.
Yanni, you agree with that?
Yeah, I think fundamentally I agree with Saad. But I think that I'll play the U.S. part in this, that I think you could equally say the same about detached, not in touch with the reality on the ground, rhetoric over reality check, fantasy instead of strategy. I mean, if there's something that can be said about the Taliban game plan, if you will, was that they've been very clear about their intentions. They've been very clear about what they want to do in terms of governing. This notion that they were going to have a 50-50 government, they'd never, been about that. They've never sat there and said, hey, yeah, sure, well, let's split up the ministries. Why don't we just do that? So I think this notion that we're going to achieve a political settlement by a particular time frame was, again, unrealistic and quite frankly, a bit ridiculous. So, the point is, I agree with Saad's assessment of the Afghan portion, but I think that there's an equally equal reflection that needs to take place on the U.S. side. And similarly, we can put all the blame on Ashraf Ghani, and the buck stops there for him. But, on the other side, there's another person in Ambassador Khalilzad that should have also known better than to kind of take this process down a particular path that was You know, those two are like on the Thelma and Louise, you know, ending of going off the cliff together. And when it comes to, you know, how do we get here?
You know, H.R. McMaster, who obviously worked with Zal Khalilzad, has described the agreement that Khalilzad negotiated, which after all was also endorsed by Secretary Pompeo, and at the end of the day was endorsed by President Trump. He's described it publicly as a surrender agreement.
Right.
So where does that buck really stop? I mean, is Zal Khalilzad really responsible for something that was, after all, something that President Trump said he was going to do?
Yeah, look, I look at this not just as a, you know, retired guy that used to do something. I mean, I'm looking at it from an analyst perspective, and if I'm hired by somebody to be an analyst or be a subject matter expert, I own some of this in terms of, you know, the advice that I give. Now, if somebody chooses to not follow the advice, that's a different story entirely. But I think that if you look at 40 years plus of service to the U.S. government and a deep connection to Afghanistan, multiple assignments there, you can almost say obsessive about Afghanistan, Ambassador Khalilzad should have known better and been able to raise the flag, even if Ambassador or Secretary Pompeo or even President Trump and now President Biden, and you know, to say this is going to end very poorly if we continue down this path, and instead they've let it happen. And the same thing goes by the Department of Defense. You know, this whole notion of you don't have a who could have possibly seen this happen in 11 days? Or, you know, there's no collapse imminent. You know, we all thought they would fight. I mean, for years you've had CIA assessments, DOD assessments, you know, the CIGAR reports, all sorts of different information that should be, the breadcrumb trail is there. You know, not to mention the Taliban rhetoric that was actually not just rhetoric. They were really like, hey, I am telling you what I'm going to do with this. So I think it's disingenuous to suggest that this wasn't, you know, you couldn't see this one coming.
Ambassador Rahmani, you were ambassador during the period President Biden, there's the deal in February. Biden says we're going to withdraw in April, repeats that in July. When you were talking to your American counterparts in Washington, I mean, what were you thinking privately now you're out of government? Because there's been a narrative that, picking up what Yanni said, that somehow this was an intelligence failure. Was this an intelligence failure, or was this a failure of policy? And there's another dimension of this, and I'll ask Saab this same question. So the three kind of levels of this. One is to say this was a policy failure. Another is to say this was a failure of execution. And another is to say this was an intelligence failure. Or is it all of those? Or none? Or what?
I would say it was all of those. And to add to it what the generals who were testifying said, which is also a strategic failure. So it was a failure in all accounts. I am not sure why would people necessarily say this, that they couldn't see this coming, or the collapse was too fast. So they were not expecting it to happen in less than 2 weeks. They were expecting it to happen in a couple of weeks. In fact, that predictions were already out in public, and that the government is going to fail in 90 days, in 60 days. It was very clear. Were they expecting a different kind of collapse than the way that it actually did happen? So the intelligence, the analysis, everything was out there. And also, as somebody who lived through the previous collapses, it was not surprising for me at all, because once once the major provinces collapse, it is very clear that it is going to happen, and it's going to happen fast. It was the same story in '96. It was the same story in the beginning of the '90s with the remaining of the communist regime, and it was just repeating the same way. Like when President Ghani came here in June, it was very clear that it's almost a done deal. There was no significant substantive outcome or discussion during that visit that would point to a different direction. So that should have been clear enough even then. I think it was failure of all plus strategy.
Saad?
Well, I think this would have happened regardless. The seeds were sown in 2014 when, during a very fraudulent process, a man who should have not been in the running became president. And that's when people lost faith in the process. And this man certainly didn't have the aptitude to run a country, to run anything, let alone a country. And he lost not just the support of the people, but he lost the provinces, he lost the political establishment, and he politicized the institutions. Appointments were made not to help build institutions, but to strengthen his own position. But of course, that was also flawed. I think it was always going to be inevitable with someone like Ashraf Ghani in charge. The problem is that when you attempt to build a state, there are many different pieces. You can't allow for an election that was as fraudulent as it was in 2014 for that to determine the leader of the country, and then for things to be normal after that.
Son, can I follow up on that? The United States put a lot of effort into the peace negotiations with the Taliban. Would it have been smarter to put a lot of effort into actually making the election system in Afghanistan more legitimate?
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is the frustrating thing for us, because we did most of the exposés came through our media outlets in terms of the fraud in 2014. And it was just always people put it in the too hard basket.
Say that again.
And they put it in the too hard basket. We don't want to deal with this fraud. We'd rather let these guys work together. It's too difficult for us to challenge anything. Hundreds of millions of dollars spent on the elections by the UN and others, and they just allowed for the fraud to A, happen, and B, for the results to stand. I mean, it was so frustrating and so depressing for us watching from the sidelines. I mean, we weren't just watching, we were reporting on it. Because the whole idea of elections is actually it's the will of the people. And that was not respected. So,
yeah, and in the 2004 election, there was 70% turnout. I mean, that's more. There hadn't been. I think the last time there was 70% turnout in an American election was in 1900 for a presidential election. So, and Karzai was elected. He had a sort of mandate. I think he got 55% of the vote. So
and the voter turnout in the first round was actually quite high.
Yeah.
In 2014.
Yeah. Oh, right.
But in the second round, it just people didn't bother coming out and voting because they had seen that fraud had occurred and no one was going to care.
Right. So this is kind of the original sin then?
Yeah, I think this is when it all began to go wrong. I mean, of course, the corruption, nothing. Yeah. Of course, those things incrementally weaken the legitimacy of any state. But I think the elections was actually the beginning of the end for us. And I think with these individuals who are at the helm running the country, who were so detached from the realities. I had these discussions with Ashraf Ghani. For example, he never watched Afghan media, which is extraordinary. I mean, Karzai used to get, in those days, it was before YouTube, he used to ask for DVDs of news bulletins. Ashraf Ghani was content to read the transcripts, from the monitoring team, which of course they heavily censored, and there were lots of cutting and pasting. he was detached from what was really happening in the country. And I said to him, I said, Mr. President, you have to listen to a woman scream because her son is stuck in some outpost, not getting ammunition, not getting food, for you to understand the pain of the military and the families of these young soldiers. And he had this look on his face. I mean, obviously it wasn't convincing. I mean, I saw him 2 weeks before the fall of the collapse of Kabul. He still was in his own bubble. And this is, I mean, I was just watching an accident in slow motion. I think that a lot of mistakes have been made over the years. I think the most important one is this loss of legitimacy by the state. Because when people saw the writing on the wall, Afghans are very opportunistic, and they've survived for such a long time. And I've always maintained that people would just lower one flag and raise another flag. And people saw the writing on the wall, and they said, this government is not worth supporting. They switched sides. And Ashraf Ghani had not done enough to win people over the years. And of course, we go back to the Constitution. We should have had a more devolved system. It was deeply centralized. There are many, many things we can talk about. But I think essentially, I think I would go back to 2014 as being probably the single most important thing that determined the outcome in August of 2021.
That's a very important point, and I think a lot of people don't understand that Afghanistan's been at war since 1978, even before the Soviets invaded. So I'm 58. My entire life would have been consumed by war if I was an Afghan. And so it's not that Afghans are cowardly or they saw which way the wind was going and they want to keep their heads on their shoulders, and they had really no loyalty to Ghani. Is that ultimately what happened?
Well, I mean, I explained to someone, I said, if you announced to your wife, I'm going to leave you in the next 6 months, would you be surprised if she left you the next day? So when you announce to the Afghans that we expect your government to collapse, the military to collapse within 3 to 12 months, why would a soldier keep on fighting for, if the President of the United States is saying that, and when the generals are saying that in congressional hearings, when they're being interviewed, now there's no incentive for people to fight because they're saying if the Americans believe we're going to eventually collapse, why risk it? What's the difference between 3 months and 3 hours?
Right. Yanni, from a military perspective, obviously Obama left 8,400, Biden had 2,500 or 3,500, depending on how you score it. But also there were the 7,000, mostly NATO troops. There were 16,000 contractors, 6,000 of the Americans. I mean, was that enough to maintain a fragile status quo? If we hadn't said we're withdrawing, we're withdrawing, we're withdrawing, was that enough?
If you allow me to just step back for a second on that one, I think that there's a big question of it's a bookend. We either leave or go. It has to do with insurgency, winnable, Taliban, no Taliban. I think that if you step back and say, okay, where's the U.S. going right now? And if you look at it purely from removing yourself from Afghanistan, the U.S. is worried very much about great power competition. And that's the big thing right now, is you worry about great power competition, China, Russia, Iran to a degree if you play the regional players. But great power competition is significant. So from a perspective of great power competition, do you give up the longest runway in Bagram in Central Asia? I mean, in terms of U.S. national security interests, Afghanistan was beyond a simplistic, will Ashraf Ghani hold on to power? Will the ANDSF, hold out? 3 to 6 months, will they stay or not? I think this will come back as a major mistake from our departure of Afghanistan in our grand strategy around the planet. It's not just about Afghanistan. But to answer your point, I think that ultimately it comes down to this. Our 20 years in Afghanistan, we have overspent and we have not thought about it enough. So overspending and underthinking has gotten us to the mess that we're in.
Well, so picking up on that, would the smartest and most sustainable politically in the United States and strategy have been to go light and go long, never have talked about withdrawal?
Yeah, I think the psychological impact of telegraphing your punch that you're leaving, I think it's, you know, it's a classic. You know, I don't think Sun Tzu said, you know, tell them what you're going to do, that you're leaving in 6 months and give up your runway before the evacuation is complete. I mean, this isn't based on any sort of theorist. But the patience with, look at it again, next engagement, not just Afghanistan. We have to think about these conflicts as patience, thinking, long-term spending, not flood avalanche of money that's coming in, going to a bunch of people that effectively you're sacrificing your integrity, your good intentions at the altar of expediency. When you hand out suitcases of money to warlords right up front, I can understand you're just trying to enter a country. But when you continue, when your game plan is to continue to pay these warlords and rely on them, and the 2017 Department of Defense report to Congress said that we have a reliable and willing partner in Ashraf Ghani. They literally personalized it to an individual instead of a system, instead of, you know, fixing the enterprise that will survive a guy like Ashraf Ghani or Karzai or anybody else. So, yeah, I think we have to think long. We have to think small footprint. We have to think by, with, and through. I mean, we have to work through our local partners. But working through your local partners does not mean, hey, by the way, I'm going to yank out your maintenance. I'm going to, you know, your airplanes aren't going to work in 3-6 weeks. And, you know, and we're leaving. By the way, forgot to give you the keys to turn on the generator at Bagram. So sorry if you don't have any electricity, you know, for a while. So yeah, that's not good partnership.
Ambassador Rahmani, you predicted before the Taliban takeover what the Taliban would do in terms of the status of women, suggesting that they, you know, the jobs for women would be very limited. And the mayor of Kabul, I think, said that women could work, but only cleaning female toilets. So how would you score what the Taliban have done when it comes to the status of women working and education for girls? When I say girls, teenage girls.
Well, I'm still thinking the same. As I said before, I believe they have already announced that the girls could not go to school beyond the middle school. In the provinces that they do go, it is because of the communities, the culture more in those parts of the country. And it shouldn't be surprising, because even before, Taliban usually, when they enter the community, a village, and when the community overall resisted to their very severe treatment, the harsh restriction on women, they just relaxed a little bit. They played along because of their nature, the way they worked and the way they are fused in the communities. They have always been somewhat closer to the grassroots and basically taking the temperature and adjusting themselves. But in the rest of the places where the more conservative provinces specifically, it is. I understand that not even girls are not even going to schools for until the 6th grade, because the environment is as such that they have said girls should stay home and the communities follow along. They already told that 30% of the Afghan civil service, which was comprised of women, to go back and stay home until the decision is going to be made about them. 28% of the Afghan parliament were women. They are, well, the entire parliament is out, but of course, if the rest of them were to come I am not expecting women would be among them. So they are tightening the grip as they are going along. I believe that they have been playing smart so far. They are not making any major mistakes that would turn all the cameras back towards them as the news cycle and the interest around the world fades and other issues come up. I think they have learned that patience and waiting pays off. I'm afraid that they are playing the very same game. Now, again, there could be differences and changes, and they may have learned, but that would also depend on balancing what they are going to get in terms of what they are in exchange to what they are going to give. Telling their fighters to think differently, telling their commanders to act differently, having different sets of values and ideologies introduced. That's scary and fracturing. So they have to balance that.
Yeah, picking up on that, Saad. I mean, I thought I heard you say something slightly different than what Ambassador Rahmani has said about education for women and working. I don't know. Did you agree with her, or did you have a slight?
Well, half a dozen provinces now girls can go back to high school.
Are they these more? Which provinces are they? I mean,
in the north, predominantly.
Yeah, in the north. So it's more. That's more of a cultural issue. That.
Well, I think the Taliban have acknowledged that this is more of a cultural than a religious issue. I mean, they probably have to balance the demands of their constituencies and demands of the Afghan public as well as the international community.
So then they're acting sort of more politically, and I mean, it shows a certain political sense rather than an absolute ideological.
Yes, for now.
For now.
But I think the key thing, I'm not a commentator, I'm not an analyst.
Yeah.
I don't, I'm a very practical individual. And I think from where we stand is it's what can we do to impact their behavior.
Yeah.
Because this is not about me being right or wrong. It's more about what's in the interest of the Afghan nation. And it is what it is. They've taken over this country by being smart, by deceiving people like Ambassador Khalilzad, and eventually prevailing on the battleground. And everyone else blinked first. They're in power now. We have to deal with them and we have to work with them because what's at stake is 38 million Afghans. We have a political crisis because of what's been transpiring. We have a humanitarian crisis. We have a major drought in the country. We've got 700 to 1 million internally displaced people. Now we have an economic crisis where the world gave Afghanistan $13.5 to $14 billion a year, and it's gone to zero. We will face, something like 90 or 95% of the Afghan population will be under the poverty line within months, and winter's around the corner. So if we don't act fast enough, it's going to impact millions and millions of Afghans, and this has to be done collectively. From where we stand as a local media organization, we're doing what we can in terms of encouraging debate, challenging them, telling truth to power, and we've seen some signs. I mean, I think some government departments have allowed women to go back in. Just 2 days ago, the Passports Office has asked its female employees to go back, and certain other departments are also allowing their female employees to return to work, including
presumably because women would have to issue passports to women rather than, right? Is that?
Well, it's a start, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's ideal, and it certainly wasn't ideal before.
Yeah.
There were obviously major flaws in the previous government, but I think it's a start, and I think we should, and this is why engaging the Taliban is so important, because, again, it's engaging them doesn't necessarily mean recognize them, but by talking to them, you can impact their policies on the
Related
ground.
question. I mean, the U.S. closed its embassy. As you know well, everybody on this panel knows well, we closed our embassy in 1989. Turned out to be a very expensive mistake. And are we was that a mistake? I mean, like, the Taliban are here. They are the de facto government, whether anybody recognizes them or not. Was it a mistake for the United States to pull its diplomatic presence out?
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, half a dozen other countries. I mean, the Americans cannot even go to Kabul.
What's that?
They cannot even go to Kabul, right? The Brits are there, the Chinese have been there, the Russians and the Turks and the Pakistanis and the Central Asians, they're all going to Kabul, engaging with them. And the Americans cannot even send a delegation. They built this massive compound of, for $200–300 million. They don't have a single American present on the ground. So, you can't do this via Zoom. You've got to go and see these people face to face. I know that they have.
Do you agree with that, Yanni?
Yeah, look, I mean, if there's a book title here is Play Your Strong Hand Weakly. We had a very incredible amount of influence over the Afghan government, and instead of focusing on working with the Afghan government that we had an immense influence over, we started trying to influence the insurgency to maybe make them a little bit more moderate so we can somehow work with them. And similarly, we had enormous, strength in our bases, in our, including the U.S. Embassy. I mean, good luck trying to take over that compound. We shouldn't have left. I mean, that's absolutely, look, in hindsight 2020 being what it is, I mean, we can all say that, but I think that it should have been the plan that if your political settlement is the objective, then remaining and continuing forward with it should have been part of that plan. Similarly, did you not read any history up to 1992 and think, what happens when the Peshawar Accords and whatever government of percentages is going to come into play, that Kabul may actually fall quickly, or as Ambassador Rakhmani mentioned, 1996 when the opposition forces just walked out and the Taliban rolled in pickup trucks. So, I mean, we should have known better and stayed. I mean, that's absolutely true. If I may, one thing though, Peter, it's really important to highlight the fact that there's zero chance that this is an intelligence failure. I think it's an unfair characterization because just like the Tolo News, journalists, these young analysts from birth, basically intellectually or professionally, they're told truth to power. They'll tell, whether it's the director of the CIA or their boss, that this isn't true, what you just said. So I think too many people want to put the blame game on that path, and I think it's absolutely not right.
We have a few minutes remaining, and Ambassador Rakhmani, thank you for getting up early in Washington. Is there anything you wanted to add?
Well, what I would like to say is that if we look at what happened the past 20 years, how it ended, where we are, there are a lot of variables and they are all interconnected. They all one led to another one. And there is an array of mistakes and blame on so many parties that we can recount and analyze and talk about. But like it was said, we are where we are. And what is next? So it is important to focus moving forward and at least try to do some things differently. One of the things that was not the focus was the people of Afghanistan, the communities, and how to help support them, how to strengthen them. From outside and inside, the entire concentration was on politics because that was the source of wealth, recognition, identity, everything, because it has been a country without a functioning economy. Therefore, politics was everything for all along. And the entire concentration was also just on politics and on the individuals, on the leadership and how to deal with them and not to deal with them and what to do. So if we want to do things differently at any point, it has to be people-centric. Something that hasn't been enough being taken into account, and the unfortunate consequence of that is that the very people of Afghanistan have been the collateral damage. Whatever happens, whether you do not deal with the Taliban, whether there is sanctions, the freezing of assets, this and that, the suffrage always happens at the level of people. The government is corrupt, people are suffering. The army collapses, the people are suffering. The conflict goes on, people are suffering. So there should be a different way of thinking and strategy, and a little bit of a patience and recognition that it is a complex situation and it cannot be black and white and timed according to our schedules.
Saad.
Well, I think I don't want to dwell too much on the past, because we got to let people like you write about it in the future as to what went wrong. But it was a blunder. I'm not questioning the decision to leave. I'm just questioning the way they left. The evacuation was very badly managed, and we were privy to the thinking both in Washington and also elsewhere. So we understand that they just really dropped the ball. But going forward, you know, I think the Afghan nation is very different to what most people imagine it to be, the people of Afghanistan. And to neglect them, I think, is not fair. And I think the world, especially now, especially after what's transpired over the last few weeks, owes it to the Afghan nation not to forget them. And I think that's why it's so important. You know, the forever war may have ended for the US, but the misery for the Afghan nation continues. And I think I urge our friends outside to bear that in mind. And I think we're very vulnerable. And given what's been transpiring of late in terms of the economy, in terms of the weather, you know, whether it's the drought, in terms of all the other problems the country's facing, just not walk away from Afghanistan, I think, is going to be my key message, you know, forums such as this.
Will the U.S. go back into Afghanistan, Yanni, in the 90 seconds remaining?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I think that to echo the sentiments here, as a devout Afghan file, I will tell you that we can't walk away from 35 million people who bought off on whatever we were selling. And I think that it would be a great shame to. I have an allergic reaction every time I hear that, you know, we need to save our Afghan allies. Well, for me, there were 35 million allies that we needed to think about, not just, you know, whatever thousands you want to put the number on. But are we going to go back? I'm not sure. Should we go back? I'm not sure. But one thing's for sure, we need to learn from these lessons of what went wrong, not just turn the page and say, okay, well, that didn't go so well. We really need to put some thinking on it, and also need to consider some thoughts in the parting months of the conflict that are simply going to get us in trouble, like this over-the-horizon capability that we're putting together. I think that that's really a dangerous characterization. That I think it's a simplification. I think it's far more complicated. But you know, there are troubles in Afghanistan that are not going away.
I want to thank Ambassador Rahmani, Saad Mohseni, Yanni Koskinas, also Ali Soufan and his team. It's pretty hard to put together a major international conference in the middle of a global pandemic. So I wanted to thank our brilliant panelists, but also thank the organizers of the conference.
Thank you.
Thanks to Peter and his panel. Next, we are having remarks by Ms. Michelle Konix, Assistant Secretary General, Executive Director, United Nations Counterterrorism Committee Executive Directorate, CTED.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to address you all here today at the 2021 Global Security Forum on Cooperation or Competition, Changing Dynamics of Global Security, hosted by the Soufan Center. Allow me to begin by expressing my thanks to the Soufan Center for its continued and long-standing partnership with CTED, including within the framework of our Global Research Network. 20 years after the 9/11 terrorist attacks, it's just as important to look backwards as it is to look forwards, as we must learn from the past when considering our responses to current and future threats. Over the past 2 decades, we have witnessed the emergence of an increasingly borderless transnational terrorism. We have seen groups such as Al-Qaeda and ISIL take control of and subsequently lose considerable territories. We have also seen changes in the structure and size of terrorist cells, including into the transition from centralized to decentralized planning and the growth in the threat posed by lone actors. There have also been changes in the means and tools available to terrorist groups. Unconventional methods have been used alongside conventional methods as terrorists seek to circumvent member states' counterterrorism measures. And new and emerging technologies are now often at the heart of terrorist attacks. Social media, 3D printing, alternative currencies, and unmanned aircraft systems, or drones, are just a few examples of grave concern of such technologies. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, terrorism has no race, tribe, religion, age, or gender. The perpetrators of terrorism come from all walks of life. Terrorism continues to evolve, and yet the evolution is not always linear. Today, Afghanistan is once again an area of significant concern. We of course, are deeply concerned at the potential for Afghanistan to once again become a terrorist safe haven for terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda or ISIL KP. In Iraq and the Syrian Arab Republic, ISIL continues to seek or regroup, and ISIL and Al-Qaeda affiliates in West, East, Central and Southern Africa continue to explore ways to increase the level and scope of their activities. The growing threat posed by extreme right-wing terrorism or terrorism motivated by xenophobia, racism and other forms of intolerance or in the name of religion or belief is also a major concern. And terrorist and violent extremist groups have also sought to exploit the social restriction and political instability resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Our approaches in terrorism must take all these varied and complex challenges into account in a comprehensive and unified manner. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, as you all are aware, in the wake of 9/11 attacks, the Security Council adopted Resolution 1373, which continues to serve as the foundation of the international counterterrorism legal framework, providing a broad counterterrorism mandate for the international community. And its many successor resolutions address a broad range of issues in the context of countering terrorism and violent extremism that leads to terrorism, including human rights, gender, incitement, youth, foreign terrorist fighters and returnees and relocators, kidnapping for ransom, border management, soft targets and biometrics, terrorism financing, transnational organized crime, and countering terrorist narratives. Resolution 1373 also established the Counterterrorism Committee to monitor member states' implementation of its provisions. And since 2005, its work has been supported by the Counterterrorism Committee Executive Directorate called CTED. CTED's initial focus was assisting the committee to conduct neutral, expert assessments of member states' implementation of the relevant Council resolutions. And since 2005, CTAD has conducted assessment visits to over more than 100 member states acting on the committee's behalf. These visits and CTAD efforts to facilitate the delivery of technical assistance have been critical in supporting states to address gaps in their counterterrorism measures. Together with its desk review, CTAD has also maintained a large database of each and every country profile on counterterrorism and countering violent extremism. The global implementation surveys on the implementation of Resolution 1373 and 1624, which are soon to be issued, will provide a global picture of where we are, what has been achieved, and what we could do more and better. The Counterterrorism Committee, with the support of CTAD, has also played a leading role in addressing new challenges, including through the development of the 2015 Madrid Guiding Principles on stemming the flow of FTFs and the 2018 Addendum. As CTAD's mandate has grown and evolved, the analysis of emerging terrorist issues, trends, and developments has become an increasingly important element of the work. We gather information through our dialogue with member states, first and foremost, but also through our engagement with international, regional, and sub-regional organizations, the private sector, civil society, and the research community through our Global Research Network. Through our analyses of this wealth of information, we have been able to share valuable terrorism-related insights and analyses, not just with the committee and the Council, but also with the broader Global Counterterrorism Committee. Within the United Nations counterterrorism architecture, CTAD also continues to contribute to the balanced implementation of the Global Counterterrorism Strategy. The strategy, adopted in 2006, was reviewed for the 7th time by the General Assembly earlier this year and has enabled the UN system to develop a shared strategic and operational approach in its global efforts in fighting terrorism. In this regard, the United Nations Global Compact has proven to be a useful framework for all relevant entities to work together under their respective mandate under the coordination of the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, today, counterterrorism and countering violent extremism are genuinely whole of UN endeavors. And this helps us not only to combine our efforts in countering the full spectrum of terrorism-related challenges, but also to avoid overlapping or conflicting mandates. However, despite our collective efforts in fight to fight the scourge of terrorism, we continue to face a range of complex challenges, some of which are linked to the nature of states' responses to terrorism. Human rights abuses in this context, often relating to overly militaristic responses, have continued. Terrorism continues to flourish in a handful of fragile states which face governance-related challenges and lack the resources required to meet their counterterrorism obligations. As we look ahead to the next 20 years, it's vital that we assess our strengths and weaknesses in responding to terrorism and carefully analyze the effects of our individual and collective actions. We must not lose sight of the key principles that must remain at the core of all our counterterrorism efforts. We must maintain our focus on the victims of terrorism. We must ensure that all our policies and programs are evidence-based, gender-responsive, age-sensitive, and human rights compliant. We must ensure a whole-of-society approach in our efforts to counter terrorism, its financing, and the spread of online extremist content. We must ensure that all partners, including non-profit organizations, the financial sector, and the private sector, are included in all our efforts. And eventually, we must recognize that terrorist activities often transcend jurisdictions and borders, including digital borders. The failings of one state can quickly become a threat to all. Continued efforts to strengthen national, regional, and international cooperation must therefore remain a priority. I do thank you.
Okay, next we have a panel discussion entitled The United Nations and Counterterrorism, Examining 20 Years of Security Council Engagement and Impact. Within days of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, the UN Security Council took swift and decisive action to develop a robust international legal and policy framework. 20 years on, it is crucial to consider the impact of these efforts on security, international cooperation, humanitarian action, and human rights, and what aspects will be critical to ensuring that the UN and the Security Council can respond effectively to future challenges posed by terrorism and violent extremism. We look forward to this discussion, and I will hand it off to our moderator, Mr. Mark Power, Deputy Ambassador, British Embassy, Israel, United Kingdom Foreign Office.
There we are, turn us on. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. And in case anyone wonders whether I'm an interloper on this panel, I've spent a quarter of those 20 years leading the UK missions team on counterterrorism and other things at the UN. So I'm not a sort of quite as random, but a moderator exactly. But first, before we start, I wanted to just welcome some very familiar faces and a new one. But I'll start with Eric Rosand, who's worked on Security Council counterterrorism for a long time, both inside and outside US government. Irfan Said, who's an acting Deputy CT Coordinator in the US government in the State Department. Coordinating all of the CT activity, and again, someone who has been operating and working in the counterterrorism, multilateral and international space for some time. And Majid Al-Ansari, who comes from the Qatar Institute for Strategic Studies here. Welcome very much, and we're very grateful and very interested to hear about the regional perspective you're adding to this issue. And perhaps, if I may, I wondered, actually, Majid, if we might start there and ask you to talk to us about what you feel. Any conversation about terrorism, we like to start with by sort of defining the threat and understanding where the threat is. And I wonder if we might turn to you from a region which suffers greatly from terrorism to talk to us a little bit about how you see the threat, both here in the region and beyond. And then we can kind of go back onto the ways in which the Security Council has responded to that threat and dealt with it over the last 20 years. But first, let's hear from you on the current picture.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Usually, post-lunch sessions are very difficult to attend and difficult to participate in. So hopefully, we are able to captivate the audience.
The key to this is going to be starting a debate, so I'm going to get you all to disagree at some point.
Well, the ever-evolving challenge of terrorism begins with definition and ends with the drivers behind radicalization. And I think it's very important for us to identify that the whole spectrum of issues relating to terrorism has been evolving very rapidly in the past 10 to 20 years. We have seen it move from quasi-centralized threats, more localized threats, to international cyber, post-network terrorism, which we are seeing now advancing more and more in the world. We've seen the threat move geographically from one place to another, from Central Asia being the host of most of the terrorist threats, the viable terrorist threats we were dealing with in the 90s and the beginning of 2000s, to Syria and Iraq post-2010, and now to Africa. We are seeing a move of a lot of the terrorist elements to Africa, and terrorist funding also happening within Africa. And now, of course, with the situation in Afghanistan, the big question is, are we going to see a resurgence of the same, of what was happening before 2000, in this part of the world? Also, the technological advances have changed the face of terrorism threat internationally. We've seen terrorists move from the need to recruit in a similar way to security agencies, where you have to cultivate a relationship, identify the candidates, open the discussion through the narrative, and then move to active recruitment. What we are seeing right now is that recruitment can happen literally, in some studies that's been done, in 15 minutes to 20 minutes, which is quite a different landscape than was happening before. And now the need for network-based operations has almost diminished. Orders don't need to be sent very clearly. General directives are enough for sleeper cells, for individuals, sympathetic individuals, to become human bombs walking around streets in Europe and other parts of the world. And in this part of the world, I think there's a new driver, or not a new driver, but a more pressing driver of radicalization and terrorism, which is the failure of the state. Surprisingly now, if you take the 22 Arab countries, almost half of these countries can be characterized by some definition as either failed or fragile states. The state has literally diminished in this part of the world. It is being rolled back as a concept internationally. And therefore, I think what we are facing now is a more complex threat when it comes to terrorism, but also it cannot be contained to one shape or measure. And I'll stop it there. I think I took enough time from the panel.
And no, thank you. And I mean, and as we look and turn to the council, Eric, I mean, council very much the very rapid action that we saw in 2001 was in direct response to Al-Qaeda. That's what the foundation of lots of the council architecture on countering terrorism was directed at. It has evolved and moved over time. But as Majid says, the threat is both dispersing and proliferating, but also increasingly in ungoverned spaces, which is a challenge for the United Nations as an organization of states. How well equipped do you think the Council is at the moment to respond to this threat picture, and to what extent is that derived from successes or failures of the past?
Well, thank you. I think you have to start by rewinding and looking at sort of where the Council has tried to have an impact in terms of counterterrorism since 9/11. And the first area is on norms, basically creating this global framework, legally binding in many cases, to get countries to take legal and operational action against terrorism, directed at national governments, right? So it's a set of binding obligations directed towards national governments. The second was on capacity building, recognizing that many of these governments didn't have the capacity to implement their obligations. The Council really started energizing the whole global community around building the capacity, the capabilities of national government institutions. And then the third was on coordination. It was getting more countries to work together at a practitioner level or at a, whether it's military, intelligence, operational, law enforcement, et cetera. But again, national governments. So the focus for the last 20 years of the Council, in part because of the way the Council operates, it works with governments and is run by national governments essentially, has been on the national government level. And I think what you're seeing today is that despite this very robust architecture that the Council has inspired at the national level, the threats are very local. The threats are not necessarily directly linked to terrorism, but are part of a much larger, complex threat environment and geopolitical environment. And there, I think the Council's ability to work with civil society, to work with cities, to work with communities is limited. and other parts of the UN are much better equipped to do that. And secondly, the Council's development and nurturing of its counterterrorism mandate, which is a very, very strong mandate that is very popular in the Council because it's one of the few issues in the Council that has consensus among the permanent members. So if you want to take a topic to the Council that's going to get consensus among the permanent members, counterterrorism is usually it. And so I will just end with a rhetorical question, which I know will be considered at a later stage in this panel, which is, given the era we are now in where strategic competition is a dominant theme, will the desire to have P5 consensus matter anymore? And if not, what would that mean for the counterterrorism agenda in the Council, which was largely driven in part by the fact that the P5 were trying to agree with each other on that agenda?
Yeah, I mean, the title of this, as I was, one of the things, as you say, that we get onto is the title of this conference is about great power competition. And we've had many, my 5 years on the Council, many disputes over many things, but very few differences of opinion seriously on the CT agenda in the Council. But we have had differences of opinion on the CT agenda in the UN, but the Council's view of that has been relatively, the Council has been relatively insulated from that. I mean, Irfan, you've been doing a lot of work on sort of the new administration's refresh to the CT strategy. I mean, talk us a little bit through that. I know it's not all about the Council, but talk us through some of it, and also comment, if you will, on the sort of division of labor between the General Assembly and the Council. Because as Eric said as well, there are some aspects of this which are not best addressed through the Council, the Council's particular mandate and powers.
Yeah, happy to. Thanks, Mark. And before I start, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the Soufan Center as well for convening this great gathering the last couple of days, and of course, one more day in this time of pandemic, actually bringing us all together. They deserve, I think, great kudos, and it's a pleasure to be on the panel with all of you guys in particular. Earlier, I think when Bobby was on and we were talking about some of the other things related to like vaccines, there was this idea of this outbreak of diplomacy and the importance of multilateralism. And I think this panel highlights that, this importance of multilateralism. And when you talk about terrorism, and as Eric said, it's one of the areas in counterterrorism where I think you will find better chances of agreement. And so when you have this outbreak of diplomacy on something that we can all agree on, it behooves us to find that way forward. And when you talk about what we can do in this space and what the Council, what the United Nations writ large should be doing in this space, I think it's that idea of ensuring that that outbreak of diplomacy continues and that the multilateralism that needs to happen grows. And you asked about this administration's policy, so let me address that very quickly. The Biden-Harris administration came in very quickly, and from the secretary to the vice president, the president said very clearly, we are back. Multilateralism is going to be at the fore of any strategy, any engagement that we do. Bilateralism obviously is an important part of our conversation, but we know and understand that working through the United Nations in particular, we can achieve our goals. Specific to counterterrorism, I take Eric's point about the capacity building and the norms and the cooperation that must exist. At the State Department, we've done a lot on the capacity building in particular. But he's right. All terrorism is local, and all counterterrorism is also local. So what we've tried to do using this idea of that we're back in the multilateral space is to build off the work that the UN is doing. And we commend the creation of the UN Office of Counterterrorism, and we look at some of the work that they're doing on capacity building, going more local. So there are a lot more opportunities that I think we all have, both through the UN and outside the UN. And I'm happy to talk about that down the road. You talked about division of labor, and I think that's an important one too, because again, as Eric noted, and I'll always say that I think throughout the course of this panel, because Eric's the number one expert on this issue, so Eric, great to be right behind you on this. But when you talk about the capacity to build these norms, there's lesser capacity to actually build that relationship at a very local level where it's most needed. And that, I think, is what we're going to be trying to do in the next 2 to 3 years in particular.
But, I mean, do you see, so when I was in New York, I mean, I was always very clear in my mind about the sort of the different bits of the UN's contribution to the question, as it were. You've got we heard from Edmund Fitton-Brown yesterday. He's the chair of the 1267 monitoring panel. They're basically the threat analysts. They sit there and they agree the common shared threat. You've got CTED, who, their strongest powers are around monitoring of the council sets standards for nations' counterterrorism responses and structures. And CTED, are the experts on both advising on, capacity building part, how to strengthen them and to meet the council standard, but also going and checking that they have actually been met and that things are working properly. Right. And then finally OCT, which, for many years, we certainly felt in the UK, well, Eric and I worked a lot on this to sort of, around ideas around creating the Office of Counterterrorism and you as well, to get the UN better at that local angle, being able to work more effectively. I mean, do you feel that overall, from the United States point of view, the system is growing and adapting and getting better, both at understanding each constituent parts, understanding their roles and value add, but also kind of getting better at the implementation?
So I'll answer that in the most diplomatic way I can. I think the answer is yes, and to be seen. Yeah. Yes, in terms of understanding the need to have different actors at the table, all the different parts of the UN. And you mentioned a lot of good parts of the UN, but we also work very closely with UNDP, UNODC, and others on a variety of efforts that are tangential to the CT fight. So yes, in terms of, good that we're seeing growth, but it's still to be seen how all of these parts will work together and can work together. And I think that's where we've got some work to do.
And Eric, I'm going to come to Majid in a minute to ask him how all this feels when you're not a council member, but in a region affected. But Eric, I wanted to come to you first because I feel like you might speak a bit more plainly than Irfan, if I might be so bold. But I thought also, on this point of effectiveness, the UN can proliferate a lot of structures. Sometimes some people would say the US government is quite good at proliferating structures and things, and that maybe the UN slightly reflects its host nation in that regard. But I mean, you mentioned OCT, UNOCT, and other agencies, UNDP. I mean, have we cracked this nut about too many people doing too many different things? We used to tear our hair out about it a little bit when we were thinking about what could replace OCT. How well do you think it's really going?
I'll answer that in a second. I think this gets to your point that the UN reflects perhaps the vision of its host government. And I would argue that the proliferation not only of counterterrorism institutions at the UN, but of counterterrorism institutions around the world, the reason why the Security Council, its CTC and CTED, focus so much on the development of counterterrorism-specific institutions, architecture, capacities in every single country is because, in large part, that's what the United States was advocating for after 9/11. So this very myopic, often high priority on counterterrorism has trickled down both in bilateral context but also multilaterally. You're left with today, 20 years after 9/11, this behemoth, this counterterrorism superstructure that exists not only in Washington but in the UN system and in many of your capitals. And so the challenge now is, how do you right that big ship to deal with the current threat environment, which is very different from when the ship was built and launched. And I think the challenge, of course, is that moving any battleship, even just a little, requires a lot of energy and attention and resources. And so I think that's the challenge. For OCT specifically, I think it's basically Pac-Man, the game Pac-Man. It's going up and eating every little thing around the world in terms of counterterrorism, international counterterrorism bodies and partners, and it's just sort of making them link up to OCT, so OCT becomes the center of the world in terms of international counterterrorism capacity building. It receives 6% of its budget from the regular budget. So 94% of its budget comes from different countries. It doesn't reflect, therefore, the fact that OCT is so big doesn't reflect the fact that member states want it to be so big. It reflects the fact that certain member states support it, which is wonderful, but it's not a universally supported issue. If it were, it would be a much smaller thing. And I would argue that's where it has to get to. It has to be a much smaller entity that's just doing coordination and not doing all this implementation work. There are 42 other parts of the UN system that are on the ground doing implementation work, capacity building, and OCT should really be just the coordination mechanism to facilitate all of that, rather than entering itself into that space and ultimately duplicating a lot of what these other actors already do. A perfect example is that on any hot issue that the UN is dealing with when it comes to counterterrorism, return of foreign fighters and their family members from Iraq and Syria is the latest. Multiple different parts of the UN are producing guides, recommendations, manuals, they have training programs, and it's just an obvious duplication. They'll say it's not, they'll say it's all coordinated, but to the end user, it seems like you're drinking out of a fire hose sometimes when it comes to UN counterterrorism products.
Yes, and by the way, actually, it was on the issue of foreign terrorist fighters, interestingly enough, since we're at the Soufan Center conference, Richard Barrett did an excellent, piece of work kicking all of that off under UN auspices, and that work stream has grown. So there's a bit of evidence of impact. But Majid, is this all sort of exotic and ephemeral when you're sat in the region, hearing the sort of turf battles of UN headquarters in New York? I mean, there was always a school of thought when I kind of was in New York, when I spoke to UK domestic counterterrorism bodies. They'd be like, what really is the UN doing on counterterrorism? Counterterrorism is about sort of interdicting terrorists, banging doors down, sort of sorting things out properly. We've got police agencies, prosecutors, and internationally kind of capacity building work. Where's the UN really playing a role? And I think as I was saying before, there is a clear articulation to that. But do you feel that here? And do you think countries in the region, to what extent do you feel they're valuing and seeing leadership from the UN on this agenda?
Well, let me start with this anecdote. I remember I was in a meeting at the UN headquarters in New York, and it was with the OCT, and in the room were one person for each initiative under the OCT. And I remember thinking there are probably more initiatives to countering terrorism than there are terrorist groups around the world. You could have seen this clearly with the number of people, inside the room, outside the room, waiting to get in. But to be serious a bit, I think that the OCT is doing a good job when it comes to initiatives and widening the scope of the initiative. You have to remember that the UN is moving sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly from CT to countering violent extremism, CVE, to PVE, preventing violent extremism, and each one entails a wider scope, a different way of addressing the issues. I think one main issue here is, as Eric was saying, it's at the end, it's a bureaucratic nightmare to maneuver between the member states, the affected countries, the partners in the field, the NGOs, the different war zone contexts, and to try to find some ways to working towards preventing violent extremism mainly, and preventing the drivers behind radicalization, which is a very difficult thing to do. At the end, the UN is, of course, under a lot of pressure from member states. It is an organization of states at the end. Whatever the UN is doing is not a UN product. It's the product of compromise and politics between the member states, and therefore whatever comes out of the UN is usually this collection of wills, if you will, from different countries and different political entities, and even NGOs that are affecting the process. There's a general feeling of liberal agenda being pushed through the UN because member states, especially Western member states, are pushing for this kind of agenda when it comes to peace building and when it comes to counterterrorism programs. The narrative is a very Western liberal narrative when it comes to countering terrorism. There's very little impact of local context on the idea of countering terrorism. I think Qatar kind of changed this a little bit by being one of the main funders of the OCT in the past couple of years, by even establishing the International Hub on Behavioral Insights in Countering Terrorism, and we have their team here in the room. And I think this introduction of Qatar as a player, and Qatar has played the role of mediation in Afghanistan and is involved in the Afghan issue, it gives a way for member states from the global south, especially, to be present in the OCT format, not only as members and funders and staff, but also as effective relays of what's happening in the field. One other issue I think that relates to the UN's work when it comes to counterterrorism is defining what terrorism is, what violent extremism is. So we know that since Ban Ki-moon was General Secretary and the Plan of Action, there was an attempt at defining first terrorism, and that didn't happen, of course. I think the session is still open in the Security Council.
It has the potential to be as much of an industry as the disarmament industry in the UN in terms of rolling on as a process, I think is a...
And then, of course, we got into defining what violent extremism is, and then defining what preventing violent extremism is. And there are a wider scope. I think even in one of the documents the UN published, it basically said that the difference between violent extremism and terrorism is that it includes a wider array of threats, and therefore making the problem definition and norms even more complicated. And this is especially important to our part of the world, to be honest, because the idea of defining terrorism has affected a lot how countering terrorism was used and abused in this part of the world. It was used to invade countries. It was used to crush dissent in some countries. It was used to even roll back human rights and political rights in a lot of countries. And therefore, it is very important not to reach a definition, but at least, and I think one of the good things that happened in the Security Council was defining the characteristics of the terrorist or the violent extremist, and therefore getting at least some criteria into what or who we are combating in this field.
Eric, you wanted to?
Yeah, because on the definition point, I think it's an interesting one if you look at the sort of the last 20 years, because I was working in the Security Council right after 9/11, and also in the General Assembly where they were negotiating the convention, the legal convention where the definition was being debated. And in the Security Council, we're like, we don't need a definition. It's just we can't be slowed down by the definition. We need states to take action against terrorists within their borders, and the focus was on Al-Qaeda, and everyone knows who Al-Qaeda is, and so just go after that. And we don't have time to wait for a definition. Meanwhile, it was the OIC countries which were adamant about a definition, trying to negotiate a definition. And at the time, I was sympathetic to the Western position. 20 years later, you see that the lack of a definition has actually allowed abuse of the UN Security Council and wider UN CT framework by authoritarian governments, by repressive governments who aren't taken to the mat for overly broad definitions of terrorism. They're not taken to the mat for applying terrorism measures against political opponents, against female drivers, against journalists, against you name it, because A, there's no definition, and then the Security Council has agreed to focus on capacity building and not on compliance.
But Eric, just if we had defined it narrowly and carefully and specifically, would it not have been the case that we would have then really struggled to change it when the scope of the threat changed? Because, I mean, we've had to, in the UK, change elements of the definition of terrorism in the Terrorism Act, which requires Act of Parliament, fine. But like in the UN, as you know, once something is set in stone, it's really difficult to change it. And so I feel like there's a sort of counter-argument to that, which is if we'd managed to do it, would we not have created a rod which would have then prevented us from doing all sorts of other things and adapting to the threat in a dynamic way?
I mean, that's definitely a line of argument. I don't think that was ever used as a reason not to pursue a definition. I think the reason at the time was that it was this debate between freedom fighters versus terrorists is well known, hasn't gone away, and the politicization of the use of terrorism was of concern, of terrorism measures was a concern, and it still is. So I don't think you can ever agree on a definition in the UN context. And this gets to another point, and I'll let Irfan jump in, I know he's eager to, which is
fulminating.
There are so many different perspectives at the UN, at the member state level, on how best to deal with terrorism. The notion that there's consensus is, I think, there's consensus on a very low floor,
Yeah.
or a low ceiling, but it all breaks down when you start talking about specific cases. It all breaks down when you start talking about specific countries. So yes, you can get agreement on a piece of paper in New York that is kind of watered down to satisfy different member states' interests, but when it comes to actually operationalizing that, it's virtually impossible because the divides between these countries are getting bigger and bigger and bigger as more countries are facing the threat within their borders.
Irfan.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in with a different take on this and sort of talk about the sort of rosy picture of what the UN has been able to accomplish in the last 20 years, in particular on the counterterrorism side. Obviously taking into account the difficulties in getting definitions passed and getting language that is, amenable to everyone. But what they have been able to accomplish, again, 20 years since 9/11 is somewhat extraordinary if you think about it, but it's also allowed us to shift focus as needed. And I think this goes to your point about how definitions could change over time, actors can change over time, and drivers obviously change over time. And what the UN has been able to do is allow us to shift focus where we need it to go when those changes are happening. So just from a couple of years ago, and it's amazing to me how now the conversations that we're having are very different and so far different from the conversations we were having in 2016 and 2017, where we had this rise of individuals from places around the world, young kids leaving their homes, very comfortable lives, and joining the fight in northeast Syria and Iraq. And what the UN was able to do was sort of look at this phenomenon and figure out how to turn it on its head, how to counter it. And working through this new PCVE plan of action, which was important, working through the promotion of civil society and different actors in this space. And again, to the point where we need to go more local, bringing in that idea of going local and not having just these multilateral organizations as the end-all, do-all. But again, fast forward now, 4 years on, and things have changed exponentially, and we're in a very different space. We're not necessarily talking about individuals who went over, and again, I didn't even talk about UN Security Council Resolution 2396, where we all came together to come up with an UNSCR that allowed us to shift focus on stemming that tide. But here we are now, 4 or 5 years later, and the focus now is on repatriation. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the importance of bringing people out of those camps, out of custody, where they are in northeast Syria and Iraq, and bringing them back home. And it's a difficult conversation, and we know it's a very difficult conversation. But this is where we commend the UN for taking on this difficult conversation. And this conversation carries more weight when the UN brings the conversation to the fore, rather than just 1 or 2 countries. In addition, it's part of a conversation we've had over the course of today and yesterday, which is the rise of racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism, or REMV, as we call it in the United States. I know it's called so many different things around the world, but when we're trying to counter this new, I don't want to say new threat, but this metastasizing threat of countering REMV, again, it's the United Nations that is having this conversation, is bringing the rest of us into the conversation to ensure that we are looking at a solution in an ideologically blind way. And I think before we didn't really do that so much, but now I think we have to when we talk about how to counter REMV.
And I mean, as we were saying yesterday on the other panel that I was on, multilateral spaces are a place for engagement. I mean, the fact that you can't agree doesn't mean that the conversation wasn't worth having, because you have a better understanding of each other's position.
No, absolutely. I think the issue, what you're describing, Irfan, is what multilateral organizations do.
Right.
They are a space for convening, for dialogue, for diplomacy, for trying to reach consensus on different issues. The challenge comes when the UN tries to operationalize a lot of this stuff and sees itself as a dominant or predominant actor in the field on all these issues, and it's doing programs, it's doing workshops, it's doing training. It may be overstepping what its comparative advantages are, and I'm speaking mostly for the Security Council now, not the wider UN. going beyond what its true comparative advantages are. And I think that's, for me, is the issue, is 20 years after 9/11, what the comparative advantages for a body like the Security Council in dealing with counterterrorism are going to be very different than they were in September 2001, because so much has changed in terms of both the threat, but in particular, the architecture, which is so robust, so dynamic, in part because of the successes of the Security Council. So now I think it has to take a step back and think, look at the Security Council, what is its most appropriate role on these issues going forward? And I can't believe it's to continue to churn out new mandates, new counterterrorism resolutions every year on some issue or another that then task different parts of the UN to do more project activity, more reporting from member states, when they haven't even ever assessed the impact of all the resolutions that have been adopted up to now and all the impact that the reports that have been generated up to now have had.
Can I just jump in here before? Okay, I think it's very important also to discuss the change in paradigm that's happening by leaving the war on terror mentality as it's
Leaving
happening. The war on terror paradigm,
yeah.
if you will. I mean, the panic-based policy making that happened post 9/11 has shaped most of the past 20 years when it comes to countering terrorism. But slowly we're leaving that paradigm. More focus is being put on PVE. At the same time, the change that's happening within the terrorist groups themselves, within the terrorist threat itself, the introduction of terrorist threats that are not coming from the same classic sources that we are used to and we know how to talk about. And although we try to deal with terrorism blindly, there's a general consensus that comes from the global south. What is happening, what we are seeing now with what happened in New Zealand, with new threats happening in Western countries, is that now we are facing we need an actual blind way of dealing with violent extremism. We are seeing radicalization happening in Western context, not of Muslim youth, but of white, Anglo-Saxon, prosperous individuals who are in the far right and who are becoming very quickly radical and militant. And therefore, the idea now is to find a new paradigm other than the war of terror, the concept of that the states are fighting a non-state actor that is targeting the states. We are now working against an enemy that does not have a shape or color that we can identify, demonize, put on screens, and turn our guns towards. We're talking about the threat of an idea that can jump from a Facebook page to a group that is not the usual, vulnerable to radicalization individual. It is somebody who's living in a prosperous, democratic, liberal setting, who is not of a different ideological background to the society in general. They have good connections within society on a network base. Now we're talking about this and we are thinking that is preventing violent extremism now different? Are we talking now about a different, rather than state to non-state actor, we're talking about within a global society idea of what radicalization is, how it happens, and the economic, educational, cultural aspects that affect how we think about radicalization and how much we are willing to take our opinions and move them into violence, even within settings that do not have the usual drivers of this kind of violence.
Yeah. If I can jump on that real quick, I take your point wholeheartedly, but the challenge is, when we talk about this battle of ideas, it's no longer a fair fight, if you will, because the battle of ideas is now being waged with misinformation and disinformation.
Yeah,
and part of this role of, again, shifting focus is how do we shift to this new era of challenging the misinformation and disinformation that perpetuates with social media platforms online, and how do we engage with some of those social media companies in a way that still protects the fundamental freedoms of freedom of speech and expression.
Well, I want to use the rest of our time to talk about two things, actually. So one, and it's to pick up on your point, Eric, about the future, and something you mentioned, Majid, about the predominance of the Western sort of mindset in the UN institutions. I mean, we've got all these challenges. We're entering a period, or we are in a period of global competition, which is the theme of this conference and has been woven through lots of the discussions that we've had. I mean, it's axiomatic. The Council, as an organ, has always agreed less resolutions, done less work when the when the main permanent members have been more divided. And we're in that space now, and yet we have these threats that are not new but are growing in seriousness, including how we deal with online harms, radicalization online, the rest of it. It's not a new concept, but it's with the proliferation of the threat and the proliferation of platforms, it seems to be getting worse and worse, and we still aren't really seeing either governments at a national level, let alone at an intergovernmental level, dealing with it. So I suppose maybe I'll come to you, Irfan, on this, because you are sat representing a national government. How are you thinking, firstly, about how you keep the consensus as much as possible as you can on these issues in the council so you can move forward, but also how you actually do some things? Because I can remember trying to convene a conference on online harms with the tech companies and for an UNGA one year that Theresa May and Macron wanted to host, and it was an absolute nightmare. And I don't think it's got any easier. How are you thinking about tackling those, and how do you think you can also get actors like Russia and China on board, let alone also our friends here in the region who are also saying, hang on a minute, your approach doesn't quite work for us either?
Yeah, I think that's the big challenge now we face, and it's an excellent question. It's a two-pronged process, and it's the same process we always follow, but we know that trying to figure it out in this particular realm is more difficult. The first one is understanding the threat, and that's where we always start with our baseline, is what's the baseline of what we're trying to counter? And right now, we're still in the, I don't want to say information gathering space, but that's exactly where we are, because we don't know how far and wide the misinformation, the disinformation is proliferating online, and then how it metastasizes offline. So that's the first thing. We have to get, yeah, go ahead.
And just a quick clean-up in there, because, it's been the rest of the world, some of the rest of the world's viewpoint, or it has been a viewpoint that the US government has been a bit protective of tech because it has so much of it there. And you're in the information gathering phase now. There are some parts of the world that would say, how much more evidence do you need?
Look, I'm not going to get into specifically our engagement with social media companies. I can tell you that our policy is and will continue to be engaging on a voluntarily basis. We want to have good collaboration, voluntary collaboration. We're in no way, shape, or form protecting social media companies. We do hold their feet to the fire as much as we can. I think we can say with a straight face that we've seen a lot of movement over the last 4 to 5 years, when we all know in 2016, 2017, where you could see some of these horrific videos that were talked about yesterday. You can see them on Facebook, you can see them on YouTube, and it was at just a click of a button, you had access to it. That's not necessarily the case anymore at the present clip, at the clip that it was. Obviously, there's always cases of some type of information still online, but when we engage with social media companies and we're hearing them out, they're telling us about their algorithms, they're telling us about their capacity to get better. The issue is not necessarily them. The issue is them getting the other companies more involved in this fight, because it's not just about the Facebook, Microsoft, Google, or Twitter. It's about the secondary platforms and the tertiary platforms that are being misused by terrorists and violent extremists to radicalize, recruit, mobilize, and inspire. And a lot of them don't have the same capabilities as Facebook, Microsoft, Google, and Twitter, or the desire to communicate with governments. So it behooves all of us to get them into the conversation. And this is where we talk about this role of multilateralism. I will talk about the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, GIFT-CT, and I believe Nick Rasmussen is speaking later today. And so, kudos to them for the work that they're doing in bringing in some of the secondary platforms. I'll talk about the Christchurch Call to Action. Just recently, the United States signed on to the Christchurch Call to Action, and there are a lot of steps that are being taken, a lot of steps that need to be done, in fairness. So they're not perfect, but the continued conversations we have, not only through bilateral and government-to-government cooperation, but also government to GIFT-CT, and then further down the road to the implementers.
Eric, yeah.
Yeah, if I can just jump in there.
The voice of frankness.
No, I think the issue for me is, what role should the Security Council play on this particular issue?
Yeah.
And I think this is a classic case where a little bit of restraint is in order. Just because there's an issue of global concern does not mean the Security Council, and it relates to terrorism, does not mean the Security Council needs to take action. And I think the risk here is if you try to get the Security Council to take action, because of the composition of the P5, whatever output that it's going to be generated is going to be less than adequate from a number of perspectives, and implementation will be challenging. Monitoring implementation will be challenging, and it's going to create, I think, more complications than it will solve any problems. This is why there's been a proliferation outside the UN of a lot of different bodies over the last 10, 15 years, including GIFCT, including the Global Counterterrorism Forum, in recognition of the fact that, you know, in some cases, the Security Council is not going to be best suited to take on a problem. So that's the first point. The second point is...
But just sorry on that, though, does that mean, if we agree that this is one of the single biggest issues facing terrorism, does this mean that, are we admitting that the Council's action in that, is there a problem with that, I suppose, admitting that the Council's action
the Council
is limited, an ability to act is limited?
Well, I don't think it even comes close to the Council's inaction in Syria, because the division in the P5. Well, I think you could, on so many big issues,
right, so
the Council is...
So we're putting in the box of things on which the Council is blocked because of polarization.
Because of the misuse of counterterrorism measures by certain council members, P5 members, I think it's a very dangerous path to go down. And I think there are other ways to do this multilaterally. The second point is, given that we're talking about hybrid threats, I'm not sure it makes sense to talk about it through a counterterrorism lens, right? It's disinformation, hate, polarization, and extremism all blend together. You can look at it through a variety of lenses, and I think it's a mistake to consider it only as a counterterrorism issue. And this gets to but the UN only looks at single issues. It has an inability, because of its silo nature, to look at cross-cutting issues really. So it's what box do you put it in? And similarly, this is a multi-stakeholder issue, right? It's private sector, public sector, government, civil society. And again, the UN is not, particularly the Security Council, is not well-versed and suited to be a multi-stakeholder platform, nor a hybrid threat platform. This gets to the issue of, is something needed for the next 20 years that is, whether part of the UN or not, a much more dynamic space where hybrid threats can be considered, where multi-stakeholder collaboration is the core of it, not sort of every so often you invite civil society for a speech, but that's the future of multilateralism, is something that is multi-stakeholder in nature and multi-dimensional in its focus.
Well, I was involved in some discussions with colleagues from NATO recently about the challenge for hybrid threats and the amount of work that they're doing to try and grapple with and to define that. Majid, sat from outside, does it feel like New York and the Council needs to try and find a way past this stovepiping of issues and come up with a doctrine or a concept around dealing with hybrid threats? Although, post-it note, two members of the Council, certainly one of them quite likes the use of hybrid threats to its advantage, so maybe that's too much to ask.
Well, as we all said, at the end it's a bureaucratic behemoth. It's the collective will of the member states. But if I can, borrow something Irfan was talking about, the idea of misinformation, disinformation was always a driver of radicalization before the internet, right? The idea is that the medium changed and the scope has changed. So the medium of disinformation used to be governmental, in some rogue states, governmental media, or some aspect of classical traditional media, or even mosques or other venues. Right now it's the internet, and the internet used to be, first of all, a way of terrorists to contact each other and then to recruit, and now it's a way for governments even to corrupt the discussion on social media and to send out messages and to radicalize in different countries, and for non-state actors to do the same where they are. And I think one of the main problems here is that, for obvious reasons, authoritarian governments are better at withholding information from their people. While now, as the governance of the internet is happening in democratic settings, this means it makes it very much difficult to control the disinformation and misinformation that will go through the internet and will result in, intentionally or unintentionally, in radicalization. The internationalization of the governance of the internet is even a more complex issue, and it could result in even more problems. as other members of the Security Council and other members of the UN who are less inclined for freedom of speech can be part of that process itself. So it's a bit of a quagmire here. How are we going to make sure that the international sphere of discussion and talk within societies and across societies does not result in this kind of radicalization through the manipulation of societies and manipulation of segments of societies through misinformation and disinformation, and at the same time make sure that freedom of speech and basic human rights are respected across the internet, which is a global phenomenon. What we are seeing right now, I think, is a bit of a panic in Western governments on how to deal with this issue. And there isn't, I think, a real understanding in this part of the world, or need in this part of the world, to address this problem in the same manner. One of the main reasons, of course, if there's a problem with the internet, you can, shut it off at any moment when needed. But another part is that the problem is being exacerbated now in Western societies more than it is in this part of the world. Misinformation, disinformation is a reality in this part of the world. People are used to it and know how to deal with it, right? Regardless of believing it or not. But there's a general mechanism within society on how to deal with it. What it results in more basic democratic societies is it could be a change of government at any point according to this misinformation, disinformation, like we have seen in unnamed superpowers in the past 5 or 6 years. So what I think is needed now is the reverse. We need more focus in Western countries and in the Western world on how to deal with this issue. And that will affect how radicalization happens even in this part of the world.
So if I can jump in on that, I think one of the things you said is absolutely important is this panic from governments on how to deal with this threat. I think that's exactly right. And bringing it back to sort of the UN discussion, this is where I think we do need some guidance. We do need a role that the UN and Security Council can play, because of this panic, there are so many disparate ways that governments are dealing with this problem. Some in a very large way. In the UK with the online harms, they're bringing a lot of different things into the pot. Whereas in the United States, we're focusing specifically on misinformation and disinformation. I mean, to Eric's point a little bit, looking at it from the counterterrorism lens, obviously you articulated that that's not necessarily the best lens, but for us, it's not an over-encompassing way of looking at one particular threat and trying to include so many different things. I think it's yet to be seen, and we're looking very forward to how the UK online harms the paper and the existing legislation comes out and how it's implemented. I think that will be very important on sort of reining in some of the panic of other governments. We can't have an approach that is so far out of the realm and all over the place. There needs to be a consistent approach, because how we all deal with the internet and how governments deal with the internet can also shape how violent extremists continue to radicalize and recruit. By shutting access to the internet or different parts of the internet, we've seen through research is a driver of radicalization in and of itself. So we want to ensure that the solution, is not worse than the problem itself.
And I mean, can I just ask a question I'm genuinely interested in? It's like, and sometimes when I've been speaking to social media organizations about this, I sense that they are concerned about the issue. They don't want to be, they've got reputations to manage, but they also have ethical considerations. They don't, and a lot of them are very sincere about their mission and purpose of democratizing and spreading information and allowing freedom and access to it and connecting people. But when it comes to the sort of harms question and the thing that, as you mentioned, we're trying to address in the UK to some extent, there isn't actually that much sort of theoretical thinking around, or at least they seem to just be struggling a little bit with the theoretical thinking around where they should draw lines and boundary and concepts of radicalization and abuse and all of those sort of basket of issues. I mean, do you get that sense as well? And is there something, I mean, to go back to the purpose of the discussion, is there something that governments, that the UN, international organizations can help with? I know that they don't like to be lectured by us, but at the same time, it does strike me that there's a sort of a disconnect there. They've got lots of resources, lots of people, and I think some will to address the issue. But the sort of strategic concept of what they're addressing and what their red lines are in terms of doing it seem to be very ill-defined.
Yeah. I'll answer your question very quickly. I know we're running out of time. I'll say that no company wants to be known as hosting known terrorist content, right?
Yeah.
So when you say they're sincere, yes, we have seen that they are very sincere in trying to engage with all of us in a way that restricts access for designated terrorists, for hate speech and the like. I think the problem is something that we've talked about here today, is this idea of definitions and defining what we're trying to counter. And to the, sort of the UK problem with this in terms of online harms, how do you define online harms? And what are we trying to counter? Are we trying to counter every type of online harm, from bullying, hate speech and the like? Or are we trying to counter misinformation, the disinformation that is basically a terrorist narrative that leads people down the road of radicalization to violence and recruitment? So that's something I think where the UN can really help the global community shape how we're responding, how we're thinking, and how we're defining the threat, so we can craft a very equal response to counter to that threat.
Yeah, just quickly, I think you run into the problem of doing this through the Security Council when you are trying to get China and Russia on side here, and the value of a framework in this context that has their blessing is, I wonder how valuable that would be. And I think the second point is, before one rushes to sort of look to the Council as the norm setter going forward on counterterrorism, I think it really begs looking at the impact of both the positive and the negative impact of its resolutions since 9/11.
Yep.
That's never been done. There's just this sort of foregone, sort of this assumption that more resolutions by the Security Council means better counterterrorism, and that's never been demonstrated at all. So I think that is an issue.
You could apply that to the Security Council more broadly. I mean, the solution to every crisis is always a Council resolution, right, whether or not the Council can do something useful or not.
Right, but there's no issue where other than counterterrorism, where the Security Council has adopted 40 resolutions in the last 10 years. Secondly, I think the issues of misinformation, social media are critically important. There's a risk, I think, of, much like there was with the focus on ideology and religion back in the day, there's a risk that that social media companies become an easy target for everyone to sort of focus their counterterrorism, preventing violent extremism energies on, and you're still ignoring the underlying drivers, what's making young people, old people, middle-aged people susceptible to that narrative. And it's easier to focus on the narrative, easier to focus on the social media companies than focus on the lives and the government behavior that's often negatively impacting the lives and generating the grievances. And it's the failure to focus on those prevention aspects that I think, and we get distracted by the shiny toy,
yep,
and then we lose sight of the long-term prevention. And I think there's a real risk in doing that here if we're not careful.
Yeah, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Part of our approach, obviously looking at the internet is just one very small piece of it. The underlying drivers, the factors, the reason why people are drawn to those misinformation, disinformation tropes in the first place is what's important.
As we wrap up, I mean, you mentioned one just before, so mine is, I'm going to ask you your favorite, or your sort of, what would be, I'll start with you, Eric, because you're probably more familiar on it. Your most effective piece of UN Security Council action. For me, it's you mentioned the designation list, and I think the fact that we have a universally internationally agreed designation list, it's not every one that we would individually want on the list, but it's very powerful in terms of setting out one or two, who actually is the internationally agreed people who are unacceptable and are designated terrorists, and that's important. I think just about everyone in the world respects that, bar possibly the Taliban cabinet who have numbers on it. But what would it be for you? And I'll come round.
Your mic's off.
I think that's certainly one of them, but I think that's sort of it's sort of an issue, and it's so focused that it's not really fair to compare to anything else the Council does on counterterrorism, which is plagued by definitional questions, which the sanctions regime is not plagued by.
Yeah.
I actually think the most 1373 was, I think, if you look at what it did, was the most influential resolution probably in the history of the Security Council, and it certainly generated a whole host of positive although not ever quantifiable or not ever measured, but I think just anecdotally very positive results in terms of strengthening the global network, counterterrorism network and community, and allowing for all these other issues to become, creating a space for it on the multilateral agenda. Before 1373, before the CTC, there was nowhere in the multilateral system where you could have conversations around practical issues of terrorism and counterterrorism, and 1373 changed that.
Yeah, I think you've got my answer, but I've also talked about 2396 and having worked on that really in the middle of that firestorm when the kids were going over, disappearing from homes, showing up in Syria or places like Somalia where their families had no idea where they went, and have the global community come together to come up with a solution was something I had never seen before. So I'll hang my hat on that.
Very good. Majid.
Well, if I can just change the paradigm a little bit in the question itself, I think it's very important also to focus on something that's usually more effective, at least from my perspective, in the global south in general, but in the societies where this is needing. The capacity building, training initiatives that usually fly under the political radar within the UN, where people look at it as a way of making your country look good through donating to that initiative or the other. These initiatives are very important in relaying the message and the mission of the Security Council and the General Assembly, sometimes even more than the resolutions themselves and the legal aspect of the UN's work. So I think it's important to continue to support them and to try to depoliticize them as much as possible. I know that's what's said, but not necessarily what's done.
Great. Well, with running almost exactly to time, thank you so much for joining me the panel. Of course, echoing others on the panel and thanking the Soufan Center and everyone here in Qatar. I know you're not from the Qatari government, but as a citizen of Qatar, very much for your hospitality here this week. And thanks very much, and looking forward to speaking with you, continuing to speak with you. Thanks.
Thank you so much to Mark and his panel. Now we're turning to remarks by Her Excellency Ms. Geraldine Byrne-Nason, Permanent Representative to the United Nations, Ireland.
Thank you, Mark. A sincere thanks to the Soufan Center for the kind invitation to join you this afternoon from New York. The principles that frame Ireland's approach to Security Council membership are building peace, strengthening conflict prevention, and ensuring accountability. These principles help shape our work, including on counterterrorism. During our presidency of the Security Council in September, we marked the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks by visiting the September 11th Memorial and reaffirming the Council's united goal to prevent and counter terrorism. 20 years ago, in the aftermath of those devastating events, Ireland was at the horseshoe table of the Security Council, playing its part in the landmark adoption of Resolution 1373 and the creation of the Counterterrorism Committee. 2 decades on, it's timely to question and reflect: how successful have our efforts been to counter terrorism over the past 20 years, and what should the Council do to prepare for future challenges posed by terrorism? These are big questions with no simple answers, but allow me to offer some thoughts from our own lived experience of conflict and terrorism on the island of Ireland. Given the persistent roadblocks we encounter on other files across the Security Council agenda, we must acknowledge the Council's willingness to act on terrorism, and aside from some notable exceptions, to do so by consensus. In my experience, the Council has demonstrated a united front against terrorism and both a readiness and responsiveness to confront new and emerging terrorist threats. The Security Council has created a counter-terrorism framework that is wide and deep. In terms of a tangible impact, Member States are today better equipped to deal with terrorism on foot of domestic measures mandated by the Council. The work of the Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate in monitoring implementation of Resolution 1373 has been invaluable. CTED assessments provide Member States with a clear blueprint for counter-terrorism action. While there is room for improvement, we welcome recent CTED attention on human rights, gender, and humanitarian action. However, while the Council should commend its progress, it must also acknowledge its own shortcomings. Despite 2 decades of action, terrorism persists. We have seen the resurgence of the Taliban in Afghanistan, the expansion of ISIL affiliates in Africa, and the growth of right-wing extremism in Western nations. As I've mentioned, the Council has regularly taken swift action to address evolving terrorist threats. Too often, however, these measures have concentrated on containing terrorism rather than addressing root causes. Too often, our responses focus solely on approaches related to military and criminal justice that offer short-term success but fail to treat underlying factors. If the Council is serious about addressing terrorism, prevention should be a priority. We know that communities are more vulnerable to radicalization in areas blighted by conflict, poverty, inequality, discrimination, poor governance, climate change, sexual and gender-based violence, and human rights violations. The key to effectively preventing terrorism is to address its various drivers. Whether by way of an act of omission or commission, the Council has effectively sidelined human rights from its consideration of counter-terrorism. The genesis of the Security Council's counter-terrorism infrastructure and normative framework, Resolution 1373, made no specific reference to compliance with human rights standards. Although there has been progress in the interim, it's clearly insufficient. Put simply, The Council has been playing catch-up since 2001. Measures adopted by states to counter terrorism have themselves often posed serious challenges to human rights. Such human rights violations are counterproductive, driving radicalization and reinforcing terrorist narratives. We have a responsibility to bring a greater focus to protecting human rights while countering terrorism, particularly in Council resolutions in this area. Ireland is a staunch defender of civil society space at the UN. During our presidency, a record 17 members of civil society briefed the Council. Nevertheless, avenues for civil society to engage with the Council's counter-terrorism architecture can be limited. This is even more regrettable given that counter-terrorism measures are often misused to limit civic space. That is why we need enhanced engagement with civil society, including those working at local level across the UN's counter-terrorism infrastructure. We are also deeply concerned about the impact of counter-terrorism measures on humanitarian access to populations in areas controlled by designated terrorist groups, including the criminalization of humanitarian actors. Compliance with international humanitarian law is not optional in the fight against terrorism. The Council can do more to mitigate the negative impacts of counter-terrorism measures on humanitarian actors. Ireland has long been a champion of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. For us, women, peace and security is personal. In Northern Ireland, we witnessed at first hand the powerful impact of women's participation in peace negotiations and peace-building processes. In an area dominated by men, the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in counter-terrorism processes is critical. Empowering women, ensuring they are at the counter-terrorism table, fundamentally disrupts the status quo for the better. A comprehensive gender perspective also considers the multiple roles of women, men, and people of diverse gender identities. Too often with counterterrorism, gender remains a short form for women. In general, the Security Council has been quick to condemn terrorist attacks and express condolences to victims. However, expressions of sympathy are meaningless without action. The Council needs to embrace a rights-based approach to victims and survivors, taking account of their gender-specific needs. This includes those targeted by terrorists because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, communities who remain underserved in the Council's counter-terrorism discourse. CTED's mandate renewal later this year presents an opportunity for the Council to course correct. I hope that the Council seizes the opportunity at hand to make a difference. Rest assured that Ireland will work tirelessly to that end. Looking beyond December, my hope is that the Security Council will continue to show the unity first exhibited in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 and will ensure effective responses that are rooted in respect for human rights and principled humanitarian action. To conclude, it is our shared humanity which binds us together. When terrorists seek to test those bonds, I'm reminded of an old Irish proverb, Ní neart go cur le chéile, there is no strength without unity. Thank you.
Next, we will hear a fireside chat focused on domestic terrorism in the United States. As the United States focuses on the increasing threat posed by domestic terrorism, this session will examine the key issues raised by the new national strategy, and the progress made on implementation, including the possibility of working with international partners to address transnational dimensions. We'll hear from Josh Geltzer, Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy Homeland Security Advisor at the United States National Security Council, the NSC, and Karen Greenberg, Director, Fordham Law's Center on National Security.
Welcome. My name is Karen Greenberg. I'm the Director of the Center on National Security at Fordham Law, and it is my pleasure today to participate in a fireside chat with Joshua Geltzer on the topic of a very timely topic, domestic terrorism in the United States. Joshua Geltzer is Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy Homeland Security Advisor at the NSC. Pertinent to today's conversation, Josh Geltzer has been the White House point person for domestic terrorism. Formerly, he was at Georgetown Law, where he was the first director of ICAP, the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection. Welcome, Josh. Nice to be here with you.
It is wonderful to be here with you, Karen. Thanks for doing this. Thanks to Ali and Colin and everyone who helped put this together.
Let's get right into it. So Josh, my understanding is that you oversaw the production of the first ever national strategy for countering domestic terrorism. It was released in June. It was an interagency effort, and you had a role in organizing it, writing it, and thinking about it. And entitled The National Strategy for Countering Domestic Terrorism, it outlines the threat that the country faces in terms of domestic terrorism and a very wide array of possible countermeasures that range from public awareness to paying attention to the distribution of guns and to how to counter specific individuals and groups. So my question to you, just for the very start, is who are today's domestic terrorists in the United States?
The answer to that is not simple, Karen, but it's important. The intelligence community, the law enforcement experts who provided us with the threat assessment that then drove how we thought about strategy and policy have told us, and they've said this publicly through the testimony of leadership across our government, that there are a wide array of ideologies and viewpoints that are motivating some number of individuals to take that unacceptable step of turning violent. They categorize these in a few ways. Let me give you a sense of some of the categories that worry the experts the most. One is the category of racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists. This includes, though it's not limited to, those who promote the superiority of the white race. Then you have categories such as anti-government, and that can be anti-government for a lot of reasons, from a lot of perspectives. And then an array of ideologies and frankly, some viewpoints that are even hard at times to characterize as coherent ideologies. But the basic answer, Karen, is that as we think about the domestic terrorist threat today, we can't limit it to one particular worldview, certainly not one particular entity organization. There is a range of grievances and sets of viewpoints that are leading some people to turn violent with those grievances.
So in some way, it's obvious that this is not the same kind of terrorism referred to in the post 9/11 world, which basically referred to transnational jihadist terrorists, that we're really dealing with something else. And yet we still have the word terrorism. We have so many laws and policies and procedures that have been put in place by the United States to counter terrorism. And again, this is another hard question, but what are the basic differences you see in terms of policy challenges that distinguish how you look at domestic terrorism versus how you might look at transnational terrorism?
But it's a hard but critical question. It's a question that we asked ourselves often during this review because we wanted to know where there were and are lessons to be learned for domestic terrorism from 2 decades of a lot of focus on international terrorism. And every bit as important, maybe more important, we wanted to understand where lessons were inapplicable. So let me say quickly, one thing that's similar is the idea of taking political grievance, taking worldviews, taking ideological motivations and turning violent. That is something that is unacceptable to civilized society, unacceptable to democratic society. And that, in a sense, is something of a commonality between international terrorism and domestic terrorism. It's essentially the definition of terrorism. And so that's something that's similar. But there's a lot that's different too. In a sense, one thing that's different is the critical nature of protecting civil rights and civil liberties, especially in the context of domestic terrorism. It's important in all contexts, but here, it can be a particular challenge, and those of us who work on it, I think, need to be particularly sensitive to the difference between addressing violence when people decide they're unhappy at the ballot box or unhappy with a policy decision or unhappy with the legislature and turning violent with it, in which case they're breaking the law and the approaches set out in the strategy need to kick in, versus those who simply hold a wide range of political views, ideologies, perspectives on the world. And it's fair game in a democracy to regard some of those as abhorrent or repulsive or whatever the right word might be, but it's also still fair game to hold them so long as they are held peacefully. So the protection of civil rights and civil liberties, where the context is domestic, where there are views being expressed that at times pivot from, take elements from, intersect with the range of political discourse in this country, that looms large because it requires a real careful protection of civil rights and civil liberties. That leads to a second set of issues, and we should dig into it more, Karen, if you'd like, which is authorities issues, because the authorities for things the United States does beyond its own soil, from intelligence collection to some of the military aspects of our international counterterrorism, those just don't map on and shouldn't map on to work done on US soil.
Yeah, I mean, I want to point out that one of the most important threads and themes throughout the report is the repeated reference to civil liberties protections, and not just in terms of First Amendment protections, which you do spend some time talking about in the strategy, but also in terms of privacy protections, given the world of data and the role of the internet in recruitment and motivation to violence, and also some references to due process. So I think so really what I wanted to ask you, just to follow up on that, is the report talks a lot about democracy. It talks about terrorists as a threat, to taking it one step further than, threat to the government, threat to, to certain points of view, a threat to democracy itself. But what I also read in the report, and I'd love you to talk about this a little bit, was the sense that the wrong response it bears some responsibility as well to the erosion of democracy. And so my further question to you is, you refer to this as a complex, multifaceted, and evolving threat that's out there. And I guess the question is, are we going to get control of this? And is there a way to value democratic principles while at the same time we're fighting those who are counter to democratic principles in so many ways?
I think if we do this work right, we are reaffirming our democracy and a fundamental tenet of it, which is we resolve our differences of opinion, we resolve our differences of political views peacefully. We do it through the ballot box, we do it through the legislative process, we do it through other parts of our government, like the executive branch whose building I'm sitting in right now, we do it through the courts, but what we don't do it through is violence and taking things into our own hands through violence. And so, to my mind, addressing domestic terrorism doesn't just address a public safety challenge or a national security challenge. It does those things, but it also reaffirms our democratic principles because, in a sense, what's one thing that's distinctive about domestic terrorism, because it's domestic in nature, is that it is being driven by those who are or should be part of our polity, part of our society, part of our discourse, but who are making that choice, the choice you keep hearing me describe as unacceptable, of taking their dissatisfaction, their frustration, whatever their grievance might be, and turning violent with it. So that's not just a danger to the individuals who might be at the location of a particular attack, the individuals who might be recruited to doing something terrible. It is those things, but it is something more fundamental. it is a challenge to the nature of this wonderful experiment in democratic self-governance that all of us who work in government are sworn to try to uphold and defend.
You know, when we think about the international terrorism context, we think about groups like Al-Qaeda, hierarchical, in many ways, organized, on message. But when we hear about domestic terrorism, we often see lone actors and small groups, often loosely, connected individuals. To what extent is this a movement of, maybe not even a movement, a set of lone actors and small groups? And how does that change the challenge that you see for the country?
What the intelligence community, the law enforcement experts say is very much what you're saying here, which is that a manifestation, those who have actually undertaken acts, attempted acts of domestic terrorism in recent years, have been not exclusively, but often individuals or small groups coming together informally, sometimes last minute, to undertake these sorts of acts of violence. That's set out in the expert assessment of the threat that was provided to us early in this process, and that we embed the unclassified executive summary of in the strategy itself, so that readers can see the threat to which this strategy has been designed to respond. So what does that mean?
You're referring to the DNI, Director of National Intelligence report that came out?
Exactly right. It's worth pausing on this too, because this was something set in motion by leadership here, truly the first week of this administration, knowing the priority we would place on addressing domestic terrorism. That very first week, the request went over to our intelligence community and law enforcement community leadership to provide a comprehensive assessment of today's domestic terrorist threat. And that came to us right on time at the beginning of March. It was released shortly thereafter to Congress in full. The full document is classified, and at the same time released to the public in unclassified summary form. And then, as I just indicated, re-embedded in the strategy itself. And the reason I dwell on that, Karen, is we thought it very important to put aside whatever preconceived notions, even biases we might bring to the question of what is the threat we're addressing, and instead hear from the experts, hear from the professionals to allow them that chance to tell us how they see the threat, its trajectory, what its key facets are, so that we would be designing strategy and policy in response to their best assessment. Mm-hmm. So anyway, what that emphasis on individuals and small groups means, at least one aspect of what it means, is that sharing information and intelligence on this threat can look different from how we might think about sharing information and intelligence on some of the more traditional international terrorist plots. And to provide something of a contrast here, we all learned the lesson as we read the 9/11 Commission report, as we heard the hearings that followed, that if there is a particular plot, there's some intelligence on, that intelligence needs to be shared across the federal government, or at least the pieces of the federal government that do this work and need to know, and at times with state and local partners who are, of course, key elements of our country's national security and public safety defenses. That is true. It's true in the international terrorist context. It's true in the domestic terrorist context. But in the domestic terrorist context, where so often it's individuals or small groups who don't have those elaborate multi-month plots, but have things that are smaller, more spontaneous, or at least close to spontaneous, that we need to, and we are, sharing different types of information on trends and trajectories, information on particular dates or events or gatherings that might be more likely to be targeted. All of these are ways in a persistent threat environment to help inform those on the front lines of protecting Americans from this threat, while recognizing that this threat does have the dimension that you're describing here, that individual and small group dimension.
Speaking of those on the front line that are protecting the country, the strategy does not shy away from talking about the reality of extremists within law enforcement, within a number of branches of government that would, directly or indirectly be part of the security framework. Can you talk a little bit about how you see that issue and what the strategy suggests in terms of a remedy?
Here's how I think about it, in part from personal experience, Karen, which is those of us who get the opportunity to serve in different parts of our government, whether it's a policy role like this, whether it's serving in the military, whether it's serving in law enforcement, we get opportunities and we have responsibilities. And the opportunities, depending on the part of government, can include opportunities to be trained in very specialized ways, to have access to certain weapons, to have access to certain information and intelligence. And that's all to do our jobs for the American people. What the strategy, I hope, conveys is those sorts of positions of trust cannot be allowed to be abused or exploited by those who would take that same access to training, to weapons, to whatever it might be, and try to recruit individuals to exploit or abuse that for nefarious purposes. We owe it to the others who might be in danger because of that. We owe it to the American people to ensure that when these positions of trust are made available, that those who fill them are worthy of that trust. And that has meant that our Department of Justice, our Department of Homeland Security, our Department of Defense, each of them has announced that it is scrutinizing how it assesses those brought in and those kept in those types of positions so that they can't be recruited to do bad things with those opportunities. And it's a response, in a sense, to the quite explicit, quite deliberate recruitment of those types of individuals, both in their roles and thereafter, in the case of veterans, that some of these domestic terrorism promoting groups are going about doing online and otherwise. And so they say they'd like to try to recruit those people. We as a government, of course, need to thwart that. And that's what you see reflected in the strategy, but maybe even more importantly, that's what's being reflected in the work that is underway across our federal government. In some ways to do this across the federal enterprise, and then in some ways to do it department specific, because every department does have its particularities.
Right, and we've seen that the Pentagon, for example, has announced that it's doing a review of its employees with this consideration in mind. You mentioned the DOJ, DHS, DOD, and you know, after 9/11, there was this intense focus on the interagency process for the reasons you talked about, Josh, which was the sharing of information and making sure that the dots get connected in the post 9/11 context. But in looking at domestic terrorism and in reading the strategy, get a sense that there are new players that are being brought to the table in this interagency dialogue. Who are they?
That was quite deliberate. And again, starting truly the first couple of weeks of this administration, we started having the thinking, the meetings, the work that resulted in that strategy, but even more importantly, continues in the form of implementing the strategy. We realized that, yes, we did need around the table some of the traditional parts of our government, law enforcement, State Department, military, but we also needed others, as you say, Karen. We needed HHS, we needed Veterans Affairs, we needed the Department of Commerce. Each one is seeing in its own way different manifestations or permutations of the domestic terrorism challenge or its knock-on effects. And in some cases, each may have solutions for their constituencies, for their stakeholders that they can help bring to the table. And in fact, one of the ones I mentioned goes right back to the earlier question, which is the Department of Veterans Affairs, which of course seeks to support and empower and protect our veterans in close coordination with the Department of Defense. And so it was important to us that everyone from VA to those other parts of our government be part of these conversations. So at a bare minimum, we were collectively hearing how this challenge was affecting the stakeholders whom they serve.
Interesting. I want to turn a little bit to some of the challenges, countering extremism. And one of them is the use of the internet and the way in which it, in the words of the report, accelerates recruitment, accelerates mobilization to violence, or can accelerate it. That's a very dicey field to get into, both in terms of the public-private conversation and in terms of the civil liberties issues that we talked about earlier. And so I just wondered where are we as a country in the trajectory of the conversation that needs to be had about the damage that the internet can help along? And how do you see that? And just a little bit on that.
I think the internet, in a sense, looms a bit large in this strategy document because it looms large for today's domestic terrorists and how they attempt to recruit and radicalize. It may not be exclusively happening online, but the ability to reach out, appeal to people's grievances, radicalize them further, engage with them, sometimes initially through social media, then moving those who take the bait, so to speak, who seem responsive, moving them into end-to-end encrypted chat groups or even one-on-one conversations. That cycle, that pathway, which is familiar in a sense from the international terrorism context, that is central, at least, to how domestic terrorists are trying to spread their message today and recruit adherents and followers. And so the prominence that it receives in our strategy is a direct reflection of the prominence it receives from domestic terrorists as they work to recruit and mobilize. But all of that is done with an eye towards ensuring that we are addressing violence and threats of violence while allowing free expression to flourish. And the internet is host to both. And one of the ways in which we have tried to work through the complexity of all this and to do it in a multi-stakeholder setting is by announcing that the US government, just a number of weeks before we released the strategy document, had joined the Christchurch call to action to eliminate terrorist and violent extremist content online. And the Christchurch call had been originally set in motion by the French and New Zealand governments in the wake of the horrific Christchurch shootings just over 2 years ago now in New Zealand. And it brings to the table a wide range of governments, of tech companies, and of civil society to talk through exactly the set of really hard issues that you're pointing us towards, Karen. What does it mean to address violence and threats of violence? What does it mean to address very real and very deliberate attempts to exploit and abuse social media and other platforms, while at the same time allowing free expression, allowing free speech to flourish? And we are committed to working through those issues in that setting, and of course in other settings as well, including in our own US government attempts to educate and inform the technology sector about how we see certain threats online.
Another issue that you referred to throughout the strategy is guns and gun flows and the prevalence and accessibility of assault weapons. It's hard to know how that policy could play out in terms of, actually stopping the flow of guns. Who does that? How does that happen? And is that a goal that can be achieved in today's current context?
And let me even maybe step back slightly and situate this in the context of what's called the fourth pillar of the strategy, which is the pillar that we describe as long-term contributors to the domestic terrorism threat. And these are a set of challenges to this country, to this democracy, that are bigger, broader in some ways than the domestic terrorism threat, and yet they feed into how the domestic terrorism threat manifests itself today. So we don't claim in the strategy that we can quickly or easily solve any one of them, but at the same time, we do claim, I think rightly so, that sustainably setting back the domestic terrorism threat needs confronting and tackling and making progress on these issues. And there's a range of them. The strategy talks about racism and how some of the most dominant strains of domestic terrorist recruitment ideology today are driven by and in turn further drive racism. The strategy talks about polarization, often fed by disinformation and misinformation, often spread, not exclusively, but often spread online. Again, these are the types of issues that are broader than domestic terrorism, but they feed into how the domestic terrorist threat manifests itself today. The access to certain firearms is one of those drivers. And in some ways, it's just intuitive. Access to certain weapons can make acts of domestic terrorism easier to perpetrate and more lethal when they are perpetrated. And so it is one of those things that, especially with our wonderful colleagues at the Domestic Policy Council, which has been working a number of firearms-related initiatives closely with federal law enforcement and others, including providing certain model legislation to non-federal partners as they try to tackle this issue. including working through the distinctive threat posed by ghost guns, as they're sometimes called. These are issues that they are working hard and that intersect and feed into the domestic terrorism threat as well.
It is true that the report, the strategy, does make a lot of historical allusions and references to that's somewhat comforting in a funny way, which is we've known we have these issues, these problems, these challenges. Sometimes we've addressed them, but here they are in a different form again. And there is a part of that is, okay, we need to learn how to manage this and deal with this, but it's not out of the blue. So that's interesting. One thing,
Karen, can I even just stay on that for a minute, because the history is really important, and I appreciate you're bringing it up, because we worked hard to try to situate where we are in some historical context. And there's a sense in which domestic terrorism is, regrettably, it's just not new to this country, and especially to certain communities that have been targeted by domestic terrorists for far too long. And a few weeks before we released the strategy, the president was in Tulsa, marking the 100th anniversary of the just horrific race massacre that occurred there, calling it acts of hate crimes, which it was, calling it domestic terrorism, which it was, and indicating that the strategy was going to come out just a couple weeks later. That sort of history, and we referenced Tulsa explicitly in the document, was important to us to see that there is an arc here in which this threat in some form has been with us for far too long. At the same time, we wanted to make clear the ways in which today's version of the domestic terrorism threat is new and novel. And that includes some of the technologically driven aspects that you and I were just talking about, the role of the internet in facilitating terrorist recruitment and radicalization. So we wanted to try to acknowledge both the long arc of history and the newer developments. And hopefully that comes through in the strategy.
It definitely comes through. But what's new and novel, you say, well, one thing that struck me as new and novel was among the remedies was public awareness. The idea that how important public awareness is to resolving some of these issues in a way that keeps everybody more safe and secure. And I'd love to know a little bit about the broader context of how that conversation developed, and for you to elaborate a little bit on what is meant by public awareness.
It's really important, because one of the consistent research findings in and out of government over years of studying not just terrorist violence, but also what sometimes gets targeted violence, described as targeted violence, meaning it may not be politically motivated, but it has other shared characteristics, is that someone often sees something that worries them along the way, whether it's a family member, a friend, a coworker, a peer, a mentor, a coach, a teacher. Somebody sees something changing, and changing in ways that specifically make them worry about the potential for violence, but they often don't know what to do about it. And even if they think they know what to do about it, the sense of stigma, of burden, of whether they should proceed to do something about it can lead to at least hesitation. And so what in particular the Department of Homeland Security has worked to do, and is now working to increase across the country, is build the right connectivity in communities to facilitate those who are worried about a loved one, a friend, a coworker, to find the right outlet for indicating that. What that looks like differs in different communities. This has been another consistent finding, which is that this needs to happen at the community level. In some communities, it may involve educational entities, and some research entities, and some community centers. But to help build the right connectivity so that those who can see something that worries them say something about it, and help those people get help, guide them away from a pathway towards breaking the law, attempting violence, which will change their lives, not for the better, and also protect their own community. That's something that it needs to happen at the community level. It needs to be spread across more communities. And you're going to see more from the Department of Homeland Security as they continue this effort in the weeks and months to come.
Is this one of the reasons that Health and Human Services was brought into the conversation in this sort of evolving interagency paradigm? Or
they do play a critical role too, because one thing among many that HHS offers to Americans is if they or if a loved one feel that they have concerns about violence, including violence perhaps driven by some sense of stigma or mental health condition, whatever it might be, they offer nationwide help, a hotline that you can call and get help. Now, the vast majority of those who can call that hotline, of course, are not calling because of violence, whether concern about themselves or others. But to the extent that there is, in some set of circumstances, overlap between those seeking help and the chance to prevent violence, we of course want to maximize that. And so they do have a role to play in helping for some Americans get help that they or their loved ones may benefit from in the right circumstances.
One of the other things that surprised me about this report, which I sort of encourage everyone to read this national strategy. It's extremely thoughtful in many of the ways that some of us who have spent a lot of time thinking about this are just, it illuminates a lot of things that we needed illumination about. It's very good. But one of the things that surprised me the most was I'm trying to think of the right word, the calm attitude towards a domestic terrorism statute, which has been debated in recent years in a variety of circles. And the gist of it is that, there are many that think they need a domestic terrorism statute equal to the statutes, I should say, that address international terrorism. And there's been a lot of pushback on this, in part because of the way the statute for foreign actors was applied, for foreign terrorism was applied, and just a distrust in the idea of adding yet another way, another tool that could be used in ways that were discriminatory, that abused civil liberties across a wide range of issues. There didn't seem to be an aggressive desire to have this, but rather a reflective, let's see what happens. Let's talk about it. Let's vet our concerns and let's see what happens. Are you content with that?
First of all, thank you for the very kind words about the strategy, and grateful for it on behalf of all those in government who worked very hard to try to get this right. And you use the word reflective there about the consideration of potential statutory change. I think reflective is just right. We felt it important to have a strategy that was entirely doable the day it was announced. In fact, we've been working on doing parts of the strategy even before it was announced. And in some ways, the strategy is an opportunity to provide a coherent, comprehensive vision of the whole effort in this area. But given the urgency of the threat, and I say that having walked into this White House complex on January 20 with the opportunity to return to government 2 weeks to the day after the horrific set of acts of domestic terrorism and other illegality at the Capitol, the sense of urgency, the sense of needing something that could be done to rise to the moment, to rise to the threat we faced, was palpable. At the same time, it felt far too soon to take off the table the possibility of, especially as we monitor how implementation of the strategy goes, considering whether any legislative change felt appropriate, given the need both to protect Americans from domestic terrorism and protect civil rights and civil liberties. And so that landed us exactly where you described, Karen, which is to indicate in the strategy that our federal law enforcement leadership is studying whether it sees legislative reforms, legislative updates appropriate, all things considered in this area. That will then come forward to a broader part of the government, whatever that recommendation is, and we can work through what the next steps would be. But that was the balance of ensuring we had a strategy that could rise to the moment and address the threat and be entirely doable under existing authority, while allowing our federal law enforcement leadership to consider whether anything more feels right on balance.
One of the things that a number of reporters and analysts have referred to, and terrorism experts, are the connections between international groups that are basically white supremacist groups in other countries and individuals and small groups and small and larger groups in this country. But recently, you've seen that sort of minimized in the sense that this is really much more a domestic threat, and while there may be some ties, it's not really on the level that some experts have described. Do we know the answer to this question yet? And if so, where do we see this?
So we have a bit of an answer, and I think in the unclassified executive summary of that threat assessment, you see some indications consistent with testimony on the Hill from Director Wray and others over the past months, which is that there is certainly some connectivity, albeit informal often, between domestic violent extremists in the United States and those abroad who share their motivations for encouraging violence, their worldview. There is limited travel, but some travel. You saw in 2019, the US government announced an entity and 3 of its leaders as specially designated global terrorists. These were the first white supremacist designations of this ilk under that authority, an entity called the Russian Imperial Movement. We stand ready to utilize those types of designation authorities, SDGT, as well as foreign terrorist organization authorities, where the facts and the law support it. But often, as those who work in our government on these issues continue to scrutinize the latest intelligence, the nature of these entities, the diffuse nature of them, their often online heavy presence and shifting permutations make it challenging to see whether they meet the thresholds for those sorts of determinations. That all being said, part of what the strategy calls for, part of what we're doing, is learning more, increasing the priority of understanding the transnational context around this whole issue. That includes understanding connectivity between domestic and foreign actors in this space. And to the extent that that kind of lights up, illuminates networks that we didn't realize before, it may well bring to bear, allow us to bring to bear authorities in new ways, precisely because we understand the transnational dimensions more fully.
I want to address something we talked about earlier, and I want to just, look into it a little more deeply, which is there's a constant refrain throughout the strategy about violence versus language versus words. It's one thing to say heinous and hateful things, and another thing to take action. I think there are a lot of individuals, both professionals and just the lay public, who think that's a very hard line to describe. It is a hard line. Do you think that given past history, given where we stand in terms of racial tensions and the new kind of domestic terrorism, do you think there needs to be some kind of education throughout the system about where that line, and maybe throughout the public, about where that, and maybe we need to ourselves think about it, where that line is, how to adjudicate it, how to set it out, how to abide by it?
I guess I'd say it's a hard line, but it's a line that at least aspects of our constitutional system is built on. And so it demands all of us to patrol that line and guard that line, even when it can be a challenge to figure out in very specific circumstances what might fall on one side or the other. But that is that distinction, critical one that you're making between saying heinous things versus getting violent based on heinous views or heinous beliefs. That is the difference between being offensive but potentially legally protected and breaking the law. And so I think ensuring that as we tackle this issue, and we need to, because the threat is real, and we need to protect Americans from it, protect our democratic integrity, but at the same time doing so in a way that doesn't just protect, but actually, I think, reaffirms our commitment to the free flow of ideas, the full spectrum of beliefs. I think we can come out of that with both a safer public and a reaffirmed, robust protection of speech and expression. It's, of course, easier said than done, but I think we can do it. And I think this strategy reflects a commitment to staying laser focused on violence and threats of violence while safeguarding free expression, free flow of ideas.
So bottom line, it's not just about the threat. It's not just about the counter threat, the countermeasures. It's about democracy. And that seems to be the bottom line of this strategy. So, Josh, thank you so much for joining us and taking this time out from your extremely busy schedule. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for all you've done to help advance this important conversation in the public domain, and thanks for the chance to speak with you right now.
Next, we have a panel entitled The Evolution of Right-Wing Violent Extremism and Terrorism. To discuss this critical and timely topic, which I think will flow nice from Karen and Josh's conversation, we have Michael Isikoff, Chief Investigative Correspondent, Yahoo News, who will introduce his panel.
Does that do it? Okay. I have the panel behind me here. Quite a lot to talk about in this panel. It's the evolution of right-wing violent extremism and terrorism. I have to my left Jason Blazakis, who's a senior research fellow at the Soufan Center. And up above me, virtually, we have Nick Rasmussen, the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Along with him, Copper, I hope I pronounce everybody's name right. If I don't get it right, please correct me. Kapper Rekowek.
Casper.
I'm sorry?
Casper, like the friendly ghost.
Okay, Casper, okay. He's the postdoctoral fellow at the University of Oslo Center for Research on Extremism. We also have Vidya Ramalangam, who is a founder and CEO of Moonshot, and Dia Khan, who's a filmmaker who has done films on right-wing extremism. So a lot of different perspectives here, and Nick, I want to start with you as the guy who was the chief analyst, really, of the terrorism threat in this country for many years, as you were both deputy and director of NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center. The center really grew out of the events of 9/11 and the need to grapple with what was clearly a looming terrorist threat at the time. But I want to ask you, in the years that you were there as deputy and then director, how much time and effort did you devote to the domestic right-wing extremism threat? Was that even within your brief as director of NCTC?
Thanks, Mike, for picking out a sore point right out of the gate there. But I think the way you asked the question and the way I'll answer it, I think will speak a bit to what Josh Geltzer spoke about just a few minutes ago, is the way in which this particular problem set has moved to the fore. The answer to your question, Mike, in 2 words is painfully little. I spent very, very little time as director of the National Counterterrorism Center working the domestic terrorism threat. Some of that was by practice and post 9/11 orientation. Some of that was also just a feature of our system, which had a heavy tilt towards law enforcement solutions in addressing these issues. And I kind of think of it metaphorically. If we were in the White House Situation Room having a conversation about Al-Qaeda or ISIS or any of even the homeland dimensions of those overseas terrorist groups, the population around the table would have included literally all of the major national security departments and agencies of government: CIA, FBI, NCTC, Justice Department, State Department, Defense Department, Homeland Security, the list goes on. When you come up to an issue that involved a domestic terror attack, everybody more or less metaphorically pushed themselves back from the table and looked to their left and looked to their right and said, this is FBI's thing. And again, I think that's one of the things that I think is so useful about the work Josh Geltzer highlighted in the last conversation, is that there is a realization that this effort needs to be whole of government, certainly needs to be whole of government, drawing on more than just the traditional national security organizations. Now, to take myself off the hook for that failing, I'll say that that just simply, it wasn't, as we dealt with the post 9/11 security re-architecting that we needed to do, the problem set we were trying to solve for was mainly a problem set of information sharing across the foreign and domestic divides, and we invested a tremendous amount of effort in trying to close those gaps in the years since 9/11. Those gaps are well known and well spoken to. I won't go into them. But I think now the problems, if you just simply listen to the way government threat analysts are presenting the threat picture to the American people by way of testimony or other public statements, we are dealing with a much more significant domestic terrorism threat, largely fueled by right-wing extremism of various forms. And that's just demanding a whole different degree of attention, focus, and ultimately resourcing from federal agencies in response.
Although I do have to say,
I wish we had done more work to get us there while I was still in government.
Although I do have to say, Nick, this is not a new threat, as Josh Geltzer reminded us in his own talk. But I mean, I remember the 1990s, the Oklahoma City bombings, the militia movement, all the issues that we're talking about today were very much on the table in the aftermath of the horrific bombing at Oklahoma City and the ties to, you know, all extremist, white supremacist groups around. You know, when looking back at it today from, you know, the perspective, how is it that that threat that was very front and center in this country at the time kind of just was not on the radar screen when you were at NCTC?
I guess what I would say is that what has changed over that period, Mike, is volume and scale. And volume and scale count for a lot here. And I think two factors have contributed to the volume and scale that Josh was speaking about and that you're alluding to. One of those factors is of course, the online environment, which is just an accelerant, an enabler, a catalyst for the kind of radicalization that Vidya works with every day at Moonshot. And she can explain, you know, the way in which we try to intervene in that environment. So the online environment clearly is an accelerant and an enabler of this process and has helped create that volume and scale problem I spoke to. The other reality is that the toxic political environment that we are living in the United States right now, and to some degree internationally as well, has also served as an accelerant in feeding various grievance narratives that kind of add to the volume and scale of the problem we're talking about in this panel. So it's not that the problem didn't exist in the 90s. Of course it did. The FBI was deeply focused on a set of different right-wing, far-right extremists during that period. It's volume and scale. And again, hearing Chris Wray publicly talk about the number of open investigations in this area gives you a sense of that volume and scale that wasn't there during the 1990s. But I'm anxious to hear from my fellow panelists on this as well.
Jason, did we take our eye off the ball in focusing on the domestic terrorism threat?
I think that post 9/11, in the wake of the Al-Qaeda attack, the United States focused so much on the global Salafi jihadist threat to the detriment of our focus on other forms of ideological forms of terrorism, to include right-wing terrorism. And that, you know, is still an image, the knocking down of the Twin Towers that is seared in so many minds of government officials. And I will say, in terms of being in the government, as a former government official myself, it takes quite a bit for the United States to pivot from one threat to another threat. In the lead up to 9/11, the United States wasn't focusing on Salafi jihadism and terrorism, focusing on ethno-nationalist groups as the primary area of focus. And then we saw this shift. And I think we're starting to see slowly that shift to right-wing extremism as a focus of the US government. But it's a bit like trying to turn around the Titanic. you have an extremely large bureaucracy, and it's hard to shift the resources, human resources and financial resources, to look at a new kind of threat or a developing threat, because I think we would all acknowledge that it's not new, it's expanded. I agree with Nick on that point.
So you have argued and written that we're sort of the prisoners of the post 9/11 focus on the jihadi threat, and that we do need a domestic terrorism law. Now, as you heard yesterday when I asked Secretary Mayorkas about this, he said he's not convinced we need one. Josh Gelzer said essentially it's something we're looking at and, we'll see. Why do you think we need one now? What tools would it give us that the FBI and other law enforcement doesn't already have to prosecute people who commit violent acts of terrorism?
I think we first need a lot more than just a domestic terrorism law, but we do need a domestic terrorism law, and this is where I think I fundamentally am in disagreement with the Homeland Secretary on this point. If you look at the cases that we've been able to pursue in the context of domestic extremism, there are individuals that are absolutely put behind bars for the remainder of their lives, like Dylan Roof, who carried a horrific attack in South Carolina about 6 years ago. Someone like that's going to be behind bars forever. But then on the other hand, you have individuals like Christopher Hassan, the member of the United States Coast Guard, white supremacist to the core, who was planning out attacks against Democratic politicians and members of the so-called liberal media in his worldview. And in the end, he got about 10 years in jail. And if he had been a Salafi jihadist, I wonder, would he have been spending more time behind bars than he is today? He's going to come out and he's still going to be an individual who could carry out some kind of violence in the future. That's just one example. But there are other reasons why, in addition to the additional charges that we could pursue, we actually have a domestic definition of terrorism, but we have no charges surrounding them unless somebody carries out an attack with a weapon of mass destruction. That is the one exception in which an individual can be charged with act of domestic extremism or terrorism. But when the United States goes overseas and tries to politic and use the tools of diplomacy to try to encourage other governments to label their own citizens as terrorists who may be part of ISIS or Al-Qaeda, but yet the United States can't label its own individuals who carried out a domestic act of extremism a domestic terrorist, but yet we still call them, we heard Josh call January 6th an act of domestic terrorism, right? But none of those individuals have been charged. It actually makes me...
And Secretary Mayorkas did not want to call the people who committed January 6th terrorists.
Yeah. So
he said he was unwilling to use that word.
Absolutely. It makes me personally uncomfortable that the U.S. government's actually calling people domestic terrorists, but we actually don't have charges that we can levy against them. So there is this hypocrisy also that is very problematic.
But let me just pick up on that, because when you tried to define what it should look like, you wrote that it should be defined as somebody who tries to kill, kidnap, maim, commit, or assault with a dangerous weapon, or destroy property, causing significant risk of serious bodily injury, to influence the policy of government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government. That's pretty wide when you think about those words, and is going to encompass a lot of groups across the political spectrum. Antifa, are they covered by your definition of domestic terrorism?
So
Aren't they?
The definition of domestic terrorism, to me, has three key elements. The use of violence or threat of violence, the political motivation behind it, and the fear that it could cause within individuals who may be outside the scope of the particular target. So if an individual is carrying out something that fits those three criteria, which are the existing U.S. code, U.S. 18 of the domestic code, there is that definition, and it essentially has those three pillars. If someone does something that actually is in violation of the domestic definition of terrorism, they probably should be charged for something related to the definition. So, yeah, if it's Antifa, individual, absolutely. What I'm not saying, however, is that we should...
So just to break in, the people who are rioting in Portland in the aftermath of George Floyd and in many other cities and destroying property, you would call them terrorists?
I would say they're not necessarily trying to change the political U.S. system. They're not
Well,
trying
they're
to take
protesting a policy. They're protesting the conduct of a government of government, and so therefore, it seems to me they meet your definition.
I mean, it would have to be very contextual, the specific case of that individual, right?
Right,
I mean,
right.
you would have to understand the full fact pattern before actually throwing something at them. I mean, a better example is, the January 6th insurrectionists, right?
Right.
Clearly, you had individuals who were politically motivated, carried out an act of violence, and they were trying to change the U.S. system of democracy. And Josh Geltzer, of course, he called it, a definition of terrorism, and he called it a terrorist event, right?
Right.
But we haven't charged them. So what I'm saying is you have the rhetoric in which we say they're carrying out a domestic extremist event that is terrorism, but we don't have that charge. That's problematic.
Let me turn to the other members of the panel to get some of their perspectives. Dia, you've made films about the white supremacist threat and tried to understand, motivations and where they're coming from. Tell us a little bit about what you found in making that film and how you think that fits in with what governmental policy should be to address the issue.
Thank you so much for having me. So yes, I have made multiple films now at this point exploring right-wing extremism in America. So looking at the militia, various militia movements, looking at white supremacist groups, looking at also anti-abortion terrorism, which is something else that's having a resurgence, and also looking at the overlaps of some of these movements. And just going back just a little bit to your earlier question about what is it that is accelerating these movements. What I found is what some of the speakers have already identified, which is obviously the online space is just the perfect sort of pollutant in a way to radicalize more people. But I would say that from every single interview that I've done now with these guys across some of these overlapping movements in America is, I think, the public, the media, and also the political response to and the focus on the jihadist threat has actually been a part of creating this sort of co-radicalization. So while we were all busy looking in that direction, these guys were becoming more and more agitated, more and more frustrated, and more prepared. What so many of them have said to me is that they are preparing for an ultimate war with this influx of people. At the time, right now, it's in their eyes Muslims. And so their posture, in a way, against even their own governments is a posture, and the story that they tell themselves is a posture of self-defense. So they are very much actually taking the government response to this Islamic terrorist threat as a part of their own response and a legitimacy in a way for them to becoming armed. So I think there's that. I think there is a gendered aspect in this that we often overlook in a lot of the conversations that we have, is that, the vast majority, there are obviously women involved in some of these movements as well. But what I have seen in the far-right movement, in contrast to groups like ISIS, for example, is the lack of women. That you do have some women in these movements, but this is predominantly a male movement. So I think there's something there to be explored. Now, in terms of the underlying reasons that I came across and sort of were consistent with a lot of these young men, was this sense of dislocation, this sense of not feeling like they belong or have a place within the larger community, within the larger political conversation, feeling unheard, feeling not seen, feeling as if they don't matter, feeling like they don't have a voice, and that one of the only ways that they can reclaim that voice is by doing spectacular events, because we've seen groups like ISIS being rewarded with attention for behavior like that. So I came across, I filmed in Charlottesville. I ended up getting sort of unintentionally stuck there. I filmed with one of the white supremacist groups there. And I constantly heard from them, we want to do what you guys are doing, is what they would say to me, because I'm Muslim. So I'm just getting tarred as, I must be ISIS then. But he was saying, we want to do what you guys are doing. We want soldiers like you guys have. We want our guys to be willing to die in the way that you guys are. So there's this sort of hatred and infatuation with their enemy, which I think is really fascinating. But I do think that despite what it's looking like, and despite the sort of political response and also the law enforcement response to this, I think engagement with these groups is crucial. One of the lessons that I walked away with in doing these films is, if we have direct engagement with these guys, there is actually hope in terms of getting them back out of these movements. It seems impossible. It seems like they're very hardened in their views, but actually they're not. In the course of doing the filming that I did, there are multiple people who have since left and have now become very, very vocal anti-racists. And that's not because of any kind of magical quality that I have, other than just being willing to sit and engage and listen and hear them out and then challenge them. So I think that's something that's quite important and shouldn't be left off the table in terms of solutions.
Yeah, I wanted to just follow up on that a little bit. When you say engagement, what are we talking about, and how would that translate into governmental policy, if at all?
I think, I think it can be, actually. I think what we need is, internationally, we are comfortable. We in Western northern countries, we're comfortable with reaching out to problematic groups. And what do we call it? We call it diplomacy. Now that we've got this festering problem within our own countries, we are sort of saying, well, let's arrest them, let's do this type of legislation to convict them in this way or in that way. And all of those solutions are very, very important. So I'm for all of that. I'm not critical of that at all. But I think that the reason we also need to have the engagement is that a lot of the people that enter groups like this are sort of on the fence, and they sort of subscribe to this because there's nothing else. There's no other place for them. And what the engagement would look like, in my view, is it cannot just be words about uniting a population. I mean, the US is so, I don't need to tell you this, it's so profoundly, deeply divided. And that divide is only going to be bridged when we put our need to be right at the door, and we focus on the solutions and truly including the people that are on every side of this to the table and speak with them. So how does the engagement look? I think we need to set little teams of people that do engagement within communities. I think we need, I've also done films on foreign fighters on the Muslim side, Muslim extremist side as well. And one of the things that's been so utterly effective there, and I think will be very helpful here, and I'm seeing some signs of it already, is mentors and youth engagement and providing these young men predominantly with an alternative. They have all these feelings, they have all this uncertainty, they have all this now anxiety because of, and loneliness because of COVID as well. It has to find a place. We have to find an alternative place for it. So the policy side of it has to be that there has to be community engagement. We have to set out teams of diplomats, of people who do reconciliation work, people who can work in community conflict situations. But I think if we don't do that, if that direct face-to-face contact is not had by people who are capable of having it, you are going to see these divides and these gulfs deepening and the violence increasing. The amount of work I've done on this issue at this point, I was not surprised to see January 6th at all. In fact, this is going to continue, and you are going to see more random acts of violence happening across the US until we get this right. We have to make sure that we intervene and know that it's possible to get a lot of these people back out of these movements. So exit ramps also have to be there for them.
It does strike me that there's some tension between labeling and prosecuting people as terrorists and trying to engage with them. The one may push away the other. But Vijay, you've studied this problem at Moonshot and tried to sort of understand better how to turn people away from these hateful ideologies and actions. Can we engage in the way that we've been talking about here? And you know, are there smart strategies that can actually work?
Thank you, Michael, and thank you to the co-panelists. I absolutely believe that we can engage, and there's a huge amount of evidence that we can draw on to prove that that change is possible. I don't believe that legislation and prevention models to actually pull people out are in contradiction with one another. I think both can and should exist at the same time. Now, one of the benefits that we have, as many of you have mentioned, this is not a new problem at all. This is a problem that's existed for many decades. In Europe in particular, there are decades of offline prevention and intervention models and learnings from decades of those models, which can be applied not only in the offline space, but also in the online space. And this is really the core of what Moonshot's been testing over the last several years. There is a raft of evidence which demonstrates the efficacy of behavioral health models when reaching out to individuals that are on the path towards a violent extremist movement. And that not only applies when it comes to right-wing extremism, that also applies across the spectrum when we're talking about Salafi jihadism or other forms of extremism as well. Some of that evidence goes back to the 1990s, the early 2000s. It predates 9/11, predates the terrorism prevention infrastructures that we've built in a post 9/11 context, and has shown the efficacy of, for example, one-to-one counseling, social work methods, exit programs which try and pull people into a case management system and build a new life for them outside of the movement. So there's a huge amount of evidence we can build on, and I would really urge any colleagues in the US to really be looking at the evidence from Europe on this. We don't need to be starting from scratch here. We can be building on evidence. Now, what Moonshot has done is tried to apply those same social work methods, those behavioral health methods in the online space. And we now have pretty substantial evidence to demonstrate that if you engage individuals that are consuming neo-Nazi content, white supremacist content, and offer them safer alternatives, not just in terms of resources that they can access to deal with the ideology, but also in terms of signposting them into services, signposting them into counselors, into exit programs. We now have substantial evidence to show that they are more likely to engage with those essentially offers of assistance than they are with so-called counter-narratives. So, yes, ideology matters. Yes, ideology is important, but we have enough evidence to show us that if we really want to get at the heart of the problem, if we really want to turn people away, we're going to have to deal with the underlying drivers. We're going to have to get at the underlying emotions that have led people into this, and that's going to help us find their path out.
But the elephant in the room on this, which Nick referred to earlier, is social media. And the spread of these, hateful ideologies on social media. And that's where people spend their time. That's where people, get their news, unfortunately, for a big chunk. So all the strategies you're describing sound like they would make sense, and then somebody goes home at night and sees all sorts of, crazy, hate-filled stuff on Facebook and YouTube. Doesn't it sort of undermine what you're trying to accomplish?
I see the online space as much as it is a risk factor and as much as it creates problems for those of us that are trying to do prevention, it also creates an opportunity. Just as those individuals are going online to access their news, to connect with their friends, families, and also connect with people who might be trying to manipulate them or exploit them, they are going online and engaging with content that creates an opportunity for us to directly reach out to them and engage. And I'll give you an example. Last year, Moonshot ran what I would call a de-escalation crisis response campaign, which we ramped up in the run-up to the US election and ran through the election, through the January 6th insurrection, through the inauguration. And we were reaching out to white supremacists, armed group members, QAnon adherents, and also anti-government conspiracy theorists. And we ran, the sheer scale of people engaging content across those 4 different types of audiences, I've never seen volumes of engagement this high. Now, really interestingly, when we ran messaging campaigns to try and reach out to those individuals, de-escalate them from anger, de-escalate them from violence, The most engaging message that we tested with those 4 audiences was a message that said anger and grief can be isolating. So on average, people at risk of right-wing extremism, of anti-government conspiracy theories, they were 17% more likely to click on that message than any others that we tested. And in particular, armed group audiences were more likely to engage with a message that said, don't do something that you'll regret, self-control is key, and offered exercises and self-help resources to de-escalate themselves from anger. So continually when we engage with these audiences online, we find that not only do they want to engage with extremist and hate content, they are open and receptive to content which is going to try and help them. And that's really the opportunity for us to try and reach out, to use the internet as a mechanism to reach out to them and try and turn them away.
Casper, you've studied the right-wing extremism problem in Europe. And, the assumption of all the conversation and dialogue about this in the United States is that there's a connection between these groups and acts of violence. And, we certainly saw that in the United States on January 6th. But if I understand correctly, your research suggests that many of these groups and many of these actors, as repugnant as their ideologies might be, don't necessarily engage in violence, and that correct me if I'm wrong, your argument is that the threat of violence from these groups has been overstated.
Yes, thank you for the question, Michael, and I guess time for a European point of view, if I could put it this way, continental Europe point of view. Well, we're sitting at CIREX, at a data that basically says that in Western Europe, in the last year, there were 2 fatal right-wing terrorist attacks. One in Germany, one in Portugal. 2. 140 severe incidents of violence, and I can explain what we mean by severe, but 140 of which most were kickings and beatings. Now, how does that square with the description of the panel? How does that square with the situation in the United States? I guess, in the output, not in the input that Vidya was talking about, but we're talking about the output, the violent output here. And what we've been seeing quite a lot, not only here at CIREX, but many of my other colleagues in Europe, up and down Europe as well, is that we too often think of these individuals on the extreme right, because it's not only the far right, it's the tip of the spear, so to speak, as, we still have this kind of a quasi-skinhead image, that they would be involved in violence first and foremost. Whereas quite a lot of that stuff, and I talked to some of them, they are quite keen on actually going cultural. They want to repeat the success, how they view it, of the new left after 1968, which in their view, that's how they see it, went into mainstream culture, politics, society, etc., and basically won the battles of 1968, which it lost in 1968, but won in the long term. And the new right, so to speak, they want to repeat that success, and they call it metapolitics. I know it's a language and a word that people in the community know, but I guess the language, the audience here need to hear it. So they go metapolitical, not essentially violent. And maybe one last thought, Michael, if I may. A French foreign fighter from the far right who fought in Ukraine told me in an interview, he said, I would love to have Donbass or Donetsk in France. I would love to have that kind of violence, revolution, for his ideology, for his far right ideology, but I know I will not. We are too weak. The state is too strong. The state will unleash all of its totalitarian means against us, and we will simply not prevail. Therefore, we have to seek another way. Therefore, we have to seek a kind of like a back door or a side door, really, and go into your minds, go into your politics, go into your, bedrooms, living rooms, through culture. That's what they're looking for. That's how I see the pendulum. Less violence, more thinking. Even if we disagree with this thinking, it's still what they're doing, and that's how we see it.
Okay. Let me go back to Nick. We've talked a lot at this conference about January 6th. Were the people who were committed the riot at the Capitol on January 6th terrorists?
Well, That's a pretty broad question, Michael, and I think the word "the people," captures a whole lot, or quite a spectrum of activity.
680
And again,
people were arrested.
Sure, and you're seeing an array of charges being rolled out over time, and there's been some great journalistic reporting on unpacking all of that. So I think I would tend to agree with where Josh left it. This was clearly an act of domestic terror, taken in its totality. Was every single individual arrested? Someone who fell under the label of terrorist? I'm not sure that's a productive conversation to really have. I think we have a whole spectrum of human behavior on display that day, from people who are actively engaged in violence that caused real harm and even in some cases may have contributed to the death of individuals at the Capitol. And then you had other people who were clearly caught up in a moment or a movement or a frenzied sense of excitement about something they thought might be unfolding. And that's, like I said, that's a tremendous spectrum. But I think what it made clear was that this ideological narrative that is pulsing through our politics right now can manifest in violence. And that is itself, plenty of reason enough for us to be thinking about trying to drive solutions to this. And I want to kind of go back to something Dia mentioned earlier. This ends up being a solution that you can't lay at the feet of any one sector or any one group of actors. Josh Geltzer will try to organize government activity in this space, but clearly there's a role for the private sector, there's a role for civil society organizations, there's a role for academia in trying to understand the true contours and nature of this far-right extremism problem. And that's one of the things I'm doing at the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, is trying to provide that platform for multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder conversation and problem solving in this space. And I'll tell you, Mike, it's something that was way outside my comfort zone in government service, trying to sit around the table with all of these different sectors, all of whom have something real to contribute in a problem solving way. You're not used to that when you work in an intelligence organization or in the government. You tend to think of this as your problem to solve. And clearly this is a societal problem requiring a whole of society response. And that's why I think this panel reflects that. We've got members of the private sector, members of academia, and government veterans. And I think each of us brings something to this that's going to help us chip away at this problem.
One big fuel or accelerant, which I mentioned before, is the role of social media. And we had the really remarkable testimony recently of Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, who talked about how Facebook's own algorithms maximized the spread of hateful ideologies that clearly can induce and lead people to violence. Nick, I want to ask you, and then Jason, you to respond here, but basically the argument is that governmental action now is required to get these social media giants to take greater steps to curb the kind of content they allow on their platforms. Does the situation cry for cracking down on Facebook and Twitter and the other social media platforms in your view, Nick?
I'm not sure I'd frame it that way, Mike. I mean, cracking down, I think there are clearly some parts of the extremism landscape where I think companies would benefit and even welcome greater government clarity in terms of prescribing certain groups, certain activity, certain forms of expression in the online environment. We've seen over time the companies respond most effectively when there's a clear framework provided in some cases by government. So during the ISIS foreign fighter heyday of several years ago, it was a crime for an individual to be posting on social media activities supportive of ISIS or indicating an intention to go to the conflict zone to become a foreign fighter. Why? Because the Islamic State had been declared a foreign terrorist organization. And so there was, in a sense, no optionality for the way in which a technology platform could evaluate a person's participation tied to ISIS or Al-Qaeda. We lack a similar framework across this domestic set of actors and organizations. And that was certainly a part of the conversation that Karen Greenberg and Josh Geltzer had. The absence of that framework leaves much more gray space. And whenever there is gray space, there is a lack of consistency, there is a lack of uniformity in the way in which companies can respond to that, and that leads to criticism, justifiably so. But that's one of the reasons for that multi-stakeholder conversation I talked about a few minutes ago. Let's try to come up with better definitional frameworks that give us guideposts, guidelines to make decisions like this, rather than just relying on feel.
So if you were back in your old job, how would you clarify that gray space? What would you recommend?
Well, I'm going to do my successors the courtesy of not telling them how to do their job currently. And I myself, I'll be the first to admit I've gone back and forth on the wisdom or virtue of the domestic terrorism statute. I've written publicly a couple of years ago that it was, highly called for and would add great value, but I'm now inclined to be more nuanced in making that claim because I just don't know what I don't know in terms of what capacity it would unleash or unlock for the government to bring to the table from a law enforcement perspective. So I'm going to dodge that one, Michael, because I just don't want to be prescriptive when I don't necessarily have the full picture that my government colleagues have. I do think that the more that the government can do to put some definitional frameworks around terrorism or extremism or violent extremism, the more those can be consistently applied by tech companies. I think I can leave it at that.
On the social media front, Jason, because you've studied this as well, what actions, if any, are needed by the U.S. government to address the issues that Frances Haugen was testifying about?
So one thing that the U.S. government can do to help social media, as opposed to perhaps stick the sword in social media, is to consider using the tools that they have available to them. The U.S. Department of State and Treasury Department can sanction terrorist groups pursuant to various legal authorities.
And yet they have not.
With one exception, the Russian imperial movement.
Which was done under the Trump administration,
Correct.
not the Biden administration.
Correct. And I'll just say, when the State Department designated the Russian imperial movement on April 6th of 2020, on April 7th of 2020, the Russian imperial movement's YouTube channel disappeared, and the Facebook page associated with the Russian imperial movement also disappeared, because these social media companies quite often look at the U.S. designation list to make their determinations on whether or not content can ride on their platform associated with these kinds of groups. So one thing the State and Treasury Department can do is consider using their tools to go after transnational white supremacist groups, and that may give more leverage for social media to take down content. But social media has a lot more to do on its own, I would argue, and they can do more on their own without the government impetus to push them to do more. And I'll just point to one analogy. In 1970, the Anti-Money Laundering Bank Secrecy Acts were passed. And banks then became responsible for trying to get dirty money out of their system. And I look like there's an analogy to me that essentially you have content moderation teams at Facebook, Twitter, Google, YouTube, supposed to be removing content. And they've been really aggressively doing that only really since the rise of ISIS. When ISIS material was riding on their platforms, you could see decapitation videos. And then they finally responded. So it's a really immature process. It's been around for 8 years, whereas taking action against dirty money has been around for more than 50 years. They need to build up their content moderation capabilities. They need to continue to work with private sector entities like Moonshot, for instance. They need to work with academics who have the experience and understanding of coded language to be able to understand what's being said on their platforms, because a lot of times the people who are the content moderators don't understand how their platform is being used by individuals who are communicating in coded language.
But do we leave that up to the geeks in Silicon Valley?
Well,
we let them decide what we can read and what we can't?
The only thing that Silicon Valley responds to, and I live in Silicon Valley's back door, and I work with Silicon Valley companies all the time, is the impact something could have on their pocketbook. The reputational risk that they face if they allow this content to continue to essentially ride on their platform. And the one way to stop that, to put some kind of limited stop to it, is by calling them to Congress to testify. And hopefully nothing like we saw 2 years ago when Zuckerberg was testifying, in front of, senators who are completely out of touch with these issues. But to put their feet on the fire day after day, do I think regulation is necessary in this space? Possibly. Even Monica Bicker, in the wake of this scandal, said they'd be happy to be regulated more on these issues. Do we need to have more specific regulations in place like we have with money laundering and terrorism financing that we have had in place for 50 years for thinking about how content is spreading on these platforms? I think that is a possibility that needs to be looked at. And one way to look at it is to re-examine Section 230 of the Federal Communications Act to see if it needs to be updated. Because
how would you update it? And explain, Section 230 is basically what immunizes the social media companies from being sued for libel because they are not responsible for the content that they allow on their platforms.
Yeah. So there are a couple good bills in Congress to try to address some of these issues. Particularly one area where I would focus on is the area of algorithmic radicalization. A lot of the algorithms that recommend the next YouTube video to watch, the next Facebook group to follow, the next Twitter social star to follow. These are things the algorithm recommends to you. And there are documented examples. In 2019, New York Times did a great story about a guy named Caleb Daniels who became radicalized over YouTube. And I think having a bill that penalizes social media for algorithmic radicalization is a good step. And there is a bill in Congress to do that, to allow for private citizens to potentially sue individuals at these social media companies if they find that somebody has been radicalized through the algorithm. So that would be one way to do so. It would be focused, very nuanced focused, but I also, at the same time, am really concerned about taking too broad of approach to reforming Section 230, particularly along the lines that Donald J. Trump recommended, last year. That's just too broad of a reform.
He had his own motivations for that. Dio, in your research for the film you made, what role did social media play in fueling the ideologies of the people you were making the film about?
It was essential, but I would not just single out the sort of the delivery system and also obviously the algorithm side of it, but the content that a lot of them consumed. And some of them said very clearly, I filmed with a militia member who plotted to blow up an apartment complex filled with Somali Muslims. And he said very clearly that what radicalized him was political rhetoric in his country at the time. How Muslims were being spoken about, how immigrants were being spoken about, what kind of policies and what kind of political rhetoric was just on repeat, rinse and repeat on our traditional media was actually a huge factor in radicalizing and pushing this man then to harder, if we want to say, or more radical content online. So, and also right in the aftermath of 9/11, just I think about 10 days after that, there was a white supremacist that went on a shooting spree, killed two immigrants who he was hoping were Muslim, but actually ended up being Indian. One young Muslim man actually survived the attack, and then campaigned to save this man's life. And in the process of learning more about his attacker, what he found out, and this man, this white supremacist, Mark Stroman is his name, actually also said that watching widely available media, Fox News in his case, and constantly seeing Muslims or sort of the outgroup in a way portrayed and painted in a certain way is what he said, it just drove me over the edge. He said, I had to do something. How can I not do something? So I'm not saying that we should start, I know we're talking about social media. Should we police social media? Should we have more restrictions in terms of what people can and can't say? I'm not suggesting we do the same with media or with politicians, but I just think it's very important to keep all of these factors in line and in our sight when we are looking at the solutions to this. So yeah, I would say social media is a huge factor, but it's not the only factor. And social media, as Vidya was saying earlier, in fact, I think can be deployed as part of the solution where some of this engagement online can happen. Recruiters for ISIS at the time, they were spending hundreds of hours trying to recruit one person. So imagine our response in contrast to that is nothing, or very, very little. So the engagement, I will keep saying it, the engagement is critical. And the engagement is not, some of my friends sort of go, why do you keep engaging with all these horrible guys, is what my friends say. Why are you trying to rescue their humanity? And to me, it's not actually about their humanity. It's about my own. I'm trying to hold on to my own. And I think as a society, as various communities, as various countries, we at some point also have to decide, how do we want to show up and face some of these challenges that we have? Do we become like the people that we say we're trying to contain and redirect their energies, or are we offering an alternative? We always say, a friend of mine always says this, we are so good at articulating what we are against. We have to start becoming good at articulating what we are for. That's what all extremist movements do. Whatever window dressing they dress themselves in, whatever slogans and flags they wrap themselves in, they all articulate what they're for. And all we do is react to them, saying we're against that and we're against that. We have to offer our young people an alternative, and we have to offer them a free space, the ability to say out loud, even the ugly things that they think, so that they can be confronted and so that they can be unpicked. The solution to bad speech is not to restrict speech. It is to have more good speech. So my line, back to your earlier question, the freedom of expression question, the only thing that I think the line for me is if you're inciting violence, that's the line. I think beyond that, we have to do a better job at countering the bad speech and becoming better at articulating what kind of society and what kind of future is it that we want for our young people. So that extremists are not let to define it for our young people.
So, Vidya, just returning to the issue of engagement, I wonder if we could just flesh this out a little more. What do you say? How do you engage with somebody who is expressing racist, anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim language? How do you engage with somebody like that? What do you say to them that you think could bring them out of that morass of hatred?
Well, it's critical to, as much as possible, draw lines between the level of risk and the type of threat that we're dealing with each individual case. Someone who is purely racist and is maybe building, developed ideas off the back of racist views that they've been exposed to is different from someone who is embedded in a neo-Nazi or a white supremacist movement. And the intervention that's going to be required is going to look different. So this exists, the risk exists on a spectrum, and our responses have to look different depending on where someone sits on that spectrum. For a hardened ideologue, for an organizer of an extremist movement, these are folks that require a targeted intervention. So referral into support programs, some of those behavioral health methods that I mentioned, counseling, and potentially off-ramping into exit programs. And of course, if someone does something that crosses the line and warrants a criminal justice intervention, warrants legal action, then obviously that needs to be taken. My view is anyone below that threshold, anyone who has not done something illegal, is someone who who we can reach and try and bring back and pull back from that line. Below that line, if you have supporters, people who are not actually committed but are just engaging with the ideology online, they are ripe for targeted prevention efforts online. And these are people who may have a lot to lose by engaging more actively with these movements. They may actually alienate themselves from their family members, from their loved ones. These are audiences who might be receptive to what I'd call deterrence messaging, diversion. They might be open to messaging about the consequences of engaging. And then there's, one level below that, there's the general public who are coming into contact with disinformation, propaganda, whose opinions may be swayed, but who don't necessarily pose a national security threat on their own. And the efforts to engage with those individuals might include building their critical media consumption skills, inoculating them to harmful content, preparing them for the possibility that they might be manipulated online. And those efforts need nothing to do with terrorism prevention. That's more about building resilience. So the intervention for someone who is maybe, saying some racist things, maybe getting involved in anti-Semitism, that intervention is going to look very different from how we might intervene with a neo-Nazi.
So, Casper, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on the engagement that Vidya is talking about, because if I heard you correctly the first time around, you cited as something that worked the guy in Ukraine who didn't engage in violence because of the threat that the state was going to come down on him hard, that he was going to end up in jail, that he was going to be prosecuted. And that's what you said worked. That's very different than the kind of engagement that Vijay is talking about.
Well, thank you, Michael. It's slightly different. It was a Frenchman who came
I'm sorry.
from fighting in Ukraine.
In Ukraine, who had gone there
And
to
he
fight
fought
on behalf of
Yes.
the Russians, I'm assuming, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And came back, said, look, we would stand no chance. And, maybe I'll wear the devil's hat, devil's advocate hat, if I could. When I talk to these individuals, I think we have a bit of an issue here. They differ in their understanding of European history or Western history, culture, and society quite remarkably from us. We might get them not to do violence, and here I completely endorse what Dia or Vijay were talking about. But I don't think we can de-radicalize them. I don't think that's on the menu. These individuals think that the last 350 years of European or Western history, so basically post-Enlightenment, is just a joke. It's basically a stab in the heart of traditional white, male-dominated, in their view, organized and run Europe, and therefore we need to go back to that. Now, try having a conversation with someone who completely rejects the last 350 years and tells you that the French Revolution was basically the worst horrible thing that happened, that ancien regime of Louis was great, that serfdom was great because people knew their place. And he's not going to do violence, and it's usually a he. I agree with DJ who was talking about that. But basically, we have an issue here. We have to go back to the roots of our enlightened democracies and check where things got wrong, where the rot is, so that individuals like that can be convinced that this world is not rotten. But I wouldn't be so, optimistic as to, getting them back on the right track. I think they would be offended by us actually saying that we need to get them back on some kind of a right track. They say, hey, I've got legitimate views. They're just different from yours. That's what they've been telling me. And I think when we talk about engagement, you just have to listen to what they say and have to give them space. That's what I'm trained, as an academic to do, and not to be judgmental about this. And I think that's the one thing we can do, and then share the views and the light on this, that there is a group of people amongst us that is basically so anti what we are, and they're not coming from, from nowhere. I mean, there is some logic behind, but as I said, it's a logic of rejection of 350 years of Western or European history.
Dia, I see you have, you want to break in. Go ahead.
Well, it's just what Casper, what you're saying is absolutely so important. And this is why I would like to just make a very quick comment about when I say engagement, I completely agree with you. The engagement cannot take place from all the interviews that I've done with these guys. It cannot be my ideology, my worldview versus yours. It cannot be me trying to blame them, to change them, to try to de-radicalize them, or to try to get them on the right path. You do that with any of these groups. It doesn't matter if it's the jihadis or it's the white supremacists or it's the whoever. You will lose. It's a losing conversation. The only way to do this is the only way that people that recruit them into these groups do. They don't start with the ideology. Ideology is never first for most of them. It's about the human relationship. So my kind of method with all of these guys has been to establish a personal relationship, a human connection with them first, and way down the line, because the patience has to be here. We have to be willing to give these guys and ourselves the time to do this. These guys didn't appear out of a vacuum and didn't get radicalized in 2 days. So to get them back is also going to take time, but it can only be done through human relationships. It cannot be you are now going to think like me. I think, Casper, what you're saying is the key to engagement I have found is listening. It's not talking at people, it's not lecturing them, it's not trying to change them. It's giving them the space to say out loud what they feel, what they think, and not agree with it, not give it permission necessarily, or justify it, but I instead of saying, you know, because some of these guys that I filmed with, they said, oh, you know, the Holocaust never happened, this didn't happen, that didn't happen, blah, 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 you know, slavery is this in America, and whatever. And it's all, and I let them speak, and instead of correcting them, I then told them about my life and my personal experiences. So you make it as intimate, keep it intimate as much as possible. And in that gap of intimate human connection, something different starts happening. I never told them you being a neo-Nazi is a bad thing. They got to that conclusion themselves. Actually, one of them, it took him 2 years. He was the leader of one of the largest neo-Nazi and one of the oldest neo-Nazi organizations in America. And 2 years after we had spent a lot of time together, he called me, he said, look, I can't do this anymore, but I don't know what to do now. So that goes back again to the exit ramp that the video is talking about. Anyway, but I think what you just said is so important, that it's not my ideology, my verse against your verse.
So just to wrap up here, if we've framed this, or at least we've been talking about, on the one hand, engagement, and on the other hand, prosecution, imprisonment. Nick, which is more effective at this point in dealing with the nature of the white supremacist, violent extremist threat the country is facing?
I would argue that's a false choice. I think getting back to something both Dia and Vidya have said, we need kind of a full toolkit here. Meet the bad guy where he is. In some cases, that will be after he's crossed a line, and you have to have a securitized response that involves incarceration and all that comes with that. But for other individuals who are maybe dabbling in this space and can be walked away from it either through a deterrence or engagement strategy that makes them realize the costs are too high, personally, professionally, whatever, then, I mean, again, this is why this is, in some ways, a harder problem than going after al-Qaeda cells in the Fatah. This requires a much more nuanced toolkit response. And I think just the nature of this panel shows that you've got to draw on very, very different and unique capabilities across society to have a chance at kind of getting to that good outcome.
Well, on that note, we are now officially out of time, but I do think that we've definitely presented some diverse perspectives on this issue, and something that we'll spend a lot of time talking and thinking about. So thanks to all my panelists, and thanks for everybody for listening.
Well, thanks to everyone on that last panel. That was fantastic. And we've arrived at our last organized event of the day, a panel discussion called Emerging Trends and Dynamics in Global Terrorism. But before I tell you a little bit about that, just some housekeeping. Please do refer to the website and/or your QR code on your badge to get the most up-to-date information about the schedule tomorrow, because it has shifted slightly. And otherwise, we'll see you back here in the morning. But to our last panel, it's hosted by the Global Research Network, which is part of the United States Counterterrorism Committee Executive Directorate, or CTED. And it will focus on emerging trends and dynamics in global terrorism, touching upon a range of issues, including repatriation and reintegration, justice and accountability, drivers of radicalization, and various CVE approaches and strategies. It will be moderated by David Sharia, Chief of Branch at CTED, and he will introduce his panel. So over to David.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to our session. The title of the session is Emerging Trends and Dynamics in Global Terrorism. This is a rather unique session, but one that is very much a pleasure and honor to host a cooperation between CTED and the SUFAN Group, bringing together researchers from our global research network and bringing their perspectives to the session. Let me first introduce myself. My name is David Charia, and I'm a chief of branch at CTED. CTED, for those of you who are less familiar, is a special political mission supporting the UN Security Council with a few mandates, and the most relevant to our discussion here is identification of new challenges and trends. A few years ago, in order to be able to comply with this requirement of the Council, we founded what is now known as the Global Research Network, bringing together more than 100 research institutions from around the world with one aim in mind, making sure that the policy-making work of the Security Council is supported by the latest in what researchers know about the same challenges. We always thought that good policy-making is dependent on good facts and on evidence, on research. And we decided to develop a network, a loose network of researchers that are willing to work with us in complementing and supporting the work of the Council on Counterterrorism. As I said, we have more than 120 research institutions that collaborate with us. And today we have some of the, I would say, of the brightest among them to share with us the latest in what they're seeing. So we will start with one quick round where I will give opportunity to each of them to share their research, what they're seeing from their perspective. And with your permission, I would like to start with Mr. Omar Muhammad. Mr. Omar Muhammad, better known as the anonymous blogger Mosul Eye, where he actually provided reports anonymously on life under Islamic State in the city of Mosul. Omar is now teaching Middle East history and cultural heritage diplomacy at Sciences Po University and hosts a podcast on the same issue. Omar, please, the floor is yours, and we will be very, very interested to hear what are you seeing from your point of view.
Thank you so much, David. In fact, we have just finished recently a podcast that has been a full review of the events in Mosul 2014 after the occupation of the so-called Islamic State. We were trying to focus on the different angle of the events, the roots of the problem, the causes, both the local and the regional context. It was always leading to a conclusion that the people have always been trying to move forward. People who were believing in democracy, strong believers in democracy, while other groups, militants or corrupted politicians were trying to lead the country otherwise. That struggle between the grassroots, between the young generation that have always believed in democracy, was also reflected in the recent events in Afghanistan that unfolded also recently. So we saw the similarities between the two events and how this devastating sense of or feeling of betrayal that those young people, young generation that is believing in democracy felt that they were abandoned, and how this feeling of betrayal was taken as an advantage for the terrorist groups. They will always try to take advantage of the grievances. They always try to address such kind of problems, and they come to fill the vacuum at the right moment. And that was the problem that we could see almost in different communities, whether in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Syria, and even in Libya as well. There is always this kind of gap where the people want to continue, want to build a better political system, but they are not met with these basic needs. And therefore, the terrorists always take advantage of the situation. That is, in fact, a very concerning situation, because it's repeating over and over, and it is also leading to more disappointment among young generation. That is actually the main force for a better future, but the challenge will always be how we can meet and address their needs and not to abandon them.
Thank you very much. We will get back to it, but before we do, I want to move to other panelists and allow me to introduce first Dr. Gina Vale, Senior Research Fellow at the International Center for the Study of Radicalization, King's College, a very close partner of CTED for many years. Gina specializes in gender-sensitive analysis of terrorism and extremist violence. Gina, you also followed very closely the situation in Syria and Iraq. We just heard from Omar what he's seeing, but I wonder what you're seeing, and specifically when it comes to the gender aspect of this situation.
Yes, so my research has followed the rise, fall, and what now can be considered the legacy or the consequences and impacts of Daesh or Islamic State from a gender perspective. So throughout the rise to power, we saw how gender norms, gender ideals were manipulated by the group in order to recruit not only from local populations, but also internationally, with vast waves of migration into Iraq and Syria. Then the evolution of women's, men's, and children's roles within this organization, within this proto-state structure that they built. Now that this has collapsed territorially, we also need to consider its legacy, and this is what my focus is now. So now we see many thousands of IS-affiliated women and children in limbo, with varying rates or piecemeal rates of repatriation of foreigners, leading to few prosecutions thus far. The challenges that we face at the moment really is about reaching an evidential threshold for prosecution and therefore eventual conviction. But also we need to go beyond our own gender stereotypes about the parameters of women's involvement and activities for the group. Charges such as genocide, crimes against humanity, torture, and even complicity in rape, these are not crimes that are just associated with male perpetrators. An absence of evidence does not mean that there is an absence of a reason to prosecute or convict. There are certainly many women complicit in that. One source that I think is really critical is the local populations. They have interacted with Daesh. They have lived through this. They provide and have lived through this experience. They provide great evidence that I believe has not yet been realized. And I think they also deserve a platform to share their experiences as well. So I think certainly these are some of the challenges and potential opportunities that we can see in the coming months and years.
Thank you very much. We will get back to this because you raised a few issues that I'm particularly interested in, but I want to introduce our third panelist, Ms. May Salem, a program manager of DDR and PCV at the Cairo International Center for Conflict Resolution, Peacekeeping, and Peace Building. May, your focus of research is on Africa. And we talked a little bit about how the picture is seen from Syria and Iraq, but we also know, and CTED has highlighted it, that the situation in Africa is extremely volatile these days. And I wonder what you're seeing from your perspective.
Thank you very much, David. And as you clearly mentioned, the situation in Africa, unfortunately, is not much better than that of Syria and Iraq. Actually, it's even getting worse now. For example, we've seen an expansion, a very rapid expansion of terrorist groups through the formation of allegiances and alliances between different groups, specifically when we speak about ISIS, for example. So ISIS has had a control over a number of regions, specifically in West Africa and Central Africa. And as such, they have controlled territory that is now being said that can even be equivalent to that controlled back in Syria and Iraq. They have had also so much presence that they have been able to recruit many individuals in these areas, specifically because of the situation of the COVID-19, which has exacerbated all the grievances and inequalities that predated even the COVID-19. But unfortunately, what we've also seen is that even the rivalry between different groups that has resulted in a number of caseload and defection among these groups, for example, specifically through the death of Boko Haram leader Abu Bakr Shekau, which resulted in so many defections. On the other hand, our responses are very limited and our capacities as well are very limited. And as Gina mentioned, prosecution is one aspect of the different measures that we are not able to conduct. But even if we look at the bigger comprehensive frameworks of screening, prosecution, rehabilitation, and reintegration, all of these frameworks lag in the resources and implementation. For example, also we've seen in Cameroon that they were taking in a number of these who defected from Boko Haram and also ISWAP, but they were putting them in camps that were very much overly crowded and saturated with very dire conditions. And therefore, I think the problem of terrorism shows that we need to work on different levels, on prevention, that's one very important aspect, but also on responses once we defeat terrorist groups and once we have caseloads that we need to work with. So I leave it for now here, and I can expand on these elements as we go further.
Please, we really hope that you do. You gave us appetite for more. But one thing that you did mention is the link between terrorism phenomena in very local settings and the impact of the environment and that around it, and in particular, you mentioned the impact of COVID-19. I think this is also one of the areas where Sinan research kind of links in a different way, perhaps, the links between what we are seeing in his region of study and global phenomena. So let me introduce Sinan. Sinan, or Muhammad Sinan Siech, is Associate Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, another very close partner of CTED for many years, and a doctoral candidate of the Islamic and Middle East Studies Department of the University of Edinburgh. Sinan, your research looks exactly like May's research on the links between what we're seeing on the ground and the environment that kind of facilitates this kind of outcome. So I would be very much interested to hear an introduction of your research, and then we'll perhaps open a conversation among all of us.
Sure. Thank you. So to begin with, right, like when we start speaking about different aspects that cause terrorism, different factors that are underlying and cause terrorism, we look at some of the local factors, right? But there is something, and there is a link that I believe has not been explored as much as it should be, which is the impact of climate change on terrorism and on security itself, right? And I believe there are a number of ways that you look through it, or there are a number of nexuses that you could look through it, right? So the first one would be the food and water insecurity nexus, whereas in places where you do not have enough food and water because of climate change, because of shortage of crops, and all of this leads to rising prices and also anger against governments. Now, one example of how terrorist groups use this is Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which in Yemen actually discussed, the importance of water with Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb since 2013. And this was figured out in some of the correspondences between them, right? And they also went ahead to build water infrastructure across, parts of Yemen, including Mukalla and other parts in Hadramaut. So this is how they ended up using, the food and water insecurity caused by climate change. But that's not just it. We also have, for example, the disaster insurgency nexus, which is terminologies that I've coined. Whereas natural disasters, which are caused by climate change, lead to prolonged conflict, and they also lead to the engagement of the army, which oftentimes are involved in anti-insurgency operations, right? So what happens is that terrorist groups grow off all of these things. The first thing that they do is they're able to provide relief. So you've seen, for example, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is a group based in Pakistan, which after the earthquakes that took place in 2015, they went ahead and provided a lot of material relief to many people, thereby increasing their credibility. So that's one aspect, but you also have aspects where the army cannot conduct anti-insurgency operations because they're involved in relief as well. And what that leads to is the fact that groups are allowed to be able to grow freely, right? And as climate change, becomes more intense, you will find more disasters, more climate change induced disasters coming up, right? The other thing that we also think about and should be thinking about is about how climate change is going to increase immigration. Now, one of the UN governments, one of the UN agencies, in one of their reports, they discussed about how environmental refugees are going to increase to almost 1 billion by 2050. And that's more than 10 times what's present at this point. Now, we all know what happens when refugees increase in any place, right? It's not just within the borders, but it also is trans-border. And once that happens, that leads to a securitized discourse whereby right-wing groups often securitize refugees, and then there are often examples of attacks that take place on them, as well as terrorist groups that try to, at some points, even recruit from them, and this feeds off each other. So one good example of that is in Bangladesh and also in parts of India, where you've had a lot of Rohingya refugees who've been displaced and who've come to both Bangladesh and India. And we've had instances where people from Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent have tried to, both go work with them, but they failed. And people from right-wing groups trying to demonize all of these and thereby causing attacks and so on. So these are some certain aspects and nexuses that we need to probably think about when we're talking about climate change and how it impacts terrorism and security. And I think it applies uniformly throughout different regions, across the world.
Thank you, Sinan, and thank you all for this introduction of your area of research. And I think from this we could start a conversation, and the conversation doesn't have to be just between me and each of you. You should feel free to react and to comment or ask questions each other. I'm only the moderator, and the more you'll be interactive, the easier my job will be. But I want to start first with a general question that I want to pose to all of you. As I said, one of the declared aims of the GRN is to connect policymaking to research, to make sure that policymaking basically at probably the most important global body, the UN Security Council, is based on evidence, based on research. And if I were to ask each of you, and just heads up, I'm going to start with you, Gina. If I were to ask you in one sentence or one paragraph, what is the most important trend that you're seeing now in your area of research that I, for example, as a policymaker, should pay attention to? Is there something that in the next year, next 5 years will materialize and we want to start thinking about it now? So over to you, Gina.
I think from my perspective, it can be summed up in one word, which is children. So we need to look at the intergenerational waves of violence. So how ideals and narratives of violence are passed down through families, through society, through culture, through politics, through media, as well as through the direct propagandistic communications of terrorist organizations. So what are the waxes and wanes of this propensity and appetite for violence, for vengeance, and for an affiliation with a terrorist organization? And I think really the area of understanding how and why children become involved in terrorist organizations, the relation of their parents, their peer groups, other influences, and how they can become disassociated and obviously rehabilitated if they do become affiliated. I think these are really areas that we are still lacking in research and of course have great ramifications for policy, not just in the next couple of years, but we're really looking at kind of intergenerational stages, I think. So that's what I would say.
That's wonderful, and it's extremely important. And thank you for highlighting this issue. May, over to you. one area that if I'm a policymaker representing a government or international organization, that you want me as a research to focus my attention, one trend that you're seeing beyond the horizon and policymakers may not be seeing now?
Again, I think I will sum it up in one word, which is resilience. I think we have always focused on the challenges and the difficulties that we face when we respond to the terrorist threat, but we often overlook that also within the same regions and within the same states, there are other populations and other cities, states that have been resilient to the terrorist threat. And I think we have not done enough research to understand these resilient factors. And I think there are plenty in Africa. We have traditional leaders, religious leaders, we have justice mechanisms, traditional justice mechanisms, all of which we need to rely on to build maybe stronger national institutions, but also community institutions. And one other thing is also the interlinkages between the responses. I think one thing we've also seen in Africa is that we tend to respond in silos. So we tend to bring about a development project or a peace building project or education and so on, but we don't see the interlinkages between this and terrorism and conflict and how they're very much interconnected in the first place. And I think the organizations and the policymakers need to speak more to each other to build more comprehensive responses. Thank you.
This is wonderful. And rest assured, we will go back to this issue of interlinkages because it really crossed my mind when each of you spoke about a separate phenomena. I want to go now to Sinan. Sinan, same question. If I'm a policymaker in New York, in Delhi, in Doha, and I want to have one area that you say, please pay attention. I think you actually answered that question. So for you, it may be easier because you already made that warning sign, but please, if you want to specify it further or to just reiterate that.
I think it's important to just remember at the end of the day that factors that cause insurgency and insurgent and terrorist groups to grow and to thrive, right? A lot of factors exist, but I believe that climate change is an invisible factor in that respect. And this is something that needs to be kept in mind because we could be doing the same research for the next 15, 20 years without keeping this in mind. And we wouldn't realize that this is something that has been dominating, under or overarching in its impact, right? So I think that's just something that I'd like to remind everyone that always keep this in mind, no matter where it is, it's always going to be there and it's only going to get worse over time. That's the main thing.
Thank you, and we will get back to that. But now to finish that round, I want to go to Omar and ask you the same question. Omar, your research focuses on Syria, on Iraq, on the situation there, and there are some specific questions that I want to ask you later in this panel. But first, generally, if there is one trend that you think policymakers should pay attention to or not paying enough attention, and this is the opportunity for you to speak to the many policymakers who are listening to us and tell them, pay attention to this because this is not going to disappear.
Yeah, I think it has two directions. First one, we need to review all the work and the studies and the research we were doing on terrorism. Also the meaning of terrorism studies, the CVE, etc., in order to avoid stigmatizing communities, because it has been evident recently. And I have been involved in programs to develop educational programs. Whenever you confront the people with the question of post-terrorism cities, or whenever you mention this, they kind of like they block you from any kind of access because they feel themselves guilty of a guilt that they weren't responsible for. So in order to get access to the right side of or the right direction of a research, I think we need to focus more on the local democracies that are being developed by young generations. And I always call them the true believers of democracy who have been abandoned. I think we need to look more into those experiences. There are many important examples, especially in Iraq, in post-2003 Iraq. There have been important examples of, as it was also mentioned, the resilience and the will to move forward with democracy, despite all of the conflicts that happened, all of the destruction, even with the recent events that took place in Iraq. There are still people who believe in this democracy. So we need to pay more attention and do more research on these movements, how they can grow and how they can move forward, because avoiding or preventing terrorism cannot happen only by directly preventing the terrorism itself or confronting terrorists. You need to deprive the roots of terrorism by enhancing the communities. And in which way? By giving the hand to those true believers of democracy, in democracy. Yeah, I think this is the right direction, in my opinion.
I completely agree. And again, my invitation to all of you to unmute and ask each other questions as if we are live from Doha. The invitation is open, but I want to start with something that you actually, all of you touched in different ways, and I wonder who will be willing to comment on it. Basically, you all are saying that there is, if we want to understand the trends, we have to find, and I think May put it in words that I absolutely agree with, find the interlinks between the events and the responses. And I think Sinan, of course, touched upon it, and Omar touched on it when he described, and I think he put it in very clear words, the words betrayal. There was a big event, there were big events happening in Iraq, and the sense of the people was of one of betrayal, and that can be easily used. May spoke about it when she connected the reaction, the responses of governments and the interlinks between different responses or the involvement of the army in certain scenario, which I think was as a point that Sinan made. So how do we look on the interlinks between events or COVID-19 that was mentioned also that surround us and governments' reactions, and what could governments do when there are events that are bigger than them, like global warming, like COVID-19, or change in the priorities of a state, a neighboring state that impact the population, but you want to make sure that this impact does not become a driver for terrorism or could easily be used by terrorist organizations. Who wants to take it? It's really open.
I think if I jump in from my perspective, I think both you, David, and Omar have kind of hit the nail on the head when we're talking about local communities, because I'm going to do something quite dangerous and generalize, which is that in general, most policy work that is focused on particularly Daesh in Iraq and Syria has been really transfixed with the waves of foreign fighters that have joined, or the communications coming out that have targeted international recruits, how there may be a threat of migration back into Europe and the West, how that may translate into attacks on home soil. But we're forgetting where actually the greatest seat of the conflict is, where the greatest atrocities were, where terrorism was lived on a day-to-day basis, and that was inside Iraq and Syria, in cities, in contested territories, etc. And I think, again, dangerously to generalize, a lot of this research has overlooked these populations. I mean, even within my own field, if we look at gender and terrorism, a lot of the questions that are coming up is how women played roles within the group. But my work in particular looked at the roles of local Iraqis, Syrians, and Kurds, how they interacted with the group. Some may have supported, the majority did not. But many of these populations are missed within this research that focuses on group dynamics, group communications, impacts, etc., and how this feeds into policy responses. So I think sometimes we almost need to go back to the seat of where this occurred, whose lives were affected day to day, and how that played out in reality within the centers of the conflict. And so I think really, if we're looking at what happened and how that links to responses, we can't be shifting our focus into a geographical area that is not the primary focus of these groups' areas of operation. So I think that's what I would say. I don't know whether, Omar, to bring you in, I don't know whether you would agree.
I think what Gina mentioned here is extremely important, because it also has impacts on how the local populations perceive this kind of international coverage of the foreign fighters. It is another layer, you know, David, when I mentioned the word betrayal, because it's exactly the same word people use when they express their feelings. They say, 2003, we were betrayed. 2005, we were betrayed. 2007, we were betrayed, and so on, 2014. And they say, even after all of this destruction, now all the focus is on the foreign fighters and the foreign nationals who joined Daesh, but the local communities are forgotten. The only response to this can be to treat the phenomena of this terrorism as a global terrorism, that you don't distinguish between whether it's local or international, and at the same time to treat the populations who were the most affected populations by this terrorism. It starts with the level of genocide against the Yazidis. I still speak to Yazidis who are still living in camps, and we are all seeking justice, and everyone should go through legal procedures for any kind of prosecution. It's not a political trial. It's a legal and a criminal act, and it should be treated so. But at the same time, when you look at the Yazidis who are displaced in camps, they say we are unable to return home, but the media is completely focused on a certain case. I'm not going to mention the name. I think Gina knows exactly what I mean. They say why all the focus and the light is on this case, while we are unable even to return to our home, to our to our village, to our town, to our normal life. I think all of these trends also needs to be carefully addressed, and it needs to be studied as a way of responding, because we shouldn't forget that it's also a way of exploitation by terrorism itself. They know how to manipulate the media and also to put it in their own use, and they take advantage of it. So it's a very critical and delicate situation, specifically when we speak about foreign and local fighters. Yeah.
No, you both of you touch basically on a different aspect that cuts across all your intervention, and that is the close link between the very local and the global. So you have sometimes big global challenges. May, you mentioned COVID-19, Sinan mentioned global warming, food security, global geopolitics that the local government has no control over, and will never have. It will be, any local government, no local government in the world can change situations like COVID-19 or climate change. But each of them is required to understand the impact on the population and the way this could be used by terrorist organizations as a driver. And that is a very big challenge for policy making. How do you provide response to issues that are far bigger than you, than your community, than what you're able to propose, and how you do it in a way that is not being perceived as a betrayal or as something that the community is willing to accept and live with. So perhaps, Sinan, could you enlighten us from your research how these relations between the very global and the local impact communities in South Asia and other parts that you study?
Yeah, I mean, just to point out as well from what Omar and Gina spoke about, right? When governments tend to look at foreign fighters as opposed to just the local communities, what they're doing is they're looking at short-term, but also very, very important, like seemingly very important, explosive news media issues, right? And I think that affects that is the same thing that we look at even when we look at South Asia, for example, when we look at climate change and these impacts, because at the end of the day, everybody is trying to look at like what is going to affect them in the short term, but a lot of people don't tend to think about what is going to be affecting them in the long term, right? Which is why people end up often, and especially governments often end up ignoring this challenge, because at the end of the day, a lot of governments are focused either on what is affecting the short term, or maybe even the election cycle for that matter, right? So in for example, in South Asia, when we have the issue of water, which is the Himalayas and the Indus River, right, which is its water is decreasing now over time, and that can lead to problems between nations, which can create and help terrorist groups to thrive from there, right? But everybody is going to be looking specifically at the water issue and maybe the fact that there may be a war that may take place, but nobody is going to look at like the second order and the third order effects. And I think that is the important aspect that a lot of governments should be keeping in mind. That is that beyond just first order effects, beyond just what is catchy and great to look at and cover in the media, there are so many other things, secondary and tertiary aspects of impacts of whatever we're looking at, be it foreign fighters, be it climate change and its impact on security. And I think that is where governments can make a real difference. That is, if they think long term and if they think beyond the media headlines, that is there or there, right? And this is something policymakers should incorporate when they are discussing with governments or when they are in the government as well.
Sorry, no, I don't. Sorry, please, Omar, you wanted to react.
What Sinan mentioned is very important, but it's also important to mention, and I think also in this forum, His Excellency Karim Khan will speak. I think, and it's also the request of the people in Iraq, and it has always been one of the main or the key solutions to such kind of problems. We need another, and I've always said this, we need another Nuremberg movement in Iraq and Syria. This is a very important way of responding to the grievances of the victims. I mean, we have always been speaking about terrorism. We have always been speaking about the terrorists themselves. But as Gina said, where are the victims? What is their position in the discussion we are having, whether on the level of policy making, whether in the academia sector or in the think tanks or even in the grassroots discussions? Where are the victims in all of this discussion, whether they are women, children? Thousands of lives have been devastated. One way to do it is an international tribunal to put this terrorism on trial, to bring those terrorists responsible for all of these, for all of this destruction of life and nature to be seen. And the victims have been always calling, we want to see those who killed or committed the genocide against us. We want to see justice served. And they are not actually asking for revenge, rather they are calling for justice. In our podcast, Mosul and the Islamic State, there was one of the Yazidi community leaders, and he put it eloquently, and he said, we don't seek revenge, and all what we want, two things. He said, we want to lay the bodies of our people who died. We want to know where they are buried. And second, we want to see a trial, not 5 minutes a trial, not a political trial, but rather to see justice is served. Because if we don't achieve this, David, terrorism and terrorist groups will always have a chance to take advantage of the grievances. And if we don't challenge them on this platform, we will always be a step beyond. I mean, they will always be a step ahead on us.
You touched on an issue that is very dear to my heart, and actually something that in CITED we pay enormous attention to, and that is the issue of bringing terrorists to justice. And I think Gina mentioned this, of some of the challenges faced in this regard, including the evidential threshold. And what we're trying to do in CITED is to support member states in their efforts to bring terrorists to justice. Part of the challenge, and this again is something that was touched by a few of you, is how do you get the evidence? How do you find evidence for atrocities? How do you get victims? How do you get victims to speak? There is another very specific challenge, which I don't know if will be discussed in this panel or in others, relating to collecting evidence from battlefield. These are all very big challenges, and in CITED we are deeply committed to it. But I wouldn't be able to agree more with the final outcome of what you said, which is without bringing justice to victims, we will never be able to solve this this situation, and we'll actually get another generation of hatred and seek of revenge, and a sense of betrayal and a sense of abandonment by the international community, because perpetrators of justice were not brought to, of crimes were not brought to justice. I wonder what each of you would like to say about this aspect of the trends. And perhaps May, can we start with you?
Sure. No, thank you, David. On the issue of justice, I think as much as important for us to consider international tribunals and to bring terrorists to justice, I think what we also can consider is transitional justice, which is reparations, reconciliation, truth-telling, and so on. Because I think it's very important that we at least try to start on the community level with these mechanisms, and then maybe spread to bigger international mechanisms. Just for the sake of victims to feel that they are looked at and that their needs are also attended to. But going back to what you were also saying, David, about global phenomena and how would governments be able to respond to this, I think one just important point is that terrorist groups are responding to these phenomena. So they are responding to climate change. They're responding to COVID-19. They're trying to bring about some sort of support, medical or health, and so on. So they are responding to this. So even if, again, on a small scale with minor responses, it's very important that the government is able to provide or at least engage in dialogues and conversations and build trust with communities and attend to their needs, again, even on the smallest scale, because terrorist groups are doing this. And I think, unfortunately, they're being much smarter than us in doing this.
Sorry for jumping in. That's just go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah. So one thing also is narratives and online platforms. And again, terrorist groups have been using these to say that, for example, COVID-19 hit us because we're not abiding by Islamic law, or we're not abiding by Sharia, and so on. And this is somewhere where also governments need to respond to and need to be able to tackle at least this ideological and narrative component. And again, to monitor online platforms and so on. So I think, again, what I'm trying to say here is that even on the smallest scale, a response is better than no response. And again, we understand that we're talking about context where there is limited resources and the institutions might be fragile. But again, there is where we can also go back to the communities, because they have their own institutions and they have their own mechanisms that they abide by. And this is where, again, we go back to the issue of communities and trying to use what we have there and the resilience pillars there.
That's wonderful, and basically it echoes the point that Omar made, that even if you don't have a perfect justice system, the message, you should never convey a message to the community of abandonment. You should say, we have weak system, we don't have perfect system, but we are committed to bringing justice to your victims. And that in itself could be reassuring and will not create another cycle, and something that Gina talked about, the intergenerational aspect of terrorism. But you touched on one point that I want to go back again to Gina. Gina, I'm of the view that terrorists are much better in mainstreaming gender than governments. Would you agree with that?
Oh gosh, that's a dangerous and slippery slope to go down. I don't
My
think
job
we
is
should
to
say
be
that.
provocative here. You know, I have to ask
Well, you've
tough
succeeded.
questions.
You've succeeded. I certainly think that terrorist organizations are good at manipulating gender norms, gender ideals, gender roles, and where men, women, boys, and girls play into this. So one thing that I'm working on at the moment that I also think is quite overlooked in the case of Daesh is looking at masculinity and how that plays in for adult as well as adolescent and even young male children, how that leads into the narratives, how that feeds into the roles that they should adopt, the expectations, and also how then those masculine ideals then complement and work together with the other half of that binary, which is femininity and feminine ideals. So I think that's one really critical factor. And again, that feeds into, as we said, that intergenerational issue when you look at how masculinity and masculine ideals are really leading to the premature maturation of young boys and girls within these groups, the expectation to take on adult roles, positions, and responsibility far beyond their years. And this is not based on international standards. This is even, premature to local cultural, sociocultural norms. But to go back to the issue of justice, I really want to make 2 points. One is to reiterate what May and Omar already said, which was, what is justice? Because it cannot be an externally imposed idea of justice. So we've talked about reunification of families with the dead or with the missing. Maybe it's a day in court, maybe it isn't a day in court, maybe it's to be left alone and never to speak about this ever again. Maybe it's for their neighbors to understand exactly what has happened without necessarily having to have that conversation directly. So maybe it is awareness raising. Maybe that's on a local scale, maybe it's on an international scale. Have we asked that question? I don't think we really have, or I don't think that we have necessarily listened to the answer and reflected that in responses thus far. And then the second is, are we asking the right people the right questions? So we've discussed already the role of local communities, how they've interacted with terrorist organizations on a day-to-day. May brought up the issue of resilience. That then feeds into what we understand as a victim. So yes, victims are subjected to violence, brutality, and terrorism, but that does not mean that their agency is eroded or negated. That does not mean that their role stops there. They are also able to play a vital role in providing evidence of their day-to-day interactions, potentially identify perpetrators, to share their experiences, again, if they want to, and to demand justice on their terms. So I think it's really important that we don't just look at imposing a different form of justice to people that don't necessarily fit this victim model that we assume to be the case. We need to acknowledge agency, work with local communities to really enact justice on their terms.
Yeah, again, another interleague where global or foreign solutions are being brought and imposed and don't fit exactly what the community is used to or how the community perceives justice. And I think this is a point that both Omar and May stressed in their different perspectives on Africa and Syria and Iraq. You touched on one issue that I want to go back to, and that is the issue of masculinity. And as we come closer to the end of the panel, this is one area where I feel the GRN has contributed tremendously to the development and mainstreaming of gender in the Security Council. We were able to benefit from the latest in research by wonderful researchers such as you, that highlighted to us this point as a point that needs to be paid attention to, and not enough attention is given. There is a lot of focus on gender, but not necessarily on the aspect of masculinity and how masculinity is used by terrorist organizations. And it went actually pretty far that few months ago, the Security Council held a meeting in a specific formula that I don't need to get into, that was focused on masculinity and terrorism. And basically brings me to the opening of our conversation, that this is forums such as the one we have now are wonderful opportunities to connect research to policy making in a way that is truly impactful, both for the Council and the Counterterrorism Committee that we sit at work for, but also for researchers who research like in the area of terrorism that are very, and I can see it from all of you, are very connected to the subject matter. You really care about these issues. And I want to say, and I want to conclude this panel by going back to each and every one of you with a counterclockwise order and ask you one question. If I were to give, if you were now, and actually you are now speaking to policymakers and you want to give them one recommendation, what would that be? And I want to start with Sinan, please.
All right. I think if my one recommendation would largely be look beyond the headlines, the election cycles, and what is the most eye-catching issue of the day, and look at what are the underlying aspects, and B, the second and third order effects of everything that you're looking at, whether it's specifically security, whether it's the issue of a justice system, where victims become second order or third order effects normally, right? But this is as important as whatever it is that most governments look at, and that's why it's important to just go beyond whatever we think is the most important thing. That is, go beyond, and specifically with climate change, look beyond just the aspect of droughts and floods and so on and so forth, but there are security implications to it all, and that's why it's so important to address the root issue as opposed to just dress it up and put band-aid solutions on top of everything.
Very, very clear, and thank you for joining us, Sinan. And over to you, May. The same question. If now, and you can assume that we're now speaking to many policymakers from the Gulf, but also globally, who are attuned to this conference. And if you have one recommendation that you want to send them back to their capitals with.
I think we need to really invest in the capacities of national institutions and community institutions. Again, there are a number of contexts that we've seen where, unfortunately, even if you defeat the terrorist threat, the institutions in this context are not able to have a role in this vacuum that is created. And therefore, you really need to work on building these capacities and providing them with resources. But again, I think it was mentioned before that we need to listen to what the needs of these national and community institutions require. But I think we also need to disassociate this from our funding streams and from our own mandates, because at the end of the day, we still abide by this more than meeting the needs of these populations and these institutions. So I think we need to have a more of a nuanced approach into responding to, again, the terrorist threat, but post-terrorism as well, and to ensure that the vacuum that is created is automatically filled in with either development projects, peace building initiatives, education, and so on. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, same thing that could not be clearer. Gina, same question.
I think I would say think and act holistically. So this means look at the intergenerational issues, look at the long-term issues, look at cross-border international issues, look at multi-sector responses. Look at the panel that we have today. From different perspectives come areas of convergence as well as divergence. You will only be able to tackle these issues if you have a plurality and diversity of approaches that can holistically examine, understand, and then respond to and address the issues that we're facing.
Very, very sharp. And lastly, we started with you, Omar. We go back again to you. One recommendation to policymakers, and again,
I have a long list. But
it could be
I will pick only one, and the one that I actually always call. I mean, there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, young people who have nothing to do with the conflict, I always use that they are the true believers in democracy. For the sake of preserving democracy and the dignity of the democratic values, do not abandon them, and do not let them alone in this horrible situation like what happened in Iraq and in Afghanistan. They should be supported always. They should be listened to, and they should be included in our studies, included in our decisions, included in our thinking of how we can move forward. And they are not only representing a local context or perspective, they are also part of the world. So do not abandon those believers in democracy.
Thank you again, and I think this is something that we could all sign up, and this is again a very powerful conclusion of I think what all of us feel and think about situations, be it in Syria, Iraq, South Asia, or Africa, and elsewhere. I want to thank all of you personally. It's been an amazing panel to moderate. I learned enormous deal of what's happening, and I thought and I was enlightened by your research and by your policy recommendations. We said that many people in our audience are policymakers, and that's true, that the GRN is naturally gravitated towards policy making. But there are also many students, I'm sure, and many youngsters in this audience who be the future policymakers or the future researchers. And the advice you were given by, again, by this amazing panel members is something that you want to take with wherever you go. And I hope we benefited you in this 1 hour of conversation. Thank you all so much. And thank you to the panel members. Thank you to the SUFAN group. You're wonderful partners of CITED, and we hope to continue this tradition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.